telepon ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal,
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali ini.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke. Kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget ya. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong lah, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya. Aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, enggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti. Kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka. Makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure. Ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya. Mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward. Edward satu, terus Benny Cutie, satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu. Ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer kayak Yawi. Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener P-Wise, karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku. Karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya. Jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu, Godlane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul backdoor atau misalnya ngepanis dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau aman, sebentar lagi kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup baik. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Om. Lah, kepencet. Astaga.
Gak lihat. Dok, aman, Dok.
Kepencet, guys. Sorry, guys. Kepencet.
Rame banget, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh. Gak boleh dari Rico.
Rame banget.
Sekarang ya, pada syarat gabung lawannya. Tumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita bersama seorang Rico. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill Kadiki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Itu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih? Pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih, Kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Wazir berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah boleh kali.
Ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gastar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Recall dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
Shoulders 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipin juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah, karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya sih. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? WCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu, jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya, jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event, terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu. Kedua, kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure, ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward.
Edward,
satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer. Kayak Yawi. Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih. Udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener P-Wise, karena itu 2 yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu God Lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul backdoor atau misalnya ngepanis dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak pestanya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan pesta unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman, sebentar kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Diko ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Diko, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget,
kita juga mau recall, nggak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang ya, pada sekarang gak mau lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau ke mana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua coba untuk cerita dong sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol. Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh? Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Terjuara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Ke flicker dia,
keren.
5-0.
Wazir berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah boleh kali.
Ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Recall dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire hands on it. They're taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
Shoulders 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipin juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? WCG ya.
Iya.
Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang
aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Tick, tick, tick. Like a ticking time bomb, the tension continues to arise here at MPL ID Season 12 as all 9 teams are fighting for their tournament lives to make it into the playoffs. And of course, time is running out for a lot of teams in the bottom of the standings. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to MPL ID Season 12 here. Week number 7, day number 3. On the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And of course, before we begin the first match of 3 matches of the day, we are going to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner Telkomsel. Official gold partner UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. Our official broadcast, Maxstream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. We want to thank our suppliers as well, Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now, the first match of the day. These are the 2 teams that are quote-unquote safe. But because of how close it is in the standings, you never know what is going to happen and how the outcome is going to affect them in a long, grand scheme of things. It's a Bigatron Alpha going against Rebellion Zion.
At this point, no team is safe, right? Except for Onyx and RRQ. I think Onyx and RRQ have secured their playoff spot already. They're fighting for upper brackets, but the rest, 3rd place all the way to 9th. It's not safe yet. Like, GeekFam could still lose 2 matches, and then even Aurafire might actually be able to make it to the playoffs.
That's why we never know. There's no certainty.
No.
There's no certainty. But there is certainty if you guys utilize the best in the business, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, because Arashi will walk you through the specs.
Is that the fastest processor technology, 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for the Galaxy, for this phone. It's just amazing. Of course, a 12 gigabyte RAM capacity, which means everything just runs smoothly. And of course, it's a must at this point. 5G connectivity, lag is a thing of the past, man. It guarantees you a lag-free experience. And of course, there's a wide display with a 120 refresh rate, which is why the players are just playing so well, seeing every single detail in the Land of Dawn.
And the awesome thing about this phone is that you guys, if you guys buy it now, right, you guys can get a cashback promo of up to 4 million IDR for the purchase of the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And if you guys are interested in it, if you guys want to check it out and gain more information about it, you guys can go to the website samsung.com/ID.
Play epic with Galaxy S23 Series 5G, but don't get epic in your rank. Okay, get better. With the Samsung Galaxy, you'll get Mythic for sure. Arashi, he was actually having quite some troubles in ranked Eterna until he got the S23. Now, he's on the way to Honor.
Oh, I'm so proud of you.
It came so easy, man. Can't believe it. It's like a cheat code.
We're proud. But let's go back to the match.
All right.
Bigatron and Rebellion Zion. Now, it feels like after leg number 2, Rebellion Zion has been looking better in form, right? They are winning a lot of their matches after leg number 2.
I believe they won against RRQ as well. I mean, it's showing that they have improved by such a huge margin. Not only in the execution, not only in how they're playing in the Land of Dawn, but also, right, how they draft. Usually we talk about younger teams like Rebellion, and their draft is a bit more one-dimensional, a bit more readable. But with Coach Chico at the helm, man, they've been so good at just outsmarting and just confusing their opposition, including RRQ, showing again that it's top-class drafting in action.
That's why it feels like what I felt when I was looking at Aura Fire's draft way back when. When I see Rebellion Zion's draft now, I'm not really sure and I'm not too certain where is going where. Because Sway Low, I feel like Sway Low gives a layer of flexibility because he's able to utilize these fighters in the mid lane. But we got to talk about the gold laners here.
He went from Sway Low hero pool to Sway High hero pool.
Oh, Sway High. It used to be Sway Slow, only on one hero, but now it's different, man. And if they're defeated, the Bull's fate is on the knife's edge, man. Will Bigatron once again make Rebellion bow down in the rookie battle right here with Narashi and... Oh, Narashi! Whoa, hang on. Interesting. Well, Narashi and Sive. Teaser? Question mark? Is he gonna show up today? Wow. Going up against Audi TZ, who has been more tried and true in the rookie department. He's been literally carrying Rebellion on his back. Whereas for Sive, and I guess by proxy Narashi as well, we haven't seen that kind of rookie effect that we have been really expecting of all these new players making an appearance in the MPL.
If Narashi plays, then he would be replacing Sorizo.
Sorizo.
Is that not weird?
It is quite weird. I mean, Sorizo has been one of the consistent members, one of the only like full carry members this season. And with the change of Narashi, I don't know, it just feels a bit too risky for me, right? I mean, it is the second, like we're entering the second last week and Bigatron have yet to secure a playoff spot. It's a risky move, but maybe they think with Shive already in the mix, the two side laners will have a bit more chemistry to play with in these team fights, maybe.
I don't understand.
And also, maybe because Narashi wants his games casted by Arashi.
That's true.
Is that it? I mean,
that's gotta be it.
Is that a legitimate answer, man?
That's gotta be it.
Especially with the EXP lane being so important, right? With Sorizo being used as the main backbone, it's gonna be. It is gonna be Narashi, man.
Wow. All right. So Narashi stepping in.
A new member for the Red Terminators. We'll see if he can have the same impact as Aran for the Dragons. Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Terminators, Bigatron Alpha.
Bigatron Alpha currently at 6th place in the standings. Their place will be quickly evaporated if they don't take this win. The stakes are definitely high here for the Red Robots as they want to continue the success that they've built throughout the entirety of this season. But on the other side,
it's this still the main roster. No risks taken. They want to secure playoffs. They want to be the dark horse of Season 12. The Blue Bulls, Rebellion, Zion.
Ooh, once again with the poses right here. I'm not quite sure actually what this reference is.
I'm surprised.
And maybe this is showing that
I'm surprised.
They're gonna be even more unpredictable against the Red Terminators today. And you can definitely ensure that they're gonna be backed up by the best in the business, the smartest in the system. Both for both teams, man. Coach Aldo right here going up against Coach Chico with their respective backup.
It's Coach AF, Aldo Fala, and CV, Chico Vivi.
CV. Civilian.
Civilian. I mean, they're both civilians. On top of that, they are very, very intelligent civilians. I want to talk about the draft here. You mentioned it, Eterna, how flexible Rebellion Zion has been. I would say, oh wait, I didn't even realize it's also Vin, no key. So they're changing a lot, not just their mid laners, not just the XP laners. Yep, we're getting a change in Rome.
What the heck? Well, with that change, let's look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Make Narashi an element of surprise for Rebellion to read. We have seen that Rebellion are very good at predicting and reading through your intentions in the drafting phase. With a new addition, this is something they can use to their advantage and confuse Coach Chico. Along with that, Super Vin doesn't super extend in executing his pickoff strats because that is the main criticism that a lot of players and coaches and talents have for Vin's playstyle. And when it works really well. It's very unpredictable. But when he is behind, when he is failing, usually he overextends and it puts Bigatron in an even tougher spot to make a comeback, to mount a comeback from. So he needs to play in a bit more of a calculative fashion.
I agree. I think a lot of people have observed that games that Vin plays, there's a lot of moments where he creates mistakes that eventually leads to the entire team's downfall, which is why I was also quite surprised with the switch in Rome. I thought that they were going to commit on to Key in that Rome position, as we also take a look at the keys to victory here for Rebellion Zion by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Prioritize Cars' hero in the first phase of the draft. This man is a monster, man. The machine, as me and Mirko... As me and Mirko so eloquently put it. He is a car, he is high speed, and if he gets the right heroes, man, he will have those high-speed mechanical plays at his disposal. But along with that, use Suelo's hero pool as a flex for Rebellion. This is a point that Mirko has raised earlier. With the new flexibility, the fighters making an appearance in the mid lane as well, this changes the dynamic for a lot of the drafts for Rebellion at a moment's notice. And that is how they've been able to outsmart a lot of the different teams they've been going up against. But today against the Architect, can they replicate the same kind of mind game?
Now, I find this very ironic, right? Because I felt like Bigatron Alpha had a similar flex. Maybe not for their mid laner, but more towards their EXP laner, with Sorizo in.
Yep.
Now, without Sorizo, with a new player stepping into the mix, do you think that he'll stand a chance against Kars, who's been performing out of his mind lately?
I mean, he is a rookie, right? I mean, so it's a double-edged sword. He could be an amazing addition to this team with his unorthodox gameplay that maybe Kars isn't used to compared to Sorizo, where everybody has been looking at Sorizo playing, has been watching him as one of the best XP laners in MPL Indonesia. But we take a look at the team head-to-head first here by Head and Shoulders. Same game victory rate.
Same game victory rate, but a difference in the hero pool. And in this matchup, these two teams, the hero pool could very well make the difference in who really gets an advantage in the drafting phase. And on that point, by the way, about the rookie effect, man, you do get flashbacks to the Oran effect for Aura. It was unexpected. Everyone had no idea what was coming, how it was supposed to be dealt with. That could be the secret weapon that Bigatron Alpha is using right here to really confuse the team that usually confuses the others.
I like how you're very optimistic with these things.
I mean, you have to be. Right? You can't just say oh, they're gonna lose 100%.
I mean, I agree, but to play the devil's advocate here, right? Why on earth are you getting in week number 7, reshuffling your roster this late in the season when there's already a roster that works?
I think it's definitely risky. I think there needs to be a good reason to do so, because this is Coach Aldo we're talking about. He doesn't take gambles, man. He takes educated assumptions and guesses. And now I think it won't be no different. But looking at the bans right now, that's a huge EXP lane emphasis from the side of Bigatron Alpha.
For sure, as we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the drafting phase of game number 1. And on the flip side here, from the side of Rebellion Zion, as they are first pick here, it's going to be the Kadita and the Joy. So, very interesting.
Yeah, I want to go back to Arashi's point. The Paquito and the Edith ban really targeting Kars down. Now, Kars has been really good with his first iteration. I'm just waiting for a sequel, Kars 2. What is he going to play if the Paquito and the Edith gets banned out? Hey, you can't lie. That was a good one, right, Rashi? Right, Eterna? 10 out of 10. Come on.
I wasn't ready for that, man. 10 out of 10. But along with that, it's going to be a Fredrin. It's technically it still counts as an EXP lane as well, but taking away some of that flexibility from the jungle. Now, if you talk about Kars, another signature hero we've seen is the Lapu Lapu. Something with crowd control, something with movement, but for Rebellion, seeing that the Bruno is open, they will take away the footballer, trying to use some footwork against the robots.
All right, Bruno first pick here in for the Blue Bulls. Trying to secure that gold lane for themselves. The question is, are they planning on playing for their gold lane here, or do you think they're going to be prioritizing their EXP lane as a winning lane? Let's see, Bigatron with the Eve and...
I'm not sure here. With the Yee picked up, they want to go for something like a Terizla and then perhaps flex it. No, they want a Brody. Wow. One of the best matchups against the Bruno. Yes, you do actually have an advantage early on, but you need to land those skills. So I would still say it's a skill matchup rather than a matchup that favors the Brody. Meanwhile, I mean, we just experienced this last night, Arashi. Bruno first pick into the Brody. And we were so behind, but as long as the Bruno gets farm, it's all good.
eventually that DPS is definitely gonna be a huge factor for Rebellion. Going for a pick in the mid lane, a bit more flexibility, and a bit of movement, speed coming in from the jungle, presumably the jungle here with this Boxia, which means that they will most likely try and intervene in that gold lane matchup and ensure that Highs will get some success with that Bruno pick. And for Bigatron, they're going straight for the AoEs, man. The Yeeves, the Terizla. They're trying to secure a way to catch Rebellion when they're trying to outmaneuver and outrun them.
And now on the screen you see Vin. Vin stepping in once again in the roaming position, and Clay does actually have a few words for him. Vin, keep up the spirit. I know you really want to be a world champion. Keep pushing forward so we can make it to M5 together. Oh, that's pretty sweet, right? I mean, they were on the same team at one point in RQ for the longest of times. And finally, they're being placed in different teams, but you can see Clay still has that friendship and that care for Vin as he struggles and he fights for his life to stay in the tournament. You can see in the second phase, the Lancelot gets taken away from Bigatron, and Bigatron respond with a Diggy and an Angela.
Two support heroes that can elevate a carry in a Bruno. Once again, if the Bruno gets farmed, that's all he needs to do in the lane. He doesn't need to bully the Brody, doesn't need to win the lane. All he needs to do is farm up, wait for the Berserker Fury, wait for a BOD even, and then boom bang bada bing, you can carry the game. If you add the Diggy and the Angela, it helps him get to that point much faster. By the way, I have a comment as well. I mean, like, you're a very optimistic person, right? You read that comment, you're like, oh, so sweet. He's saying Vin wants to go to M5 with him. But that's, for me, I'm a pessimistic person, so I'll be like...
You think it's sarcasm?
No, I don't think it's sarcasm. I think it's like, yeah, we want to meet Vin in M5. We don't want Albert to go to M5 with Onyx. Oh, I don't know. Maybe, just a thought.
A bit vindictive.
Man, I didn't think about it that way.
Yeah, that is a fair point, though. That might be exactly what's the mindset behind it. Bigatron now, though, opting for a fighter instead of an assassin, despite seeing a very solid carry in the back line. I think they're relying more on the crowd control and maybe the playmaking from Narashi on this EXP lane. That is a bit more unpredictable. As you take a look at some stats from Narashi himself.
His accolades in the past, right? First place Piala Bung Karno Esports 2023. He was also third place at Kohai C Championship Season 1 and first place MLBB Competitive Series Season 3. So for those of you who aren't really familiar with who Narashi is, there you get a little bit of a taste as to what he's been able to accomplish so far. And he must be good, right? Replacing Sorizo here in their matchup against Rebellion Zion, but there was a little bit of an emote there by Arashi.
A bit of an emote? Well, not sure what you're referring
We're like,
to.
ooh.
Well, I went ooh because, of course, the Lapu has made an appearance, man. And of course, for Bigatron now, they went with the Franco for the last pick. So both teams are relying on that suppression. But I can't help but feel that Rebellion, they have a few more ways to play this around compared to Bigatron that's very combo reliant. But on the bright side, Bigatron have a lot of catch, man. Real world manipulation. They do have the penalty zone as well. A lot of slows, and I'm expecting a lot of rapid boots to counter that.
We've got some cardboard fans in the building, not figuratively, literally.
That is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Rebellion Zion fans, man, they never fail to disappoint. Always with a new gimmick each and every week. But let's hope here the team that they support can pull out something crazy, something new as well in terms of their contention.
Seems like there's no defensive mindedness right here, no purifies at all as we walk into the game.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn we go for game number 1 between the 5th and 6th place in the standings right now. Bigatron Alpha and Rebellion Zion.
All right, Bigatron Alpha this time with the Martis versus the Boxia. How's this matchup gonna go, Arashi? And even the Franco here, you're gonna lose out on that mid-prio.
I think in the long, drawn-out skirmish, the Martis will eventually get a bit of an advantage. When it comes to clear speed, man, this Boxia is just #1. Every time you use your first spell, right, it just resets again and again, and that is what you can abuse as he will get jumped on by 3 people.
Oh, that's a 3-man gang on to Vincent, now getting slowed down by Super Moreno. And Super Ken slices the Boxia down. That was a very greedy invade.
A bit too early as well for that to be happening, but for Bigatron, they really read the plays from Rebellion. So now, I think Rebellion has a bit of an idea of what to expect, especially now with Vin on the Franco, a bit of a signature pick against a Kaja. It's a bit of a tough matchup until later on in the game.
Wait, I just realized, taking a look at the emblems, right? Kaja, Audi TZ, very unique choice.
Brave Smite?
He's going with the Brave Smite, trying to be a bit more tanky. We saw that some players have been able to do so, but it is very difficult, especially with Super Ken being so aggressive.
It's a lot of damage already on Swaylo, forcing that flicker. Good move by Vin as well, just holding on to that flicker. But again, for both teams, they're just setting up for that neutral objective.
All right, we'll see here. First 2 minutes has elapsed. And we can see both teams are trying to get that level 4 as soon as possible here. I don't think Audi TC can be as aggressive as we usually expect him to be until he gets that level 4.
Here's one of the first chances for Cars to actually impact the fight. He has level 4, he might go for it.
Bravest fighter now by Cars. Look at damage coming down. Mortal Coil as well.
Oh!
Cars gets it with the Lapu flickers forward, slices Ken, and even Arashi will be taken out. That's a flicker Divine Judgment, bringing Super Vin back for the taking. The Blue Bulls with the charge of their Matador.
They're angry, man. They see red, and that's their sign to get aggressive. 3 members taken down for the price of none, and Rebellion Zion was still able to get the neutral objective.
They get the neutral objective, they get the kills, they get the purple buff as well.
Ooh.
A cascading failure for Bigatron Alpha. And now you can see the impact that the machine has on this game. As you take a look at the talent's prediction, only 1 red.
Only 1 red. Papulung versus the world.
You know, Mirko has a bit of an agenda right here. So we'll see if that really plays out the way he wants it. But man, Cars is just absolutely brutal right here. Narashi seems a bit lost on how to really match this kind of presence.
That's what I was so worried about. That's what I was so concerned about. Maybe a season ago, I would be like, maybe Bigatron Alpha has a chance in that EXP lane. But Cars has been amazing. His performance has been exceptional in that EXP lane. And I don't see Narashi being able to match it just yet.
Definitely not. Not yet, man. I mean, again, he's a rookie. He needs to just wait up a bit more. What do you think was wrong with that engage earlier?
I think it's the fact that they waited a bit too long for Cars to make an appearance, man. They were not ready for it at all, and their main jungler, the guy who was supposed to secure the neutral objective, gets chucked down. So I think they need to be a bit more calculative and use this Franco pick, because that is the main advantage they have. And if the front line isn't really winning out, this Kaja is going to be even more and more dangerous. So I think EXP and Rome, the frontliners from both teams, are the ones that really have a huge responsibility in this game of cat and mouse. Or robot and bull, technically.
Uh-oh, the top lane.
Divine Judgment pulling Vin away, and now he gets caught in the immobility field of the back part of the real world manipulation. Very, very interesting stuff there. Now Bravest Fighter, Super Ken gonna be melted down right now, but he's still able to find an opening, and he gets it. No! It's Swaylo! First it was the XP, now it's the mid! Car surviving, and that's a shield unity onto Shive, who's not gonna be able to run away for long. He flickers out though, and now Swaylo finishes him off! That's a bloody hunt, but he already got the kill. Moreno looking for one final hit. Narashi not connecting. Swaylo might be able to maneuver out of this. That's a flicker forward, and Moreno picks it up. Bigatron Alpha losing again.
That was so aggressive by Swaylo. Flicker forward, gets the kill, but he gets killed in return. Was that worth it?
I think it is, man. In the late game, the gold lane becomes more important. And while all that is happening, Heise has been just collecting gold in the bottom side of the map, unfazed by all the activity on the top side. So the fact that Swaylo trades his life in for the gold lane, putting CV even further behind, I think it's definitely a worthwhile trade-off. And it shows again that Swaylo, he has this more utility mindset still, even though he is still on the Valentina.
Still so aggressive though, right? I mean, like utility, you would facilitate your team, no? But here, he went in for the kill. It reminds me of Krite. It reminds me of Krite from EVO's Legends.
Maybe with a bit more calculative decision-making, though.
Hopefully.
And now, it's just going to be Heise using his balls to take that turret down in the bottom lane.
You have to wonder right now, what is Bigatron Alpha planning? Because this Bruno is just rolling out of control, man. farming up a storm, not taken out, and they're still way behind Narasi now.
That's a DPZ, a defensive penalty zone that doesn't get him anywhere. Vincent with the shields takes him out.
They're struggling. They can't match the movement speed and the aggression of this mid trio from Rebellion Zion, propelling them to a 4,000 gold lead. At this point, Bigatron Alpha, I feel like they were looking for a similar strategy, picking up the Martis here for Super Ken. But the fact is, he's 2 levels below Vincent, and now Rebellion Zion, they're trying to make things worse in this bottom lane. And Super Vin doesn't get it.
Man, they went for a bit of a cut there to isolate Bigatron Alpha from their own base, but Rebellion pulled back quite well. Now it's a 4v5 though, so Bigatron Alpha, they have to try and do something unless Rebellion goes for it.
If they win this again, it's Cars! How does he do it again? 2 retries, but the XP laner gets it. Meanwhile, up top, Highs again picks another tier 1 for free.
You can ask whether or not or how these players are able to get the turtle. It was Sway Low and then it was Cars. Another question is what's going on with the retribution? Reno!
Okay, gets caught in the worldie, gets kicked back to the real world manipulation. Turn apart memory onto Audi TZ, where he takes it up and the Brave Smite gets him a bit more HP to sustain.
It's a difficult situation for sure, man. They're losing everything in the jungle, in the lanes even, and they might get dove on. The iron hooks from Vin on this Franco has not been deterring Rebellion Zion at all. They know that, okay, you pull one of us in, every single one of us will follow. The only real exception is if he is able to land an iron hook onto Highs on that Bruno, and that is not happening. They are positioning way too cleanly for that to happen. And as the game progresses, man, as Bigatron Alpha loses vision and control in the jungle, it's going to be even more difficult for them to find any opportunity to try and turn this game around.
That's the crazy thing though, right, Arashi? Franco's hook. Franco on Vin. This was a Franco that was feared internationally. Respect band against RRQ when Vin was their roamer. And look at this performance now.
Bloody Hunt only onto Audi TZ. That's a penalty zone onto 2 in the back right now. Shiva's going to be targeted down. Finds a torn apart memory to get 1 kill back. Cars with the bravest fighter take Shiva down. And Narashi gets taken out by High. Super Ken waiting. Swalo flickers out to safety. No decimation chance for Super Ken.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
I mean, that's... The engage from Vin is what they required, but they need to go for specific targets. Yet Vin just went in, trying to find anything he could. And of course, Bigatron Alpha were able to secure a kill onto Audi TZ. But at what cost, man? They lost so many members, they lost full control right before the Lord has fallen, and Rebellion Zion will be able to get it with no problem at all. This is going from bad to worse for Bigatron Alpha.
So the question is now, is Rebellion Zion improving this much, or is this lineup just not working out for the Red Robots?
I think you have to land at the conclusion that this is a bit of both. Rebellion, we've seen, have improved so much. And I mean, in this game, you're seeing highlight moments.
Gold lead.
You're seeing highlight moments from Cars, from Sway Low, from Highs. Everyone's really doing crazy things. And on the flip side, Bigatron Alpha, they don't really have the same reliable players that they really have. They need to have, like Sorizo, for instance, or the other more veteran members. So now they're falling behind and they're losing control. And without experience, this is the worst spot you want to be in.
It's a very risky move to utilize a lineup, a new lineup, when your previous lineup has just found success, and Bigatron Alpha are really paying for it. Rebellion Zion completely controlling the game this time. You can even see the discipline come through. Highs picks up another turret for free. Up top is a tier 2 as they continue to build a slow push down below to maximize the Lord usage.
I'm actually curious to see how the items are going for Bigatron Alpha. Because there should be a sliver of opportunity that Bigatron Alpha can hold on to, right? It's not the end.
I think that's only going to come when Rebellion Zion overgroup and a big combo, a big penalty zone to a real-world manipulation gets landed. But no, Audi goes in.
Whoa, onto Super Vin, they get caught in the penalty zone, and the real-world manipulation does its work. Audi taken low, but in the back, the Rashi gets taken low as well. Forced to run away, Super Ken now marching forward. Not finding Cars as he's able to use the anti-CC in the Bravest Fighter to escape. It's still a 1-for-0
for the Blue Bulls.
1-0 for the Blue Bulls, but a 0-5-3 for Supervin on the Franco. He's constantly the target, that X factor that Bigatron Alpha has with the possibility of landing that, that 0.1% chance hook that can change the entire course of the game, just keeps getting denied away from them. He's been taken out 5 times this entire game.
Who does he even hook at this point?
Highs. It has to be highs with no Purify, man. If he can get that, that could be the one hook that really matters. But of course, Rebellion Zion won't let that happen without a fight. And in the previous fight, you really see the effect we were talking about recently, right? Having more than one ways to engage a fight. Bigatron Alpha, it seems like they're really waiting on Cars to once again start the huge moment, the huge highlight play. But before you know it, all the TZ goes in and you just get caught off guard. I was. And just like that, Bigatron Alpha now have so many things on their mind. They can't really focus down to really find these opportunities.
I guess technically, Narashi can still be that person to initiate, right? Can he create a counter engage when Audi TZ goes in?
I think he definitely can.
Oh! Whoa! Okay, Bloody Hunt locking Audi TZ down. The decimation does its work. There's one prime memory. Executes him. Narashi going to be stunned up. Cars, no Brave Spider. That might actually be the chance, an opening for Bigatron Alpha. So look for more. Iron Hook this time does not connect. Bigatron still trying to contest for the Lord. 3-level difference between the junglers.
Uh-oh. This is a man advantage for Bigatron Alpha, and it looks like they're continuing to open vision and create more space for themselves, but look at Cars go in.
Bravest Fighter, once again, the real world, the light is stolen away. That's a penalty zone onto the back. Narashi flickering back. Vincent dodging away from the Iron Hook. Highs! Amor forcing a defensive real world. He flickers forward, gets the kill! Highs! Once again with the help of the team, Bait Super Ken in, and he has turned the fight around. 4v5, no problem for the Blue Bulls.
What play was that by Highs? You would never expect that to ever work, and he gets out unscathed.
That is footwork you would expect to see in a soccer match, man. What was that?
Oh my god, football.
Messi or Neymar, technically, but what was that, dude? He just juked everything. And he made sure that he went for the right target, and Bigatron Alpha, you can tell they were just caught completely off guard. And now, whoa, that's a hook.
And a Bloody Hunt, and some turret damage, and a DPZ from the side of Sway Low, but it's still for the base turret. Traded in. Was it worth it? Shut down.
I think that wasn't very worth it at all, considering that it was not necessary. But it shows you again, the later the game goes, the more this Iron Hook has weight and has momentum. If Rebellion Zion don't really respect it, this could be disastrous. But with 17 seconds left on Cars right here, they might be forced to fight with the Lord without the machine to back them up. Looking at the items right here, Highs of course has so much sustainability, so much damage and penetration. On top of that, the Wind of Nature allows him to really bully Super Ken if he does try and go for some kind of zoning play. And along with that, Sway Low, man, he has a lot of damage right now, so he cannot be ignored in the middle of these fights. As the hook misses, this might be the chance for Rebellion.
You can see the Lord raise his trident. That's the charge to take the base turret down in the bottom lane. Retribution on the Super Ken, out it's easy! Flicker Divine Judgment, Narashi trying to save his jungler right now, but Bloody Hunt locks Vincent down to the back. That's him taken out, but only the immortality. The real world manipulation does its work. The execute is finally there. They've dealt with Rebellion Zion's frontliner. Now they have to deal with the rest.
If Bigatron Alpha continue to successfully defend in this way, and if they catch up in the late game, do they stand a chance against Rebellion Zion?
Well, here's the problem. If you look at the team composition, in the beginning, Bigatron Alpha has very much an early game competition. A Martis, a Yves technically, a Brody. Everything is geared towards pickouts in the early game. Rebellion have that Bruno, have that Valentina. So I think it's going to be a bit more difficult if Bigatron wants to play for time. They need to play for momentum. When they get a kill, they need to try and force more fights and cycle the death timers to go for a window where they can have more and more fights with a numbers advantage.
And I think they finally can actually do that, right? Because Shive, already has that BOD. Definitely a little bit more damage to work around when the pickoffs coming in from Supervin lands, and that should be a sure kill for them that they can definitely utilize.
Look at the damage dealt here. on top is actually Sway Low, man. You don't realize it, but the stolen real-world manipulations will do a lot of damage, especially because Bigatron Alpha all just move forward and dive through. But you can see now, even from our reactions here, the hooks, man, they're getting more and more intense. And I think Rebellion Zion, though, they could bait it. They can use it as a bait for a fight, but they're just sidestepping everything.
3 times, Audi TZ has dodged away, just, sidestepped the iron hook. He is a Franco main, so he knows exactly how long the range of that iron hook is, and he's just bullying Vin on this Kaja matchup against the Franco.
And he has wings.
Oh, that's true.
Well, I mean, you see those wings even matter as Bigatron Alpha. They're able to actually still get some ground, get some contest, and you can just tell that Rebellion Zion, they are very concerned. Where is the Franco? Where is the hook gonna come from? They see it now though. This might be the chance.
That's a window. An opening. Cars has the Twilight Armor, Flicker, Bloody Hunt now with the penalty zone as well. The damage coming in from Shive right now, this way low, turn of our memory as well. Melting them down, but Cars has used the Bravest Fighter, still has the Twilight Armor. Rebellion Zion have the advantage, and Bigatron Alpha respects that advantage. They move back, fall back, and they go back to their base to defend it.
It's crazy because Bigatron Alpha utilized every single resource that they had, and Rebellion Zion was still able to sustain through that damage. You can actually say that Bigatron Alpha, they're a very resource-based team in terms of their damage, right? Shive needs Torn Apart Memory, Super Moreno, Real World Manipulation. So when all these resources are utilized, that's like the window, the ticket for Rebellion Zion to push forward, and there we go.
Mistake from Narashi. They wanted to pull it up to the turret right now. The Torn Apart Memory is going to be used up. Top lane cleared out. Lord cleared out. Audi TZ walks a bit far into Bigatron's territory, but the robots have defended. Rebellion Zion with another siege, with another minion wave in the mid lane, coming down first. Super Ken walking up, getting pulled down by the Divine Judgment. Narashi with the penalty zone into the real world manipulation, but Cars as well goes into the Bravest Fighter, stuns 3 members. Narashi falling back with the damage reduction, but the penalty zone from Sway Low connects onto 3. That might be it. Heis finds a kill. Super Vin with the iron hook that does not connect, but Heis, he doesn't need to connect on the skill shots. That's a decimation though, and now it might be the reset. Super Ken looking for another. Vincent taking low. Sway Low in the back, getting a splash of damage one more time. Super Moreno clearing out the waves. Cars of the Bravest Fighter looking for the damage onto the base. Super Ken on the back, zoning Vincent away. Audi, Sway Low, and Cars. They'll do it. Game number 1.
Bigatron Alpha were defending for their lives there. Super Ken, a single man. He was holding the fate of his entire team on his shoulders. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, they were not able to defend.
They tried everything, but Rebellion, they're just crazy, man. They are levels to their gameplay right now. I don't know, man, the marksman with the smooth moves, the footwork, Cars stealing multiple neutral objectives and zoning members away. How is Rebellion able to get so damn good out of nowhere?
Exactly. That's why I asked you in the game, is this Rebellion Zion improving? Or is this lineup not working for Bigatron Alpha? Because you can even say Cars was a highlight. You could say Heis was a highlight. You can even say Sway Low had impeccable moments.
Had high moments?
Had high moments.
Sway high.
Sway high.
We might be seeing a name change later, but what we will not see is a roster change for Rebellion Zion. They finally found their full 5 members that can literally... Benkel Rebels, oh no! They're serving services for robots.
They're a repair service, man. It's the Rebel Garage. If you wanna change parts, you wanna fix malfunctions,
I gotta say,
they got it.
I gotta say, that was a horrible service for Rebellion Zion, right? You come in to try to fix your robot, and then they just charge through the robot, breaking it and destroying it.
I mean, you would expect that to actually happen in reality, right?
Yeah, robots versus
like
nature.
A robot
or against a bull
was against a bull. The bull would break the robot. Well, I guess it depends how strong the robot is. Like if it was a Transformers, then maybe.
It was a robot inside of a car. Cars.
Oh.
Wait. Huh? Wait, where's the robot inside the car?
Oh, sorry, it's a bull inside of the car.
It's a bull inside a car.
The bull has a car.
It's a bull driving a car. Yes. Not quite. Well, anyhow, we show that the the robots just could not stand up to the machine, man. He was doing so good, but once again, some shout out here for Highs on that Bruno, man. All the way in the late game, he was still doing so well, just sidestepping all the damage, maintaining distance despite the fact that the Franco, the Tarisla, the Martis, everyone was trying to get his legs, trying to clip the legs of the footballer, but he just came out no problem. But the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, that's gonna be Audi TZ on the Kaja. He has wings, Mirko. Like you mentioned.
He has wings. And I'm wondering whether or not he's bored up until this point, right? Always just consistently player of the game here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And in this particular match, in this particular game, we didn't even mention Audi TZ throughout the game. Because that's what you expect from him. That's the performance that we've come to know and love. The fact that he's always able to make things non-level, imbalanced for the opponents by taking them down one by one. His pickoff, his Kaja is a power.
I think what's special about Audi, of course, there's his instinct, knowing the Franco default blind hooks, sidestepping it again and again. There's also the fact that he really knows when to be aggressive and when to be passive with it, right? We saw that in the early game. He wasn't really doing anything too crazy, right? Just trying to play it calculative, defending his backline. But once there's an opportunity, you saw him just hop on that Divine Judgment and get that, that pickoff that's so value for a team that should be able to defend the high ground with the Brody and the Yi.
Did you see that earlier though, Rashi? Eterna, the highlights, pitch black. You know why? That's the POV of all of Audi's opponents.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
takes their vision away.
That's the robot cam after the Bulls were done with them.
Horrible service, man. 1 out of 5.
Awful.
You can't do that, man, to your customers. But 19-7. My God, I gotta give props to the Twilight armor from Cars, though. Takes a lot of the a lot of the kill threat away for when he dives.
I believe he built that third item latest. He built it very, very early. And there were so many things happening throughout the game. I just forgot about it, actually, as I was going to mention it. But of course, for Highs, he also wanted the Great Dragon Spear. And I think in the late game, when he was so slippery in the team fights, that is one of the main items that really allowed him to stay safe. And it's a great call from him to go for that item, even though he doesn't really have a Wind of Nature. He has an Immortal, but he doesn't really have a lot of other defensive items because he knows he can outmaneuver, just kite away from all these range, short teamfight heroes that Bigetron Alpha are trying to use to try and shut him down.
Whoa. Looking at the items here, man, I mean, to be completely honest with you, it's not like Bigetron Alpha made blunders in the itemization. It seems like for the items, it's just all pretty standard. I honestly feel it was the execution, man. It was so different. Rebellion, Zion were levels above this Bigetron Alpha roster. So, Etern has been asking the big question. I'll ask it again. Is it really the roster, or is it Rebellion just improving? See, that's a tough question.
Or is it just Bigetron Alpha?
Yeah,
declining.
So it's not just the roster change, but the existing members are also underperforming.
Well, I can say with complete confidence that Rebellion Zion for sure improved, right? If you showed me these highlights of this game, maybe in week 2, I'll say it's edited. There's no way. This is not how they're playing, right? Usually, they don't really rely on cars. They usually use Audi TZ, and that's about it, right? Oh, pickoffs, and then we win the game. Win early game, struggle in the late game. But look at this. Even in the late game, even against an 18-minute game against a Yves and a Brody, against a team as disciplined as Bigetron Alpha, they were still able to play it calm, collective, and even in the final fight where they did lose several members, they were still able to get a pretty decisive end to that game.
I agree with that, man. It's really good, but I just want to have to say, there was a missed opportunity there, Rashi. You said Yves and the Bruno. You could have said against a Yves and a Shive.
Oh! My mistake.
Right, Turner? My mistake. Yves, Shive.
Turner, comments, please.
Why am I here? That was an 18-minute game. I didn't realize. It was so quick.
So much action going on. So it really passes by that fast. Only one turret taken by Bigetron Alpha, man. This is a team that is usually well known for being able to just play macro, trade objectives, but Rebellion Zion just completely shut them down. And I'm wondering if there's a mistake here. Right? There's one turret for Bigatron, but 0 turret damage. Is it just all minions? Is that what it means?
Yeah. The minions dealt more damage to the turrets than the heroes in this game. They were not able to do anything to the turrets, even with a Brody, even with a Yive and a Shive.
Wait, so they didn't push for the turret at all?
They couldn't. They couldn't.
So it was literally just minions that pushed and was able to get them a turret.
Yeah, I think so. I think that is what the stats tell us. That's crazy.
It's so brutal.
Man.
That's basically saying the minions did more work objectively, yeah? Because even the turtles, all 3.
Exactly.
Wait, the jugglers did nothing.
They didn't get any turtles.
2 cars, 1 sway low. Vincent and Super Ken were on a vacation that game.
That's why I was like, how? What's up with the retribution?
It's all in the head.
Is it the refresh rates?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
the
true.
refresh rates?
Refresh rates.
Yeah.
But also, gotta use your head. And sometimes your shoulders. Both head and shoulders.
Retribution?
For retry.
You're right.
Because if you play without head and shoulders, you get dandruff all over your phone. Ugh. And then you'll cover up that retry bun, and then you can't use your shoulder to go, yeah, let's go, we won. That's always what you do when you win retry, right?
How big how much dandruff is on that button?
A lot.
It's gonna be a whole mountain full.
Rashi, that's everyone's POV if they don't use head and shoulders.
Exactly. So if you guys don't want that same problem, go ahead and check this out.
Whoa!
Even the bottle is aesthetic, right? Head and shoulders, Gatot Kacha, and be 100% confident because wet and itchy dandruff will be wiped out. You're not gonna use it?
Not now.
Why?
But do you use it?
Of course.
Okay, so I mean, I was curious. Why is your hair so good today? It's because head and shoulders.
Oh, such an obvious question, man. You asking. You
He doesn't want anyone else to get it. It's his, Eterna.
That makes sense.
It's a well-kept secret on the analyst segment, man. I mean, all the other analysts, they gotta maintain a cool head as well. You can't do that with dandruff.
That's why LaFell has bad hair. He doesn't have head and shoulders.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
He said it. Bro, not involved. No, because the next time he sees me, he's gonna bully me. I didn't say it. It wasn't me. You know.
But what is your returner?
What is me? I is awesome.
You are awesome.
I is awesome. I is Samsung.
Oh! And awesome is for everyone. You know why I got to see how I made the comment earlier is because I watched LaFell on the big screen on the Neo QLED. That's why I can see the intricate details.
Oh, what does it offer?
Well, Eterna, do you
there's
not
so
know?
many sizes. What do you...
85, 75, 50, and 43. Mine, personally, at home is a 43.
I think usually the go-to...
Is it too big?
No,
How big is it?
I don't know, man.
43 is pretty big, but I mean, it depends. If you have a home theater, might as well go for like an 80 or 75. But if you just want to use it in your room, 43, 50 works.
Well, a rule of thumb I always hear is bigger is always better.
Bigger is always better. And so size does matter then.
Size absolutely matters, man. But how you use it also.
That's against what LaFell says usually on his podcast.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
He says size doesn't matter. It's
So he doesn't. So he has a small TV.
Well, 43 inch isn't small.
That's true. 43 inch is pretty big. It's like.
It's a big TV. Wait,
It
the
is.
TV right in front of us is 43 inch.
Oh, this is. Yeah. Oh, it's huge.
That's a Samsung QLED for you.
Damn, it's pretty. But anyway, I got a fun fact for you guys.
Okay.
So the last time that both of these teams met, Bigatron and Rebellion Zion, it was 2-0 for Bigatron.
Okay.
And another fun fact is, guess who got POTG 2 times in a row and eventually got the POTM as well?
Sorizo?
Sorizo.
Let me look back real quick to see who is playing. They didn't make a swap. It's still Narashi. It's still the roster that we saw earlier. Vin as well. Wait. Sheffin, is he in the building?
I think it depends, man.
I can hear him kind of screaming somewhere.
Screaming?
I think he might be. It's really crowded, so we're not really sure, but I can hear him screaming somewhere. Let's take a look if we can see that. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you can get with Head and Shoulders. Beautiful hair, thick, luscious, just beautiful all around.
Absolutely.
That has to be what like Shevin keeps staring at, right?
Yeah.
Good hair makes a difference, man. You know, some people think it's all, it looks are everything, but the hair plays a huge role in determining that as well. So we'll see, man. What will determine the gameplay for both these teams? Because I think Big and Alpha has tried a more calm approach, right? A more slow-paced approach. I think now they should change it up, sort of.
Who's this?
Fala. Oh, sorry, Chive.
This is Chive?
Yeah.
He looks like CW.
Come on. Everyone.
Like the hair and the glasses.
Oh, he's a gamer with glasses. He's CW.
No, I mean like even their face shape is similar. He looks like CW.
If you put glasses on Audi, maybe he will look like CW.
No, it's different.
No, way. I agree, because even his role is different. At least Shiva and CW share a lane for Audi. Top hero picks. Maybe he looks like Vin, because he plays like Vin on the Franco. Well, actually, no, he was a better Franco this season. Take a look at his pick. Number 1, Franco. 6 games, 83% win rate. I can't even get that in my rankings.
That is crazy, man. 80% is absurdly
Don't look at
high.
the other 2 heroes, though, like the win rates.
40%, 25%.
I said don't look at it.
Oh, my bad. I misheard you.
Wait, so how many times has he used the Kaja?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right. I thought the Kaja would be up here as well. Right? But I guess he's not about that life, man. But what he is about is all those engages. So the Franco, I guess it was taken from Bigatron last pick though. So this is one of the rare cases where we see that the Kaja is actually picked first over the Franco for Rebellion.
Man, what does Vin need to do to get back in form, Arashi? Because it almost feels like Season 9 Vin was a different player entirely, right? When you get him on the Franco, it's 100% almost guaranteed that he'll get a victory, even against Onyx. Landing hooks onto CW. Whenever he uses like even a hero like a Claude, very, very easy to pick. But now the Franco almost seems like it's not his power pick anymore.
I think it's a matchup situation here. Against other teams, maybe it would be more effective. Against Audi, maybe that is the main problem right here. Or maybe overall, Rebellion also understands that it's a threat and they have prepared countermeasures in how they move and how they operate to ensure that Vin has the least amount of success possible. As we go into drafting phase of game number 2, man, let's see if there's a difference, because for now, for Rebellion, it's the exact same thing. They have a lot of respect for Super Ken.
Let's see, has anything changed? Paquito, Fredrin. Oh, Edith. Edith is now open as Bigatron Alpha respect ban Valentina away from Sway Low. So will Rebellion Zion actually prioritize this, or will they go for the Bruno first pick once again?
I think Bruno is still too expensive to let go here. Yes, the Edith is great, and we know Audi Teasy back when he was in MDL Bigatron Beta. He was one of the pioneers of the Edith roam. Before it was meta, he made it cool.
Among the planes
What? Wait, no Bruno, no Edith, it's Yve.
That's a power pick. It's a signature pick.
Sway
low.
Slow.
Sway slow.
He's about to break it down. But for Bigatron, are they going to go for... I wonder what's the idea here. Oh, let go of the Bruno because we're going to zone him with the real-world manipulation? I mean, Bigatron tried to do that earlier, and it didn't work out, so is Rebellion just trying to make a statement right here?
It's a Bruno pick as well for Bigatron Alpha. Do they want to go for the Edith, the hero that they let go? Was it worthy of a ban in game number 1? We'll have to see it, but maybe on Key, we were able to see a really good Edith in the roam. Will Vin be able to pull it off?
We'll have to see, man. It might be flex over as well, because keep in mind, we don't really know a lot about Narashi right here, but turns out the Tarizla, they're still going for this team fight composition. Against a Brody though, Rebellion, what will Heis be playing on? Because this, I feel like Heis is one of the most drastic shoot-ups in performance, man. Because usually, when the game is won, he does flashy things. But now, even when the game is losing, when they're losing in the game, when they're even in a game, you see that Heis still does some crazy things.
It could just be the Brody, right? Brody still opened up. There's definitely a chance that they can utilize that against the Bruno. They go for Baxia. So they still want to go for that early game aggression, fast rotations, good mid trio, and the Iridel, like you mentioned.
Yeah, a bit safer, and it's, well, I wouldn't say actually it's a bit safer, but it is a hero that Heise is more comfortable with compared to the Brody, and it's a Lancelot for Super Ken, so more in line with what he usually does. The Martis was a strange pick, I'll be honest with you.
I was just about to say, man, we don't usually see him on a lot of fighters, Super Ken. Usually his signature playstyle is always those assassins, those high mechanics. So maybe with this Lancelot pick, he will be able to get more reliable retributions, because if Cars is able to steal it again and again, that's definitely a big problem. For Bigatron though, they're banning away the Arlott and the Kaja, so the Lapu is still available for Rebellion.
And other than that, here we do have a comment from Audi TZ, our POTG from game number 1. What's the key to RBL's victory? We are just stronger. That's why we can win.
We're just better. We're just built different.
Bigger, better,
faster,
stronger.
All right. First pick.
I think you were too young.
Yeah, do you not understand that reference?
You know, you understand that reference, right?
Bigatron with first pick in red side.
he's
Gord
changing the
banned
topic.
out by Rebellion Zion, respecting Super Moreno. No Mystic gushing this game.
So what does that leave him? What can he utilize in the mid lane? Does he go for Lilia?
Ooh, Lilia is actually a viable option to go for against a Yi if you want to control the wave. Lilia's a great choice, and they know it. 75% win rate, 4 times picked up. Maths means only 1 loss.
I was just about to say, like, oh, turns out, surprise, surprise, Turbizla mid. But turns out that's not the case, man.
This ain't Rebellion.
It truly isn't, but what will Rebellion Zion utilize to secure the next 2 picks? They're still lacking a roamer, and they're still lacking an EXP laner. Do you think Xborg might show up here?
Oh,
maybe
good
the Franco.
Oh,
Lapu again.
Lapu and Franco, that is a pretty disgusting combination, man. Everyone getting zoned away by the British fighter, and then the Iron Hook lands as well. Oof. We'll have to see. I think the Lapu makes sense, but for Audi, man, just don't know. Is the Edith still in play?
Oh, right, there you go. Right on cue, Edith.
Oh no, it's
Angela.
Oh,
it's EXP.
It's Edith EXP, Mirko's favorite.
Hey, Fredrin XP is my favorite, remember? Angela on Audi TZ. I'm not too sure about this. It is great, I would say, because of the Baxia pick, right? This Baxia is going to be really hard to kill, or if he gets a lead in the early game, I would say even impossible to kill. A Brock in the XP. Narashi going with Cerezo's comfort pick. Let's see how... Oh no, it's Vin. I forgot. Perizla in the XP. So Vin is the one on that Grok. What do you think?
This is a bit dangerous, man. The Grok is great against single instances of crowd control, but against a Baxia, it just sticks on you, especially with the Angela. It's going to be so difficult. And even if Bigatron does take down the hard-guarded Baxia, that means there's a lot of space for this Edith to just hit with that power of nature. That's danger.
That's danger.
Rebellion say, that's not danger. I'm the danger.
Oh.
They are the one who knocks.
They're the ones who can take Bigatron Alpha's playoff spot away.
That's danger.
Well, looking at the battle spells, a Purify for high, so he is a bit concerned still for the massive instances of crowd control. But for Super Moreno, it's going to be a sprint, trying to be fast with those happy feet.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, how this is going to come out. What are the results that we are going to be given here as we enter the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between the Blue Bulls and the Red Robots?
Early lead share from Shive on that Bruno. Also, trying to give this Bruno a bit better of a laning phase. Vin has gone for the barrier, first skill, to delay the minions from reaching their lanes.
I'm a bit concerned about the EXP lane matchup, because I think Mirko is very vocal about the Edith, really not really doing as well, not really getting a lot of benefit, staying static in that EXP lane, and you're really seeing it right now. Narashi moving around, trying to get something, play for the Litho.
Oh, good retry by Vincent. It's just a clean drive-by as he takes it away.
It's a wise move.
That's the speed.
Literally.
It's the boxer speed, man.
It's a signature wise move, but wait a minute, in the mid lane?
Some poke going down. This is what you can expect, that ultimate healing. Super Van won't really be able to threaten any of these players up until he gets level 4. But even then, The kill threat will kind of... Oh, talent prediction, same exact talent prediction. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Papulung, the lone wolf, nothing has changed. But let's go back to that EXP lane, right? Technically, does Kars have an advantage after level 4 against the Charizla?
I think in the laning phase, he definitely gets a bit more benefit, a bit more value right there, because he will have more damage. Whereas the penalty zone, it's a bit more of a utility tool. So we'll see how that plays out. Maybe Pikachu and Alpha will try and get something, get more of a team fight before that even becomes a factor. But you can see that Vincent is just having free reign right here. No real danger targeted towards him from everyone else from the side of Pikachu and Alpha.
But at this point, both of these junglers are still with the same EXP. So we can expect Super Ken to look for something crazy, but here we go.
Onward, Earth Shatter, dodged away from by the Thorn Rolls. Vincent pops the Poisons, gets caught in the penalty zone right now. Retry battle! And it's Vincent, despite the phantom execution, gets out the Poisons, baits Narashi in for the Primal Wrath of Kars to deal the damage, enough to take him down. And Audi now just tying Vin up.
That's the level advantage, man. Vincent, actually, he might not even have a level advantage. It's just Boxia diff. So much damage, so much tankiness. And on that note, man, I think Rebellion Zion, they have a proper winning plan here. They can't just wait for a big engage, out-sustain through, they can just out-sustain Pikachu and Alpha, force a big engage, and then kite back from it because they have so much frontline pressure.
They were the same level though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
That's so crazy. And here it is, Rebellion Zion, utilizing that previous advantage to go even more aggressive.
Oh! Vincent gets it again. 2 Retry wins in a minute. Vincent using the shield. Super Ken recalls. And I think it's no longer just the Boxia diff, Arashi. It might just be a Retry diff. Kars up top, 1v1. Oh, walking him down. One more basic attack. Oh no, the robot comes back. And Kars is unable to finish Narashi off.
That's what I was expecting, right? Because pre-level 4, Narashi on the Charizla can still weave in and weave out with his... Oh man, no way!
Now
Super
you see
Moreno.
him. Now you don't. No black shoes allowed here. We take our shoes off in Indonesia. But wow, now Audi TZ, he's just walking forward on a quote-unquote squishy support hero.
He is.
Fun fact about the shoes? Yeah. Yeah, okay.
like nowhere else in the world takes off their shoes.
No.
It's just permanently on.
100%. I'm just saying in Indonesia we do that. I'm not saying anyone everywhere else they don't. But man, Rebellion, they have so many ways now to just stay in the front. And Pikachu and Alpha, they're stuck wondering how to really counter this, because if they just try and burst down the main guy, the hard guard just stops that in its tracks.
Another fun fact would be we have too many cars in Indonesia, and Pikachu's definitely suffering from that. They're getting cars all over their face. In front again, trying to zone Super Vin. Super Ken jumps in with a puncture. Kars with the Earth Shatter. Vincent dodge away from the penalty zone. It's a retribution won by Super Ken. Kars pops into penalty, or the Primal Wrath rather, and Vincent jumps in with a shield unity. Super Moreno forced to use the black shoes, and it's a real world manipulation. What? Point blank.
He gets caught out, and that's him being traded out, and Super Ken doesn't even secure his orange buff. That's a Grand Theft Orange.
By a little girl. Audi TZ on the Angela.
That's a painful result, man. Super Ken, he's pressured. Now he's gonna lose his purple buff as well.
It's not. It's a horrible day to be Super Ken. Losing it out everywhere on the map.
Man, we thought he was Super Ken. He's just Ken.
Oh. He's just Ken.
Where he sees love, they see a friend, and like, wow.
Gotta try to look over the 10 and see the 10 on a 10.
Mm-hmm.
I can't rhyme. Don't expect things from me, all right?
Let's take a look at the gold differences by UBS
that.
Gold and move on from the rhymes, man. Look at this. Highs, not too far different than Sive though, so there is still hope for Pikachu and Alpha to come back here. The real difference is with Vincent and Super Ken. That is pretty massive, if I do say so myself. It's not just average.
And it's so weird because we're not used to seeing this again. Super Ken is usually the 1, 2, 3 levels above his... Oh, Vincent getting caught. Oh, he's still able to get out. But back to that point, right? Super Ken is usually 2, 3 levels above the enemy jungler. But this time, it's Vincent that has a 2-level advantage. As I think he wants to rub it even worse. The salt into the wound. Super Ken.
Oh no. Okay. If Vincent wins that again, then it's emotional damage.
Yeah.
Fortunately for him, he does get the orange buff for the first time in a long time, but now no retribution for the turtle. It's just all according to plan for Rebellion. As you can see, Super Ken nowhere in position. They might just rush it down.
No purple buff yet. He finally gets it, but it's a bit too late for the fight already now. Super Moreno forcing the black shoes. Narashi getting melted down. Super Vin with a wild charge onto 2. Now with the Worldie as well. It bounces back and forth. Cars 1 HP gets out. Super Ken with a puncher. Vincent getting melted down. That's a perfect execution to the back from Super Ken, but he will get executed as well.
What was that? How did Cars survive throughout all that? How was he able to deal that much damage, survive and live to tell the tale as little girl, she's looking for more.
Oh, Flicker is out. She was looking for more, no longer. Shive really was able to zone Audi away with that damage.
3,400 gold lead now for the Blue Bulls as they look to take advantage of this bottom lane. And meanwhile, High's just farming up a storm, remaining untouched. A level above Shive on the Bruno.
I think this is the plan for Rebellion Zion though. We play for team fights for neutral objectives because you can see that before a big fight breaks out, it's all about denying the jungle. Rebellion Zion, they are not wasting a lot of time at all pushing these lanes in. And Big and Alpha, they're tunneling I think a bit too hard on protecting their structures that they are essentially sacrificing Super Ken. And you can see that it's really paying off. So for Bigatron, once it comes to the Lord being contested, they're going to be pressured even more than before. And they have to try and find a solution here. Because the reason why Cars was able to be so effective in that fight is was he took a lot of damage, and when Narashi went in to secure the kill with the penalty zone, he flickered sideways and then just kind of healed up with the Primal Wrath and dealt a lot of damage. So Bigatron Alpha cannot afford to deal with both an Irithel and a Primal Wrath Edith.
They need to figure it out though, Arashi, right? I mean, can you imagine getting 2-0'd by Rebellion Zion? Like literally the opposite effect from what we saw from leg number 1. And that's a really far fall for Bigatron Alpha, being a representative at ISF and all in between, but look at this.
Oh no, Cars just took it like a man, Primal Wrath. And the hard guard wasn't even used. Vincent goes in, Flicker forward from Cars, forcing a Flicker from Shiva. Now it's penalty zones to lock Cars away. Still able to onward out, but the wall stops them in their tracks. Bigatron Alpha find 1.
So he just says, "You shall not pass," and bears him away. Now without Cars available for 18 seconds, will Bigatron Alpha force a fight? Because even if Cars is not on the table, everyone else is still pretty far ahead. Vincent is definitely looking for a chance to swing the game in his balance yet again.
Okay, little by little, they're poking Vincent down. They still have sustain. BTR taking it slow this time. They have an advantage, but not for long. Cars is already back up.
Lilia's starting to hurt though, right? Vincent is just the brunt, the receiver of all this damage.
Oh! Vincent! What the heck? Dirty! The drive-by, and now even Highs on the Tiger gets a kill onto Super Vin. Vincent.
So unfortunate for Bigatron Alpha. They did everything right. They were able to get that man advantage. They were able to have a little bit more space.
Oh no.
Not again! Is that the... Oh man, Vincent was able to steal the purple buff away from Super Ken. The damage just stacking like dominoes here for Bigatron Alpha.
Should have said violin for Super Ken right now, as Rebellion now with the Lord coming in. They have a very solid team fight composition, and they do have long range with Swalo on that Eve as well. This might be their chance to just go for a long siege and force Bigatron Alpha to let go of base turrets or fight out and sacrifice some members.
And now what did Bigatron Alpha do? It's only the first Lord, but they're behind by so much. Trying to defend. Superman looking for an engage on this Grok, but gets poked down instead by Highs Amor. Meanwhile, Vincent versus Super Ken. Phantom execution defensively. It's a 1v1, and Vincent just goes for the farm instead. He says, the farm is more important.
And Super Ken forced to recall here, but Sway Low.
Real world manipulation. Well, Super Moreno forced to use the black shoes, and Narashi jumps in desperation. Swalo gets the kill back, able to flicker out. Now Super Ken bobbing and weaving with a puncture. No minions necessary. Hai just takes it down with the help of his frontliners.
Vincent just stood there, tanking the turrets menacingly. And look at the items right here, man. The warrior boots for Sway Low to deal with the diving physical damage heroes. An ice cream's one, no glowing one necessary. We want Holy Crystal, we're looking for Burst. And you can see that that was what forced Super Moreno to go and use his black shoes early.
Oh my.
Once again, Super Ken gets denied.
How many times? Eterna, how many times? Did you count?
Yeah, around like 28?
Okay, come on. Whoa. Come on, man. 28? You don't even have 28
count.
kills in this game.
It has to be at least 6 though, at least, right? Man, that is tough. We're at 12 minutes and he is still level 13, man.
How is he not tilting at this point, right? Is he tilting? Do you think Super Ken is tilting now?
So far, we haven't seen a massive blunder just yet, but as the pressure mounts up for Bigatron Alpha, we might see it soon. Here's a damage dealt chart by, well, by the assets.
By MPL.
By MPL. And Sway Low, he is all the way up there because of the zoning.
Look at Super Ken! He's below the edge, below everyone! He was the second least damage.
He's not allowed to play at all.
Jeez.
And curiously enough, I think higher up than Haizamore is actually Cars. He is performing as a DPS role, and that is going to allow Highs to actually maneuver around more freely because they will definitely be having a lot of attention onto this Edith.
There's definitely a lot more targets that they need to work with, right? And you can see here now the Lord Dance starting to begin. Both these teams are tangoing with one another.
Ooh.
But the problem is, oh, there you go, that's the problem.
Superbrain gets melted down. Power Nature doesn't save him. Oh my god, Highs, what? Jumps in with a hard guard, now saving him. He gets out of the penalty zone, kiting the world. Shive gets taken out. It's a double. Looking for a triple. Running Narashi down. That might be it. No. Audi, you had to do it. What? The one retry victory. It's Super Ken with the Lord Steal.
He gets the Lord against all odds. 3 members, his 3 friends were taken out, but still Super Ken was able to delay the inevitable. Let's see if it can count as, look at this, the 5-man from Rebellion Zion. They're looking to take down the Lord right at the base of Bigatron Alpha.
Let's see how they utilize the Lord. I don't think they can utilize it much, only to defend and to prolong this game. Superfan respawns, tries to escort the Lord, but it's in vain. There's no way they can keep that Lord alive.
All the members from Rebellion try to recover. Superfan caught quite alone right here. Fortunately for Bigatron, that steal, quote-unquote, has given him some time. But if you look at that fight, man, I think it began with Super Ken literally just ignoring the rest of his team getting jumped on, focusing on the Lord. We saw Vincent right next to him, probably attempting to steal the Lord from him, catching him off guard. But Super Ken once again delivers after we've questioned his mental state. And I think now it's getting a bit closer when it comes to the gold difference. And Bigatron Alpha can start mounting a bit of a comeback. Because Super Moreno, the more items he gets, he is still serving as more of a DPS in AoE fashion compared to Sway Low.
Is he on the way to Genius Wand or Glowing Wand? Super Moreno.
I would assume it's glowing against a Baxia, an Edith as well.
All right, yeah. Because if he goes in for that Glowing Wand, I do believe that's a lot more value. Because even pre-Glowing Wand, you can already start to feel Vincent getting pressured, especially during neutral objective takes. Definitely can be utilized by Bigatron Alpha in these team fights. But again, Super Vin, is he going to get caught out again?
Oh, it looks like it, man. He might have to use the wild charge here. No, he uses it offensively, flickers to the other side, goes for the conceal. A subversion of expectations, and it actually worked out for Super Vin.
Great play right there, but hiding in the back there for a flank, I think has value only if your team is ready to capitalize. He was a bit disconnected from his team right there. So Rebellion, even though they're surprised, even though the wild charge does land on multiple people, nothing much comes out of it. And I think Rebellion are playing that disciplined game. They're still relying on the Lord to really force Bigatron Alpha to play their hand.
Yeah, looks like they don't want to force anything just yet. Despite them holding on to the 6,500 gold lead. That has shrunk quite a bit as long as this game continues. But again, Bigatron Alpha, they're being completely suffocated The waves being frozen, forcing Bigatron Alpha out of their base. Rebellion Zion, they go back, and again, it looks like they're looking for just the neutral objective. They don't want to push on to anything insane or anything crazy.
For Bigatron Alpha, with 3 members still level 13 right now, they're really losing out in EXP, in the power, the base power of their skills and spells. So for now, they are at a disadvantage, but Sive already has the Great Dragon Spear, so he can make the kiting plays, but I think against a Boxia, against an Angela, it's going to be a bit too difficult. So once again, I think as long as Rebellion does not group up together for the AoE from Super Marino, this could still be a very decisive fight for Rebellion.
Suelo's the biggest threat for Sive. The team needs to open up in a way where Suelo cannot use that RWM on him. Oh, Power of Nature, Cars, already with Earth Shatter. Both teams still playing it safe onward. On the Super Vid, now it's going to be Super Ken jumping into the Lord. Shive granted some space. Cars now into real world inflation, baited out already. Super Ken versus Vincent right now. The retreat goes to Super Ken. Narashi in the front. Bigatron will sacrifice Narashi for the Lord.
That's not really ideal for Rebellion. They got the Lord a bit too low that Bigatron Alpha thought that they could pull the trigger. Trading that massive utility in the late game for a single member, not exactly ideal, but let's see if they can force something else with the man advantage. Maybe go for a pickoff and cycle the death timers, going for constant 5v4s.
This is it. This is the final push in for Rebellion Zion. Despite Bigatron Alpha being able to get this Lord, can they prolong the inevitable here? And it looks like they can. Rebellion Zion forced to retreat, forced to deal with this Lord first as Super Ken looking for an aggressive play.
Oh. Wild Charge Flicker, Suelo going to be assassinated in the back right now. The Hard Guard comes in out to Highs, not onto Suelo, but it is a trade. A jungler for the mid laner right now as Highs deals the damage onto the back. So Moreno already using the Black Shields, getting chased down. One more shot, doesn't get it. Shive, with the help of the Conceal, tries to go for an aggressive maneuver. The Lord will charge up and find a turret up top. No, Vincent stops it in its tracks, and Cars shatters the ground to take it out.
Bigatron Alpha, man, finding ways, the blind spots of the Bulls with their mobility. This is what Super Ken does best. With both Suelo and Super Ken unavailable, it does seem like Bigatron Alpha has more of a value when it comes to the team fight prowess. So maybe this is going to be the key to winning the next team fight as we take a look at the instant replay. So with Suelo just mispositioning, then flickering over the wall, getting chased down by Super Ken. The Hard Guard, unfortunately, does not really get put on him. I'm not sure if that is by design or not. But Rebellion, despite their best efforts, were unable to secure anything more after that, which would have made it a lot more worth it. Now it's all back to waiting for the Lord. And with the base turrets down for Bigatron Alpha, Rebellion still has a bit of a advantage right here, but they really need to start using it more.
In the grand scheme of things, if Super Ken goes in for the kill onto Suelo, who we understand is the biggest issue for Shive, is it worth?
I think it's definitely worth it, especially with the difference in damage output in the fight, but seems like Super Ken, once again, slides out of danger. No issue at all, calm, cool, calculated, and now Suelo might be the target.
Suelo able to cut away. Ooh, good usage of the choke point there to slow Bigatron down. 3 members got caught on the Ice Queen wand. Sway slow.
Fancy feat.
I do wonder right now if Suelo is trying to consider shifting the builds a bit, considering that the front lines of Bigatron Alpha are starting to be even stronger, and I believe Super Ken is still on a utility Lancelot build as well. Something like a glowing wand, or if on a synergy, maybe a genius wand to try and boost Cars' damage as well, could really be beneficial in a teamfight setting. But with the waves pushing by default for Rebellion, can they once again, I don't know, just bait Bigatron Alpha and allow a more guaranteed result rather than a 50-50?
That's definitely the question here. All resources are up, so we can expect either Super Ken to position aggressively onto Suelo, or Supervin finding a proper engage onto Rebellion Zion here. But that Lord is already at half health. Super Ken's able to bait it out and actually reset it. And the tension is just building between these two teams.
Look at the wave on the top side now. Sive is moving towards it. This could be the opportunity that Rebellion is waiting for. They jump on it.
They know it's a green light. no marksman. That means they will lose out in a team fight. That's why Rebellion squared up. Super Cat, a puncture to dodge away from the Earth Shatter, but not from the onward. Defensive, Thorn Rose and a Phantom Execution. Cars gets caught in the wild charge, now melted down by Super Moreno, who's caught in the real world manipulation. Able to back up with the Black Shoes. Shive is back. Minuwave up top. Still held down. Cars recalling. Highs already having the hard guard on him. Jumping on the Super Ken, dealing some damage. Phantom Execution used up. They want to force it. They want to go for it. Narashi gets melted down. Super Ken! He finds it! The retribution is on point! They need to back away. Highs getting gunned down right there. Shive needs one more shot, but he decides to back away. The Evolved Lord has been cleared out. It's up for Bigatron Alpha. 2 for 0 though was the trade in kills.
Again and again and again, Super Ken against all odds being able to secure that retribution in favor for his team. Just really prolonging their lives here in game number 2. And it would have been a disaster if they weren't able to secure that. How in the world is he still able to do this?
That was crazy, man. I thought that there's no way Super Ken was gonna get it there with Highs just trying to shut him down. But he somehow avoids death, gets the Lord, and now only 10 seconds left before they're up. Seems like the bottom turret will finally fall, but Bigatron Alpha has once again successfully stalled this game.
So that makes it 3 Lords, right? 3 Lords that he has stolen away from Rebellion Zion.
There was a possibility that Rebellion could have really went for a 5v3 team fight in the mid lane instead of going for the Lord, but that is a bit of a gamble for sure. Now, at 23 minutes, the items are looking quite complete for everyone involved. Even the Angela, one more item left for ODTZ, and Sway Low now with the glowing one. This means that the Lord Dance scenarios where they're just looking at each other is going to be more difficult for Bigatron because the burn is going to be a lot more difficult to deal with.
Where's Angela heading here? Do you think she's... What's her next item there? The last item.
Well, it could be a glowing wand, which would be a bit peculiar.
Right? Is that not a weird thing?
Glowing wand. There you go.
So why glowing wand?
They just want more damage. You can see that they're struggling to take on Super Ken, struggling to try and really be a big threat towards Super Vin and Narashi without some really solid, long-distance, reliable crowd control. So going for a bit more damage, just for extra threat. And of course, the magic power from the glowing one will improve the healing as well. The damage don't charge though, it's all Super Marino right here. Sive, less damage than ODTZ on the Angela. This is how behind Bigatron Alpha is.
That's so broken.
It's just Super Ken keeping them in the game with these steals, man. How long can they keep this up?
If this is the only way they get back in the game, then I honestly feel like it's inevitable, right? Rebellion Zion, there's going to be one moment where they trade kills for the Lord, but the death timers are too long. So Rebellion can just end the game.
What do you do? I'm thinking really hard. Oh no, not again.
Power of Nature, still able to escape there. Luckily, Rebellion Zion, luckily for Bigatron Alpha, Rebellion Zion did not calculate the way they wanted to go for the CC. They didn't try to punish that Power of Nature. Moreno now has an Immortality, so basically 2 additional health bars. The Black Shoes and the Immortality now.
A little bit more safe to sustain her through these team fights. That is going to be very important, but up until this point, Bigatron Alpha has not been able to successfully take down Sway Low and give Shive the space for him to deal out the damage. Sure, he's picked up a BOD, but what does that BOD mean if he can't even get close or get in range to deal the damage he was built for?
You almost wonder if it's better for him to just go for more sustainability so that he can at least take more risks in the middle of these team fights. It looks like Highs, he has a plan right here. We've seen Watt do crazy things, flanks with the Irithel before. Rebellion Zion, they might be sick of going for the front to back. They might go for the dives instead.
Oh, some good damage there. You see that damage only from one of the empowered basic attacks from Shive, and Cars gets taken out that much. They still have the healing though, so it's no problem for Rebellion Zion. Super Ken getting chunked quite low. Punctures onto the Lord. Narashi trying to zone Rebellion Zion away. Sway Low, put some damage back on. Onward Earth Shatter, connecting on the Narashi. The penalty zone canceled away right now. Super Ken versus Vincent. That's a brilliant wild charge to cancel it out. One member down. Bigatron running for the hills. Highs is chasing them down. Super Ken gets the puncture. Super Moreno able to zone Highs down. Vin gets caught. Sway Low finds his position. Cars is here as well. bit. Flickers out, trying to buy some time. Power of nature as well. Vincent now the shield unity. Beautiful timing, but it's not timed perfectly enough. Still a kill though. And Superman sells the immortality, so he wants to save that for later.
70 seconds in Supervin right here. No front line, no big counter engage. Wicked and Alpha, I don't get how they're able to force Rebellion Zion's hand, considering that Rebellion are the ones who have all the macro control. But like you mentioned, Mirko, the longer the game goes, the more that this strategy of trading 1 or 2 members for the Lord will not work. And look at the difference in damage now with more items available to Rebellion Zion. They're going to be pushing. There's going to be a fight in the base without Supervin. And that might be the end of it.
Actually might be 10 seconds on Arashi. Rebellion can try to stagger. Oh, what a play from Cars! Earthshatter Flicker finds it. Supercan cutting the waves. Now this might be the last hope. He's doing everything he can, even the retribution. Earthshatter again from Cars. Then Arashi is respawned back up. Super Moreno dealing damage. Sway low, one final hit. The winner Truncheon buys him some time, but it's all inevitable. Super Ken, the only member left standing, and the Bulls will charge through. The Red Robots, clean sweep.
They clean sweep our Indonesian representatives at ISF, our runner-ups at SPS.
Man.
The team that every single person in the MLBB scene to say was the strongest. The top 2 with Onyx. The top 2 favorites to win MPL ID Season 12. That's Rebellion Zion. Winning, pushing Bigatron Alpha further and further down, possibly closer to the red zone. How? This is a team that didn't even make it to playoffs last season.
Well, they're back with a vengeance, and they're back with a machine.
There's only one change that Rebellion made from seasons 11 to 12. Audi TZ in. And he activated the team. It seems like, again, to get the team of this caliber, you need a leader. You need someone to elevate the rest. And that person was Audi. With his entrance in this team, he made a group of normal players, mediocre players even, superstars.
Let's not forget the rest of the team just stepping up, man. Swalo with the utility, with the damage. Vincent, right, giving Super Ken a run for his money. And of course, like we mentioned, man, the man of the hour that has been talked about for so much. That Edith in the last game was something else, man. It was doing so many things. You know, it's a good performance when you do your job. It's an even better performance when things that are not your responsibility are still done by you.
And with that, let's take to the interview with our victors, Rebellion Zion.
Rebel Squad! Semuanya bersorak-sorai untuk kemenangan 2-0, semakin mendekat dengan chance ke playoff semakin besar lagi dengan 2-0 ini. Tapi ada yang menarik pastinya Budek Orang Monster juga semuanya penasaran. Tadi makan apa Swelo? Makan apa tadi?
Makan pizza dari Moreno.
Oh.
Iya.
Makan pizza dari Moreno.
Cuman mau bilang makasih pizzanya gitu.
Oh, ada kirim-kiriman ternyata ya?
Ada, ngirimnya di Land of Dawn.
Oh,
iya.
Enak makannya tadi?
Enggak, lagi apa? Kayaknya dia kenyang dah, makanya puasa menang kan?
Oh gitu, sekarang gantian kalian yang lapar ya?
Iya.
Pengen menang terus. Akhirnya nih ya di leg kedua Swelo tuh ketemu sama Moreno setelah di leg pertama Moreno rada kecewa bukan Swelo yang bermain.
Ya gitu takutnya kalau aku main di leg pertama 2-0-nya dari leg 1.
Oh gitu?
Iya takutnya itu.
Oh ternyata ya.
Makanya leg 2 aja biar balance gitu.
Oh ngasih kesempatan juga
keseimbangan,
ya. Biar menang merasakan.
Iya.
Dan gimana rasanya memenangkan di leg kedua ini?
Ya gimana ya, dia katanya mau mukbang, tapi puasa ya gimana puasa mukbang ya kan?
Puasa dulu, oke. Tapi menarik, apa yang mungkin kalian sudah bisa pelajari nih dari leg yang pertama dan leg kedua. Dan gimana respon kalian dengan perubahan line up terus-menerus yang terjadi di tim Bigatron? Audi, ini Kapten Finn bermain loh. Gimana kamu ngeliat perubahan yang dilakukan oleh Bigetron saat melawan kalian di match kali ini?
Gak kaget sih, paling kalau kaget kalau yang tank yang diganti sih saya. Soalnya beda itu nggak bisa diganti soalnya.
Gak bisa diganti?
Iya.
Tanknya, siapa yang kamu harapkan memang?
Hengki sih tadi niatnya.
Niatnya Hengki, tapi dapatnya Finn. Gimana responmu?
Sama aja sih.
Sama aja,
Iya.
tapi kan bisa dibilang legenda Franco adalah Finn. Kamu melawan Finn dengan menggunakan hero signature-nya yang bisa dibilang dari zaman lama banget. Bahkan tim luar negeri juga nge-respect dari Franco-nya Finn. Gimana kamu menghadapi Franco-nya Finn? Sekarang kan bisa dibilang kamu nih juga salah satu jagoan Franco di MPL Indonesia season 12.
Banyak-banyakin nonton saya aja kali ya, soalnya tadi hooknya miss mulu.
Banyak-banyakin nonton Audi. Oh, jadi sekarang kalau dari segi hook kamu lebih percaya diri bisa ngalahin Finn?
Udah pasti dong, kan tadi buktinya juga kalah.
Terbukti. Kalian nggak panik ketika Finn ngedapatin Franco-nya?
Enggak sih.
Tenang aja,
Tenang aja, santai.
Mungkin ada tips untuk hooknya bisa kena dari Audi biar kita semua mungkin yang pengguna Franco di sini bisa juga kayak Audi. Tipsnya apa?
Banyak-banyakin ini aja sih, beli jus kayaknya itu.
Beli jus?
Jadi supaya otak makin bagus lah. Mainnya jadi bagus juga.
Oh, kamu ngukur gak sih? Ngitungin pergerakan semuanya, ngapalin semua pergerakan dari lawan, dari tim Bigetron?
Enggak sih, soalnya hitungannya pasti dikit doang sih itu mah. Jadi nggak susah-susah.
Gak susah ya? Match kali ini pun 2-0 gak susah?
Enggak, balas dendam soalnya. Leg 1 juga 2-0 juga kan kita.
Betul, leg 1 2-0 kali ini 2-0. Apa yang mungkin kalian punya di leg kedua ini yang gak kalian punya di leg pertama?
Apa ya? Belum lebih nyatu aja kali ya leg 1 ya. Leg 1 juga dia kalahnya menangnya 20 menit semua kan. Tadi sih game 1 sih belasan menit doang lah.
Mantap, perkembangan terus dan ternyata setelah menyatu serem banget. Sang banteng menyeruduk tapi ada banteng yang paling menarik perhatian dari kita semua. Siapakah player of the match dari 2 game aja? Hanya 2 game untuk tim Rebellion. Siapa? Audi? Ada Audi, ada Hais. Kamu?
Audi.
Bukan kamu, bukan Swelo.
Bukan.
Pakai Yves tadi loh. Siapakah? Mari kita cek bersama-sama untuk player of the match dari tim Rebellion Sion. Audi lagi. Udah jadi player of the match, player of the week juga. Rookie of the week. Banyak banget kamu menyabet gelar ya di season 12. Debutmu bisa dibilang sangat mulus. Gimana caramu untuk di saat debutmu kamu udah bisa berperforma sangat baik juga Audi?
Ya gimana ya? Udah biasa lawan yang jago-jago sih, jadi masuk ke MPL juga biasa aja sih.
Demam panggung gitu gak Audi kamu?
Nggak ada, soalnya buktinya di MPL juga masih bisa ngalahin tim-tim MPL kan.
Serem, ini gak boleh ada ketakutan ngelihat tim yang kuat pun juga nggak takut untuk Audi ngelihat semuanya, jadi sama gitu ya Audi ya?
Sama, semuanya sama, nggak ada yang beda.
Gak ada yang beda. Audi, dari Rebellion Zion bisa dibilang membutuhkan poin lagi nih, 1 poin lagi biar securing babak playoff. Baru dapat 7 nih. Setelah dihitung-hitung, kalau tim yang udah ngedapetin 8 poin itu udah pasti masuk babak playoff. 1 poin lagi dengan sisa 3 match kalian yang mana lawannya juga MNTP banget. Ada Onyx, EVOS, dan juga Kick. 1 poin lagi. Dapatnya dari siapa nih Audi kalau mau masuk playoff?
EVOS kayaknya ya. Soalnya lagi meta Ixia.
Oh, meta Ixia-nya EVOS bisa kalian manfaatin ya?
Udah pasti itu, plus 1 poin.
Kamu nggak main ini Hais pakai Ixia?
Nggak dibolehin.
Nggak dibolehin, tetap ya, tetap nggak dibolehin. Dengan game yang kedua, bisa dibilang game pertama kalian mulus banget objektifnya. Game kedua tarik ulur terus-terusan. Vincent, kita lihat kamu drive through retribution ya di game kedua ya. Gimana kamu menciptakan momen itu?
Bad luck.
Tapi kamu ngeng lagi ngelinding gitu dengan Bakshi Shield ini terus langsung retri.
Disundul kapten terus udah.
Disundul kapten. Pas di game kedua susah banget nggak ngedapetin gara-gara itu. Disundul sama Finn.
Iya.
Oh, itu membuatmu kesulitan?
Lumayan.
Apa yang kamu lakukan atau siapa yang mungkin ngebantuin banget untuk di game kedua kali ini? Gimana performa kalian untuk ngedapetin game kedua?
Emang strategi aja sih, walaupun nggak dapat objektif kita menangin perangnya lah.
Menangin perangnya. Hais, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk next match-nya?
Semoga menang terus aja.
Semoga menang terus aja.
Iya.
Iya, dari 3 tim ini apakah kamu juga setuju dengan Audi akan mendapatkan poin dari EVOS?
Kalau bisa semuanya sih.
Kalau bisa semuanya. Gimana tuh? Apa yang akan
Kalau
kalian...
bisa menang terus aja.
Kalau bisa menang terus aja, gimana kalian bisa untuk terus keep the good energy, keep menangin match-nya?
Konsisten aja, latihan kayak biasa, main kayak biasa.
Konsisten, main kayak biasa, semuanya biasa ya untuk tim Rebellion, tapi hasilnya luar biasa. Kars, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin untuk ayahanda datang gak nih? Atau keluarga atau semua fans Rebellion yang ada di sini, karena Kars, performa EXP lainmu lagi dilihat oleh semua orang. Ada yang ingin kamu sampaikan?
Makasih udah datang dan dukung kita.
Makasih. Terima kasih juga Rebel Squad atas tepuk tangan yel-yel yang keren banget. Boleh tepuk tangan semuanya. Dan itulah dia match 2-0 yang sangat memukau, balas dendam terjadi. Dan tim Rebellion Zion men-secure poin demi poin. Seperti apa permainan di game kedua yang sangat intens? Mari kita bedah bersama-sama dengan para caster dan analis.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful revenge arc, a beautiful revenge story coming in from the Blue Bulls, taking it 2-0 clean against Bigatron Alpha, who's falling further and further down. And soon, we might have to welcome you, Mirko.
To your club?
To our club.
To the red zone.
Welcome to the red zone.
Not yet, Eterna. They're still 6th, okay? If Alter Ego win though, then we have a problem.
All right, but we do want to congratulate Audi TZ, the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Man, what a performance, man. He went with that damage Angela build, and we were questioning it, like, really? Glowing Wand? You know, we were a bit concerned about it, but he made it work. And there was synergy, man, in the draft between these beefy heroes that are so mobile, like beefy heroes that are mobile and do damage, like the Baxia, like the Edith, along with an Angela that was definitely devastating. And when he decides to go and use it on highs, that was also a deadly combo. So it's a very flexible draft that got elevated even more by ODTZ and this Angela. We haven't seen it for a while now, but when it does get in the right composition, in the right hands, man, you do see that impact.
Brave Smite Angela?
Yeah. She's brave. She ain't, she's an independent little girl.
Audi TZ has a thing for Brave Smite, bro.
For sure. Because again, in this game, you can see it, right? 3-0 and 15. 0 deaths.
Yeah.
How does he keep doing this? Last game, it was 1 death. He died once over the course of this series, yeah? I think so. Well, let's take a look at the highlights, man. Initially, like we said, in the early fights, it was so good by Rebellion. They have way more tools to make plays with. They have the lead, the level advantage. Slowly but surely, Bigatron Alpha, despite their best attempts to stall the game out, they were losing very hard. And even towards the end, Rebellion seems to be steamrolling until Bigatron Alpha made it difficult, forced Rebellion to really give up some shutdowns in order to get those base turrets. And then it's all about the Lord. Look at Supercan. This was that moment, man. My team's getting wiped out. It doesn't matter. I have my eyes on the prize. And somehow, some way, with him and Vincent both getting knocked up, he was able to steal. And here he does it yet again. But look at the damage, man. Cars, highs, and Vincent all up, just shredding down anyone in the front. That was a weird wild charge flicker, man. I really thought he was gonna go to sway low, but I think he saw the flicker and was like, you know what? Let me just adjust over the cars instead. Here's it. Here it is. The retribution. Let's see how low. Oh, he's 1 HP. Was it even a retry? Or was it the Thorn Rose? It was retry. It was retry. But I mean, that's what they said, man. The later the game goes, so much damage just traded out by Rebellion.
I think one of the things that really stood out. Oh, this was it. That was so good. That was the moment where it's like, all right, Super Vin did his job. He was able to take away the option for Vincent to go for that retribution and eventually facilitated Bigatron Alpha to get another Lord. I think that was the third Lord of the game? Fourth. Fourth Lord.
Fourth Lord? Yeah, the fifth Lord, actually.
Fifth Lord.
Fifth Lord. We had to go through
There are a
5
lot of
lords.
lords.
So many lords. Oh my lord. Almost a team full of lords. 5. Well, it is a team full of lords. 5. But 1 was taken by Rebellion, so 4 for Bigatron.
4 for Bigatron. And looking at the items right here, you can see all the adjustments, man. Sway low, went for the feather, the blood feather as well, to ensure that there's just a bit more survivability, man. Knowing that he can't really afford to really buy more defensive items either. Because otherwise, Narashi and Supervin might become a big enough problem for the rest of the team. Of course, Cars has the Feather of Heaven. He is out there as a DPS machine too, man.
There are a lot of feathers.
A lot of feathers. Because Real Zions, they're flying. Oh, no, the wrong team.
Wrong team, wrong team. I mean Rebellion are bulls, right? I don't think the bulls...
The flying bulls!
Anyways.
All the TZ had wings earlier.
I'll dream about that tonight.
The flying bulls?
The
Flying
bulls
bulls.
driving a car? Or the bulls flying?
That was a funny one.
Maybe just both, like an entire civilization of bulls doing weird things. But anyway, that was a 27-minute game. Very contrasting to what we saw from game number 1, which I think it was around 18 minutes. So despite Rebellion Zion being able to win this second game, Bigatron Alpha did a really good job of actually delaying that win. And I gotta say, that's solely because of Super Ken.
I agree, man. He was really flying this game as well. I mean, it started off really slow. Oh, by the way, if you're on a plane, you call it flying. You're flying.
Yeah.
But why is it when you're on a boat, it's not called swimming?
You call it what?
Swimming.
Swimming.
Because you're flying when you're on a plane, but you're not actually flying. Isn't it that concerning?
Yeah, that's a double standard, man. From now on, if you go on a plane, you're planing.
Well, you're not boating either, Arashi. You're sailing.
Wait, but you go boating though, wait. What? Boating is a real term.
Okay.
So you gotta be planing.
Anyway.
Anyhow, look at the buffs, man. Look at how many buffs are taken by Rebellion over the course of this game. It is pretty devastating to be Super Ken.
Brutal.
But he is showing again that he has that mental fortitude, man. All the way to the late game, it's still a solid performance. But what is solid is still that turret damage, man. It's still at a 0.
What the hell?
It's a 0!
27-minute game, 0 turret damage.
Man! Rebellion, they gotta
God.
be that disciplined, man. Even though some things were given up, none of the players of Bigatron Alpha are gonna touch our turrets, is
No
what they
turret
said.
damage for you that day.
Man.
But again, I'm still so baffled with this Brave Smite obsession.
I think it really fits with...
Is he the only player who
No,
uses Brave Smite on Angela?
On Angela, we've seen usually focusing
We've seen
mark.
Kaja,
Yeah.
but Angela.
Yeah, it is very rarely. We see the Brave Smite, but very rarely. Because usually, yeah, it's focusing mark. Most of the Angelas go for that.
And we've seen it in Pure Rage as well,
Yeah.
but Brave Smite is definitely one of the more unusual ones. But with his playstyle, with how... Did you see how forward he was on the Angela? Especially in the mid-game when he felt like,
Definitely
okay,
not backwards.
our team is... What?
You said he's forwards. He's definitely not backwards.
Not backwards, yes. He keeps moving forward, and he doesn't care. If there's any kind of aggression, he is relying on that Brave Smite. And that shows again that even though Audi TZ is very instinctive, he still has the calculations, right? He knows that, okay, with the Brave Smite, I could be this much more aggressive.
Do you think because of that Brave Smite, he was able to build damage?
So additional sustain, don't need to go for tankier items.
Yeah.
So damage.
Do you think that's the reason why the damage build worked? Because of Brave Smite?
Did he even go... Do Angelas even usually do go for defensive items though? I feel like usually it's
More
still
utility.
There's
Yeah.
usually at least...
Usually, like, we see Fleeting Time, Ice Queen, and then
NOD?
NOD. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he didn't really need to go NOD. I think because there was already a Baksha in the team. And then Edith as well went for the Dominance Ice.
I'd have to check.
But that shows again
Curious.
how this draft comes together, right? There are holes in the game, of course, but the composition kind of covers for each other.
Exactly.
And that makes it a lot easier to itemize, a lot easier to maneuver as well. Because keep in mind, there was an assassin on the side of Bigatron, but Audi wasn't exactly focused down, right? There's so much crowd control, so much reliability in that front line that he is just chilling in the back.
Then Angela becomes just such a good pick towards the end, right? Because the Lancelot, Super Ken was really struggling. Who am I going to target? Whoever I target gets a full HP bar with shields from that hard guard.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? We also did not see them use that macro play, the Angela split pushing. They say, no, we don't need that. We have the macro presence. We want to go for a more determined team fight. We don't want to let Pikachu have a chance to go for maybe like a 1v1 and pick off the Angela. So it's all very calculated.
Like they have the Baxia to do that as well, right?
Yeah, and on top of that, I'll have to say, I think that's more adaptive. Because usually when Angelas go to the other side, it's because the lanes are usually equal or it's pushing to them, right? For this game, for the most part, it's always pushing back because of those base turrets taken very early in the game.
And with that, let's take a look at the keys to success for that first match.
Of course, it's going to be Audi TZ, one of the main centers of the show today. But Cars and his decision to flick Kerr with the Earth Shatter and target CV and that final game.
Shatter, aha!
I think he's been going for the onwards most of the time throughout the whole game. But at one moment he saw a vulnerability, a mistake, and he went with the Earth Shatter and then flickered to surprise CV. And along with that, the front to back formation was so good with the Yves as well, a signature pick for Sway Slow with the two very solid frontliners and good damage from Cars as well. Everything just came together so well. It's the connection.
You know, talking about connection, talking about slow, you know what isn't slow in terms of connection? It's Telkomsel.
Oh,
and
Dunia
luckily,
Games?
for all of you guys, they actually have a collaboration with Dunia Games. How does this work? Super easy. All you guys need to do is purchase in-game items or MLBB vouchers or items and MLBB vouchers using Telkomsel, and Dunia Games will deliver for you. They will be able to give you a 3 gigabyte additional data quota, extra savings, extra values, and you can come over to the booth here at MPL Arena Exo Hall with Mr. Arif.
This is Mr. Arif.
It's Mr. Arif
so
today.
it's not Mr.
No,
Rahmat.
it's a different guy. Rahmat.
Rahmat. I was about to catch you lying, by the way, because it's a different face. I was ready for you to say Rahmat.
It's
not.
not.
It's Arif.
Why
Okay.
do you not believe me?
Well, I don't believe you, but I do believe him. Because look at the products he is selling right now. He's promoting. Look at that. You can see all the special promos as well. 170 plus 28 diamonds plus 3 gigabytes for 28,000 IDR?
Yeah.
What the heck?
That's value.
See?
That's dirt cheap.
I know.
Cool. Well, wondering if you're wondering about
Mr.
Mr.
Rafi told me about it.
You said Arif earlier, and now you said Rafi. We caught her, boys. We did it, and it's because I'm smart. That's why I also invest in UBS Gold, especially with this collaboration, X MPL Indonesia Season 12.
Mr. Rafi's his friend. So there's 3.
From 500,000 rupiah, you guys can get a free MLBB skin available at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and Blibli UBS Lifestyle. Stick to real things like gold and not her lies.
Invest.
So untrusting, Mirko. What happened to trust?
You called the same guy Arif and Rafi.
Maybe his name is Ari.
He has.
What's the name?
Wait.
What's
He
the
has.
name? What's the name?
Arif, Rafi, and Rahmat.
Maybe his middle name is
Rafi Ahmad. That's actually a person. But anyway, Mirko has trust issues because he believed in a team once.
Oh no! Oh no! And you're delusional because you also believed in a team once.
You're lucky we're heading to a break so we can finish this off camera. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break for just a moment before we head into match number 2. Who's playing? It's a secret. Come back and find out. See you later.
forward. No opening yet, but look at the Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki blinkers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taking games away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world. Rasain nih Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah, karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke,
kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari dokter MLBB gimana nih? Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu, jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga, kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orangnya itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya, yang penting progres ya. Aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku. Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward.
Edward,
satu, terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus, ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya, roamer kayak
Yawi.
siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener V-Wise, karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan mobile lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu God lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda, dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi, karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita, sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa, kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman gini, sebentar kita bakal masuk ke Land of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Om. Lah, kepencet. Astaga.
Gak lihat. Dok, aman dok.
Kepencet guys. Sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget tuh, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang gak boleh lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua coba untuk cerita sama seorang Diko, dan ya akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Itu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zed berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah boleh kali.
Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. They're taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my It's only you who rocks my Rasain nih Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia ini bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Club Zim. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah, karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah, bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patchnya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke,
Kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? WCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu, jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya, jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event, terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Om Wawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
And the secret will be finally revealed here, as I might actually share it right now.
Oh, what
Because
secret?
the secret is, if Dewa United win this next match, they are guaranteed a playoff position.
Wow.
A new team, a newcomer to MPL.
First season.
First season.
First season. Debut.
Making it into the playoffs against all these veterans. This is the story that we've been waiting for, we've been dying for, as we welcome you to MPL ID Season 12. That definitely is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, our official sponsor, Head & Shoulders, our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports. We have Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. We have our official broadcast on Maxstream, TVRI Sports, as well as video. We'd also like to thank our suppliers, Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And MPL ID Season 12 is supported by Bebe SE. Now back to that, right? How crazy would that be?
Loco.
Loco. Esta loco.
It would be pretty loco, man, right? I mean, again, Dewa United, a team that is making their debut. Again, it isn't like they're MDL champions. They lost in the Season 7 Grand Finals of MDL before they joined MPL. But you can really see through those losses, the L's don't mean losses for Dewa United. It only means learns. Through their losses, they have learned. And now we're in the ultimate learning position for Dewa. Because they finally learned that this is the best lineup, this is the best strategy. And it all comes down to Paddington and Jack Lee, the two movie stars, to draft.
And today, with the stakes so high, you have to wonder if they have cracked the code for Alter Ego as well. They've had moments of successes as well for their own team, but I think compared to Dewa, in recent times at least, I say recent, meaning like 1 or 2 weeks, but in recent times, it seems like Alter Ego is falling off short. They're making more mistakes in the Land of Dawn and also in the drafting phase, according to a lot of people. Whereas for Dewa, we were praising very highly the draft that was brought by the movie star duo for Dewa United.
And we've been complaining that Dewa United have been so one-dimensional for so long, and finally we see changes that ultimately brought them to this point, this exact point, where one more win.
One more.
That's all it requires for them to make it, to secure themselves, and they can, you know, breathe a... What is it called?
Breath of fresh air.
A breath of relief.
Well, hopefully the breath regarding which one is going to be a fresh air anyways. The payoff for the playoff ticket assurance here. Can the MDL quartet of Dewa, right, the 4 members of the initial team, bury Alter Ego in the red zone? Because they have a 30% chance to secure the playoff for Alter Ego, and one more win only for Dewa. That is the big problem right here. Dewa is essentially trying to secure something, while Alter Ego is trying to survive. And when a wild beast like Alter Ego is cornered, they will bite back. So this is a dangerous spot for both these teams.
I think right now it really is interesting to see leg 1, the performance. 2-0 Alter Ego, but it was a different lineup entirely. It was Leo Murphy and Ray, if I'm not mistaken, in this position, in the roster for Dewa United. Now, with Shako, the loudest member of Dewa United. Why the loudest? You can see it on your screen.
The visually,
I don't think that's
visually the loudest.
I don't think that's I also don't think that's the
Okay,
sound.
Etienne, how about you try?
That's better. That sounds
Right?
accurate. Yeah.
All right.
Sounds
like
a little
Shako.
bit more like that. But that's the thing, right? Both of these teams, a lot of people have said there are a lot of similarities. The fact that they're very aggressive, and aggressive in the early game. And according to our beautiful producer backstage, wonderful human being that he is, he's been mentioning that Dewa United in the early game, their aggression isn't as clean as Alter Ego. Agree or disagree?
Ooh, wow, interesting opinion. I don't know. Arashi, what do you think?
I think if we are looking at the last time we saw both these teams, I must say Dewa is looking very, very clean. Whereas Alter Ego, they kind of had a winning formula, right? They used Rossi to make very calculated, very measured aggressive maneuvers on the Land of Dawn. But especially when Rossi doesn't really get those heroes, when they don't have the same tools to start something, Alter Ego, they revert back to that wild style. So I think it's about whether or not Alter Ego have what they need to do this style that has really been successful for them.
What about you?
Agreed, man. I mean, again, it feels really weird to compare Dewa United, who are on a win streak, to Alter Ego, who are on a loss streak. I think mainly, though, when Rossi gets his comfort picks, when the drafts suit Alter Ego, yes, I will say they are more coordinated and they do play the aggressive style better than Dewa United. But that's what makes Dewa special, in my opinion. It isn't just aggression. They can play it objective. They can play it depending on what the composition is given, what composition is given by their coaches to them compared to the enemy compositions. If they can't find mutual objectives, they'll trade. They're not scared to.
Okay, but speak plainly here. Are you referring in particular to the Valier pick for Alter Ego?
Yes.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see whether or not the Valier pick comes through. But for Dewa United, it's the quartet.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. One more win from securing what many believe to be a miracle slot. Dewa United Esports.
They've shown that they have what it takes. They have the backup as well. The maneuvers, the mechanics, and especially the experience that they have kind of cheated, quote-unquote, by having one very experienced member that can lead them in the later stages of the game when the going gets tough, when the pressure mounts up. But they're also against a whole team of veterans on this side of the pond.
A team we've seen using the same lineup once again. Still, no wrecked to be seen. Rossi becomes the prime option for Alter Ego.
The three-face mask struggling to survive here at MPL ID Season 12. The Alter fams are shaking in fear. And we are loving the anticipation and the tension to see whether or not Alter Ego will make it into the playoffs. Or will this be the first time in history that we don't see the main five?
We keep breaking barriers right here, but the one who has the last final say, it's gonna be the coaching staff. The movie star duo going up against Coach Cassius, Coach Nafari. It's gonna be Jack Lee and Paddington.
I thought it was Zaya for a second. Forgot that he was still unable to walk on stage here today. But Coach Cassius coming up on stage. A lot of people put the blame towards the coaches for the draft. But honestly, looking at the way the team communicates in the draft as well, it is a decision that they made together. So is this Valier pick an example of when a player gets too comfortable with one hero?
I think Rossi was definitely enjoying being in a more aggressive style, right? Not being just utility. Because playing for all those roamers that have so much mobility and engage is definitely a high-pressure situation. But for Dewa, in this high-pressure game, the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is to win the EXP lane matchup against Pi. Teresa becoming the prioritized hero in this matchup. If they can secure it for themselves or take it away from Pi, that already takes Alter Ego down a notch. Along with that, play the early aggressiveness by pressuring Sally Boy's farming pattern. We've seen that Dewa sometimes struggle to try and mount that aggression, especially in the lanes, right? To go for those tower dives. But when we saw yesterday when Lanaya was just so ahead in on a fighter hero as well to boot, they can actually push that aggression and bring it to the jungle. And once the jungle is shut down, the neutral objective contest becomes that much easier. We saw a bit of that in match number 1. Dewa has shown that they can do that as well. That could be the key that they will use to shut down Alter Ego.
On top of that, that early game aggression that they're able to utilize from that mid trio will then, in return, give Watt the space that he needs to carry it out in the late game. His performance yesterday, honestly, was crazy, was amazing, was so... It's a sight to see when Watt plays, as we take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for the three-face masks.
Minimize the typical Alter Ego risky gameplay. With Dewa being so calculated, they cannot really go too risky unless they wait for the right moment to strike. That it could be how Alter Ego will try and play this out. Along with that, be more sensitive and less impulsive in the drafting phase. Be more aware of the implications and the impact that your pick has to the whole composition, and whether or not that the answer is available on the side of your opponents. If they can be a bit more calculative, a bit more forward-seeing in the drafting phase, they can still very much beat Dewa in the execution.
Yeah, I like that word. Not sensitive, but more aware. But do you agree with that statement?
I'll have to, man. I mean, again, the impulsiveness of maybe the player or the coach has led to Alter Ego faltering a lot in these drafts. Losing in the draft is definitely not a good look, especially for Alter Ego, with, you know, signature style. Their signature style has been early aggression, pick-offs, team fighting. You need proper draft with winning matchups in your lanes to be able to facilitate that kind of style.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I feel the tension. It's scary for Alter Ego. They've been sticking with this roster for so long, and they've expected better results seasons after seasons. And this might just be the final nail in the coffin for things to change for Alter Ego. So we'll see as we head into the drafts whether or not Alter Ego have fixed those mistakes, have created and sharpened their drafting phase a little bit better, because they're gonna need everything they have in their arsenal to win against Dewa United, who has been on a really good run performance these past few matches. Dewa United, first pick, banning out the Fanny and the Bruno. Alter Ego respond with the Terizla and the Boxia.
I think they're trying to abuse the fact that Pai is a lot more flexible. We have seen him on a lot of different heroes, the Glue, the Yuzong, everything is more solid. Whereas for Dixon, it's a bit more one-dimensional. We have seen him really shine on the Terizla and not too much else. So for now, it will be the focus here, along with the very aggressive, high clear, high tankiness jungler that could be abused by Lanaya to bully Saliboy in the early game.
I've been really paying attention to the two coaches earlier, Jack Lee and Paddington, the two movie stars. They were going back and forth, discussing about that final ban and maybe what they're planning to go for. We've seen some very interesting drafts from Dewa United. First pick Ling back in the day, Angela first pick as well. Not always. It doesn't always pay off for them, but sometimes these pocket picks do work. And against a team like Alter Ego, a team who need to risk it all right now, go for an all-in or lose out on playoff spot, Dewa can certainly try to send some curveballs, but no, they go for what's solid. Frederick.
What's safe? Very interesting. I like that you mentioned that, because usually I'm also very startled in the drafting phase for Dewa United, committing onto something really early, but talking about early commitments, Alter Ego picking up a Novaria. What do we think about this pick?
I think it's good. It gives intel, which Rasi can use. And if Rasi wants a more flexible mage option, compared to the Valir, the Novaria is a lot more secure. And now with Saliboy on the Martis, secures that early game aggression to supplement the killer instinct that Saliboy has, and will make it a lot more difficult for Lanaya, if he is on this Fredrin, to bully the Martis, especially in the early game. So now it's only gonna rely on the mid lane pick along with the roamer. Who has more damage, who has more crowd control to really swing this jungle balance.
Do you not think that perhaps a gold lane might show up here? Do they not want to prioritize that first?
Brody, Irithel, two picks that we have seen Watts on, but yesterday we did see Claude getting prioed quite a lot for Dewa United. They might as well pick it up now against a Novaria, but they decide to go for the Brody instead, and a Farsa. An interesting choice here. No Yves for K's, his signature pick taken away in the draft, respected by Alter Ego. The second closest thing to Yves, yeah, probably the Farsa.
High ground gives artillery damage, a lot of range as well. Very similar, minus the lack in, of course, that slow, right? That survivability as well from the Yves. But Farsa this early, without knowing who the EXP laner is it risky?
Yuzong could be the choice.
There could be a lot more ways to punish this Farsa. I think they're just attempting to really match Alter Ego when it comes to range, when it comes to AoE. And so far, man, the Fredrin and the Farsa is a very deadly combo we've seen a lot. If you add one more source of crowd control, that could be devastating. But for Alter Ego, it's gotta be that Edith that could still be flexed around. We have seen it now, successfully used in both the roam position and the EXP lane position. So Alter Ego has a bit more mind games to play around with here.
So much flex in this composition. The Edith and now the Novaria. Well, Novaria and then the Edith. But yeah, it really shows you that I think Alter Ego are really trying to give Pai a winning matchup. In any normal case, Alter Ego, I think, would have just gone for the Yuzong. We saw it 2 games in a row. The Yuzong back against Geek Fam, yeah. But here, we're not seeing that. They've learned from their mistakes. Instead of picking a hero to try to counter the back line, they'll try to just give Pai a matchup that wins so that he can put more pressure on the map.
I think the problem is, if you do pick up the Yuzong, there's still a possibility of a Khalid pick.
Yeah.
Right? Because in lane, I do believe that Khalid has a little bit more of an edge compared to the Yuzong, so they're really saving it till later. But Dewa sniff this out, ban out the Yuzong in the second phase, as well as the Cho and Grok takeaway from Alter Ego.
I wonder if the Lapu Lapu will make an appearance right here. For the composition of Dewa, it's definitely not a bad option with the mobility, the aggression. They will be banning out these B-tricks as well, try to narrow down the pool of gold laners that Alter Ego could use against them. Without the Brody, without the B-tricks, I think they're trying to make sure that Alter Ego has a short-range gold laner that they can punish using the Pharsa and the Brody if he oversteps his welcome.
Very good ban, I would say, man. Again, when you have a Brody and Bruno and Beatrix banned out, the only real pick now that's available is the Klon and the Irithyll. Both don't do too well against the Brody, but maybe we might see something really risky, something like an Ixia. If they pick up an XP later here, okay, too risky. Because I was thinking, with the Edith and the Martis and the Navaria, they already have a lot of good cover heroes to facilitate something like that, but I think Alter Ego do not want to try to use a hero with 0% win rate this season.
I think if the EXP laner isn't here yet, I think Ixia is way too risky. Because there's still so many options to go for dive into that back line, right? You still have, like you mentioned, Lapu Lapu. We still have the Khalid. Even Xborg might deal some damage into that back line. So we'll see the choice here. They go for the Kaja pick first for Shaco. And now we're waiting on that EXP. What do you think it's going to be?
It's all pickoffs right here. I feel like they require some kind of tankiness. Uranus maybe, right? As I called it out, man. They have a lot of tankiness, but they don't really have the front line to deal with all this DPS. Now this is the problem. We saw that Uranus was so good in the hands of Dixon, only because he was up against an Irithyll, as well as, I recall it being a Burst Mage. Now against a Claude, an Edith, a Martis, and a Novaria. This is an abundance of damage that could very well melt through the HP bar if Dixon oversteps in the middle of a team fight.
It's also a pretty good Lapu game, no?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. It is absolutely possible. I think for Alter Ego as well.
Would also be an option to go for here.
Grok.
No Yuzong.
Oh, Grok's banned.
Grok's banned out as well. Lapu Lapu is the obvious choice.
Paquito?
But they can go for the Paquito. We haven't seen it from Pai for a long time.
Oh,
Dyroth. Okay.
Wow.
Winning matchup. What we said earlier, the priorities for Alter Ego.
But in that late game, that Dyroth is going to be punished. Alter Ego need to bank on the fact that they can utilize that winning lane in that early game to shut down the Uranus. Because either way, if it gets to that late game, if Dell United are able to weather the storm, Alter Ego is going to have a difficult time.
Oof, man, these two drafts have potential. All will, I think, come down to the execution and how well they can predict each other's movements in the early game, man. Because I think Dewa will require some kind of snowball to actually get the full benefit of this comp. If they take it late, Alter Ego has so many things going on for them. DPS, intelligence, right? Vision from the Novaria. I think Dewa will be very desperate to try and get something in the early game.
But on the contrary, you would say the same for Alter Ego. Alter Ego also needs to snowball with their Martis pick. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the battle for the early game, the battle for the brackets, the battle for their playoff run. Dewa United, the Apostles of God, facing off the three-face masks in match number 2, game number 1.
Oh, Shaco with a good steal already early on. Something you need to face off against when you go and start on the purple buff. A lot of times now we've seen that the little purple buff always gets stolen away, especially by Shaco.
Here's a 2v2 situation on the top side. It's Keys and Dixon. They're pretty strong in the early game though. I feel like Alter Ego might want to be a bit careful. Novaria and Dyroth respectively are a bit more vulnerable to just getting all in. But no, here we go, fighting the Lito.
Onward and an Earth Shatter, now only on to Shaco, who's also went for the Brave Smite, so he should be able to sustain back up. Lanaya walking up, Retri to pick the Lethal up.
And there it is. That's the beauty of having the Pharsa and the Kaja in the mid lane. Super high mobility, super fast clear, and you can finally see that they're able to utilize that dominance on the other lanes, the respective lanes, the EXP lane that we have been so concerned about as anything standing out here for emblems.
Tenacity is on the side of Dewa United because they have to survive more. But overall, I think the weapon mastery in the hands of Keys show that he understands with what being on a Brody, he won't be as reliable in that late game. So he's trying to supplement that damage a bit more, being the only one who does that. And Udil with the life drain means that he understands also that the mid lane clear very much is on the side of Novaria in this matchup. So that will give him a bit of an edge, especially in the early game when both teams are just going to be fighting it out.
So many quantum charges for Alter Ego here.
They love charging their quantums, man. They love using their mobility to try to outplay in these team fights. Onward. Onto the front, Lanaya taking a lot of damage. Abyssum Strike and another Shatter with a Flicker. Combo together, Alter Ego has found one with a decimation by Selly Boy as well.
They found one pick, but at the same time, Dixon still available to just be a problem here if Alter Ego wants to commit on this. I wonder if Alter Ego are going to try and get the turtle, or they're going to try and use the turtle to catch more kills from the side of Dewa United. Because so far, you can see that Selly Boy is moving away from the turtle just for now.
I think he was focusing there, but he's coming back. He has a little bit of an edge in EXP compared to Lanaya. Let's see if they're able to steal this one.
Taunt, but that's going to be the Onward and the Earth Shatter. Doing a lot of CC. Pi jumping forward. Dixon taking low. The Abyssum Strike executes him, and it's another decimation onto Lanaya. Alter Ego with the full early game control and another spear to end the fight with.
On Alter Ego, they're getting more aggressive into Dewa United, and that's definitely the snowball that we were afraid of. Talent's prediction by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G shows a 3v3.
That's interesting, man. I mean, Pablo is always a contrarian, but, you know, on the English desk, nothing is really what it seems. As we take a look at the talent prediction ranking, it's your big man, Goni, #1 right here. BMG, 56 points with a 63% accuracy, man. Shevin following closely behind. I wonder if they have figured out this game as well, though, because we thought it was going to be a bit more equal, but Alter Ego is completely decimating Dewa, making use of their very, very strong early game comp.
You know what the irony is, Arashi? Is RQ #2 on standings?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Then both Arashi and RQ have been dethroned by Goni and Onyx.
Absolutely.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, it's a painful pill to swallow, but let's see how this game goes at least, because so far, Dewa United, if they really want to slow this down a bit, I think they can still really win it out. We see that Shaco hasn't really been able to use his Divine Judgment as well, and now Lanaya.
Oh man, no Earth Shatter used up just yet, but Lanaya's already lost so much HP. Udo claims the kill. Now Nino on the back. Juan able to flicker out from the wall. Rossi taking low, gets a kill for Juan there, but look at Udo with an Astral Meteor picking up a kill. 1-4-2.
That's a huge win for Alter Ego here. 3,000 gold lead, and they were able to take Watt down as well in the process, as once again Alter Ego just taking everything away from Dewa. But luckily, Lanaya is still able to secure that purple buff.
But that means no turtle.
Oh.
Well, we'll see, man. That's a free turtle for Alter Ego, unfortunately. And Dewa, they're really stuck on this damage control phase. And in the early game, it is difficult. And now Dixon might have the backup required. It might take on Pi.
For the airstrike coming down. Pi, wow, beautiful disengage. Selly Boy knows there's no more maneuverability. The Mortal Coil comes down with the Astral Echo. But Alter Ego are unable to look for anything more. It's just a flicker burnt out, still quite value for Alter Ego.
So difficult right now for Dewa because of the unexpected damage from this Novaria from Udil. The fact that you don't have to build so many items to actually get some more damage due to the kit, right? With the Astral Sphere doing more damage, the farther you travel when you crest the first part of it, I think it's a huge amount of damage that really is unfair in the early game, showing again why this hero is very, very prio in the early game.
So for now, 6 minutes in, you can say that Alter Ego Esports has a good grip on the dominance of the game. 3,500 gold lead. You can even see the gold differences here as well by UBS Gold. And for the gold lane in particular, Nino is leading quite a bit, and being behind on a Brody in a Brody-Claude matchup, that's definitely not favorable for Dewa United, as Alter Ego looking for more.
But Astral Echo, Selly Boy tanking it up, getting chunked. One turret shot. Watt trying to clear out the waves! Our Shatter Flicker from Rossi! And Shaco gets caught in the blazing duet. Nino picks up a kill. K's now, no flicker to play with. But Lanaya is here. Force some cover. Selly Boy gets out with a Mortal Coil. It's a free turret and a kill. 2 kills down below.
Man, that's just so much damage, and you can see that Dewa United, they're stuck trying to damage control right here. They can't really have any chance to do a proactive maneuver of their own. Every single time they use a battle spell, an ultimate, it's all because they are forced to do so by the aggression of Alter Ego, which is exactly what Alter Ego needs to do if they want to keep snowballing, and from the looks of it, use Sully Boy in a very aggressive fashion.
And they have been able to do that over and over here. What's he on right now? 205 KDA so far, not being able to be taken down, not even once. What? I think he doesn't have the damage just yet as well to participate well in these team fights. What's his item looking like? I'm actually quite curious. I think he has Malefic Roar?
Oh, wait. Divine Judgment coming down. Only onto Rossi, who's still going to be able to survive. The Primal Wrath gets him up for a bit before the Tornaport Memory takes his life. Decimation coming down. Appraiser's Wrath on the Silly Boy, but the Mortal Coil saves his life. Going for another right now, but Wild claims the shutdown and the double kill. Looking for more as he free hits in the back. Pi jumping forward. Getting zoned away by K's. 2 for 2. I think it's worth it for Dewa.
2 for 2 and a shutdown on Sully Boy as well. Dewa striking back with the mid-game power spike, but at what cost? They've been losing turrets, and now Nino takes one more on the top side. He's having a great game right here, being allowed to farm freely again and again, and if he is not controlled later on, it's going to be a huge problem. Dewa United are kind of lacking when it comes to the crowd control department.
Yeah, they only have literally a taunt from Fredrin and a single target there from Kaja, but what exactly went down in that team fight?
Sully Boy went in with the decimation, but afterwards, the Feather Airstrike zones everyone away, and Watt, man, he is just so good at spacing right here, reading the maneuvers, dodging the final Astral Sphere as well. And what? You leave him alone, he will make you question it and say, what just happened?
And even the itemization, I actually said what? Eterna asked the question, I looked back. He went for first item Malefic Roar, and I have to see if he completed it after the double kill.
Right before that team fight.
Exactly. Oh, Lanaya walking forward, catching Sully Boy, but with the Mortal Coil. No kill threat. Down below, though, that's definitely kill threat. Pi able to escape Tornaport Memory. Not enough to take Pi down.
So what can Dewa United do with this mid-game power spike? Dixon with the Oracle is now regenning so much more, but Nino is out of control, taking down structures that will be very valuable in the late game for Alter Ego. The control and the vision will allow them to just outmaneuver Dewa, and they're bursting down the Lord.
He's playing so objectively. Lanaya.
Gonna burst it down. He tried to go for a steal, and it is not a good attempt for Dewa United. They will lose out a chance to contest, and they'll lose out their jungler. Alter Ego, still clean.
By the way, looking at the real-time win probability for Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, 63% for Alter Ego, and man, the fan base is feeling it. It's so loud. They're right behind us, and can you blame them? Alter Ego, they're looking solid so far, making very minimal mistakes, and with this Lord available, there's also a chance for them to just start sieging, especially with the Novaria pick in the hands of Udo.
But I feel like, Dewa United, they've been in this position before, and they're kind of like a wild card. Somehow, even though they're behind, they are able to find a moment to turn it back around. And with Watt picking up that DHS, do you think that they're heading in the right direction, or is this just GG for Alter Ego?
The DHS will help his damage output, give him some more survivability as well. I think it's a step in the right direction, but I don't think it's going to only be Watt, right? The damage is going to fall off. It's going to be Keys as well, who's doing well trying to avoid deaths with the Lightning Truncheon. Maybe now Dewa United can do something with the assistance of the turret.
For the airstrike coming down for the side of Dewa United for K's. That was a good spear to the back as well. By the way, the Alter Ego fans in the building are absolutely phenomenal. You can really feel the atmosphere. And even for Dewa United, by the way, just have to wait for them to start winning before the fans start singing.
This feels like a classical derby.
Exactly.
Do you see how packed the arena is?
It's a full house.
It's amazing. But I'm worried, I'm concerned.
Oh my God.
The damage!
Threading the needle. Dixon in the midst of it all right now. Bissom Strike coming down. But they're all caught. Primal Wrath coming out as well. Tornaport Memory. Locking Rossi out. Watt's positioning almost got them a victory. Look at the health bars.
That's unfortunate, man. If Keys was present without being chunked out in the middle of that fight, that really could have been the turnaround moment, but Udil has done it. That is the danger of the Novaria in the late game, and you can expect some Athena shields from the side of Dewa. Because it doesn't matter if you have damage, if you get chunked down before the fight even begins. Now without the turret in the bottom side, this is key for Alter Ego, trying to find traps, trying to find ways to invade into the jungle. But Dewa so far has been able to stave off the aggression, unless...
Going in, invading. The team with more map pressure will always be doing this. Continuously suffocating Dewa United.
Continuously suffocating indeed. I mean, Alter Ego, 9,000 gold lead on Dewa United right now. Only 12 minutes has elapsed, and you were talking about the Athena shield. Lanaya bought it earlier on, so they're starting to respect that damage output coming in from Udil. And talking about magic damage, speaking about magic damage, I feel like Kiza's damage is so underwhelming. Did you see how much damage it was doing? It was barely anything. Onto Celiboy, who I believe doesn't even have an Athena shield yet.
I mean, he just completed the Latin Truncheon very late in the game right here. So more items will be required before it can even be a real presence. And look at Alter Ego, man, denying Lanaya any shot. Now Dixon, what is he doing?
He's trying to create an opening for Lanaya, but the onward locks him down. He's still able to dash forward. Celiboy claims it with Retribution right now, and Pi jumps forward. Prototype memory, wants it! Case gets the kill! Dewa looking for the fight. That's a flicker forward from Dixon. Finding Pi, the Immortality pop, locking him down just for a bit. But there's no more follow-up. A kill traded in for the Lord. How did Dewa even find Nino?
Shaco, man. Shaco, Divine Judgment, used Conceal as well, and everyone just utilized all their arsenal, everything that they had on to Nino, and eventually he had to pass.
Lanaya, with the burn from the jungle item, he actually got the purple buff. Rossi almost denied it, but he got it. So a small win for Lanaya in this game so far, going for his own purple as well, with the Lord coming in right here. Nino up, but only from the base. Dewa will be able to clear this out, I think. Can they find something more after that, though?
Let's see, the Astral Echoes in place down. 4 members revealed. Lanaya, still very healthy. Comes in, holds the Lord off, and they're able to clear it out before the minion wave crashes into mid lane. Appraiser's Wrath used up. Earth Shatter as well from Rossi. Celiboy, very, very close there from getting caught in Divine Judgment, but it's still, Conceal. They want to look for more for the airstrike to the front right now. Look at the damage coming down, and Watts positioning in the back. Still free hitting as the Divine Judgment locks Rossi down. Immortality popped, and now he's going to lose his life. Killing spree. Celiboy, another one of the topping block for the base turrets. 2-4-1. Kill for base turret.
Alter Ego's passive is starting to turn on here. We're nearing that mid towards that late moment in the game. And it looks like Dewa United, they're completely turning it around with Rossi and Celiboy off the board. Look at that.
They're falling off. Yeah, for sure they're falling off. Pi, he's in a position where, alright, he does damage, but he can't frontline. No frontliners here. Dewa can take whatever they want.
They're not out damaging Alter Ego, but they are outlasting with the front line, especially because Nino and Pi, they have to be very careful with their positioning. Compared to Dewa, they just play defensive. They let the wall, right, the meat shield in the front, take all the impact. And look at Watt and Keys, man. In the past 2 fights, they have not been targeted. They have not been dove at. That is something that Alter Ego can still do if they really want to try and get a decisive teamfight win.
Look at that. Gold lead just instantly shift.
It was a 10k gold lead at one point.
10k! 3k now, 4k closer, but just losing these team fights over and over. Dewa United being able to defend over and over. It's starting to hurt Alter Ego. And in the late game, I do believe that both teams have a fighting chance.
All comes down to the execution. If Alter Ego are able to actually output the damage, pick someone off, which they have the kit for, right? Good amount of physical and magical burst damage, they can get a lead before the fight even begins. But with all the Athenas, all the defensive items being built and completed for Dewa United right now, Rossi gets pulled in.
Beautiful dodge away. Watto takes a lot of damage, still able to space out. Torn apart memory, fadeaway kill. Rossi gets picked off as well. Dixon gets out. Lanaya with a taunt. And the Brazers Rat buying a little bit more time as Nino is still in the front side there. Shaco with the help of Kaze takes Nino out. And just like that, you can hear the silence from the Alter Ego fans. You can start to hear the Dewa United fans in the building.
Again, against all odds, the apostles of God, Dewa United, they find opportunities and they take it for themselves. 3-4-0 trade, getting that inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Things were looking so bleak for Dewa United, but they're always so calm, so calculated. And now they have the Lord uncontested from Alter Ego.
Sally Boy late to the party, a secured Lord, and finally a gold lead for Dewa United after that huge sequence of events. That's just the problem, man. You have a solid late game gold laner, but can he even be present? Nino stepped forward for just a second and he got instantly deleted. With the Lord right now, with the advantage in range, in burst, in frontliners, can they do something? But Dixon!
Winter Truncheon! He buys the time, not enough though. That's a decimation and an Abyssum Strike. Too much damage to hold off. Let's see if Dewa can still make use of this Lord despite not having Dixon.
Man, I didn't realize that nasty combo. Decimate after the shred coming in from the Daira.
Yeah.
Yuck.
It's a lot of physical damage, and Dixon definitely felt that. Fortunately for Dewa, they kind of lost a bit of momentum with that, but they will be able to get some more turrets. And Alter Ego are the ones adapting. They're going in!
Flicker, conceal everything, and the kitchen sink again! Abyssum Strike and a decimation.
Now Dewa United, they're running for their lives back to the base, back to a few minutes ago, where despite Dewa United holding 1,000 gold lead, look at the map, it's completely red. And this is the advantage that Alter Ego has. They have 2 base inhibitor turrets from Dewa United that they can utilize, that they can play with. And remember, they have a Claude, so it's looking kind of scary for Dewa United now.
It's always entertaining when it's an Alter Ego match. Win or lose. Let's take a look at the mid lane right now, and onward connecting, and a very good escape from Dixon. Rossi loses his life, super extends into the back right now, but Watt isn't able to find a total per memory, as now it's going to be Case. Kiting back, mid lane base turret taken down. Sully Boy with a Mortal Coil just dashes across. 3 base turrets now down for Dewa United and Alter Ego. They seem to have taken back control of the game.
A brute force base turret take from Alter Ego, man. They knew that Lanaya was not in the picture just yet, but barely. If they overstayed their welcome right there, if they were caught in a fight by Dewa United, that could have been disastrous, but they have pulled it off, and it's now down to the Lords and the fact that there are no more base turrets. Dewa United has recovered from a situation like this before. But this is going to be a very tough one, especially with the advantages, the tools that Alter Ego has so reliably secured for themselves in the early side of the game.
And this is what I'm concerned about, right? When things go quiet, oh, here it is. Rossi already concealing.
Oh, they're doing the same thing. Literally the same thing happening on both sides of the map, but what's the difference? Sully Boy has immortality. He's able to survive for a bit right now. Watts and Cage in the back, still free hitting as Dixon fights Nino. Rossi with the onward onto Watt. He's still able to dish out damage and a stun from the corrosive strike. Takes Rossi out 1-4-2, and it's a gold laner that Alter Ego have just lost.
Deadly Kiss coming in from Watt over there. 2-for-1 trade. Kay picks up a Holy Crystal, so even more damage for Dewa United. And I honestly thought that this could have been so dangerous for Dewa United. Remember, Alter Ego, I'm just so afraid of a split push Claude situation. But without Claude, there's nothing to worry about.
2 members down from Alter Ego right here. Dewa United needs to force this. They have to make it a bit lower, right? Threaten it a bit more if they want to make use of it. Nino is up in 2 seconds. He will be rushing straight towards the Lord. As Dewa, they're taking it way too slow. It's going to be yet another fight, but look at the wave on the top side of the map. This is a gamble. We'll see if it pays off.
They need to commit whether they like it or not. Dixon now trying to zone Sully Boy, but they don't have CC. Lanaya versus the world. Dixon fights it for the team. Now goes for the winner Truncheon. Nino purifies out, gets out of the BMI. They were running for the hills. Udil. This could be the game saving play.
The base.
Udil walking up. The Astro Recall grants him the space. Udil takes the game to his own hands and ends it for Alter Ego.
The risk was made, the decision was made, the call was made in that split-second moment. Dewa was able to get the Lord, but unfortunately, miscalculation on how much damage, and the minions from Dewa weren't out just yet. And Alter Ego were able to win it just like that. Wow!
That is crazy. I thought that was the moment that Dewa was looking for. They got everything they needed. The Lord secured by Dixon. The members advantage because they won out in that fight. But Udil says otherwise, man.
Give it to the Winions and give it to the Kage.
Man, they grouped at the Lord so early on, and they weren't rushing it. If they sent someone else to clear the way first, I think it could have still made it back to the Lord pit. And that shows again that at the highest level, man, wave management, even the most minor things will be the deciding factor here.
But to be fair, that was like a 5-second window.
Yeah.
Right? It was so close. They were so close to, defending that base. It was microseconds.
It was the Astral Recall, man. Udo was just gliding. He was chill about it, man.
He was
Just
planing.
walked through. Huh?
He was planing.
Oh my goodness. Reference to game number 1. You have to watch it to understand.
I just realized what he meant.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the viewers probably feel.
Yep. Well, he
No,
was
that's,
just
that's
planing.
That's what Dewa feels right now.
I think Dewa feels way worse than that, right? I mean, they had the game in their grasp again, but you can't really blame Dewa, I feel. That was a risk that they needed to take. I mean, if it wasn't them committing onto the Lord, it would have just been forced errors, and it would have been a free Lord and another defense.
But his argument was like, send someone there.
True.
To like defend from this guy, right? The Kage, like you mentioned, the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, Udil on the Novaria with a KP of 69% and a very interesting emblem choice and talent choice here.
Went for all the penetration he can get so that he can focus more on the burst damage, and afterwards the life drain, like we mentioned, allowed him to be so much more dominant in the early stage where Alter Ego were trying to just wrestle control away. You can get more back into the items later, because if you see the Divine Glaive and the Ice Queen's Wand, that is pretty standard. You would think that maybe a Glowing Wand could really add more damage here with the HP stacking from the front line of Dewa. But the final item, the Genius Wand, I think actually really has great synergy with that Edith pick. And that is why he went for it. Man, we're gonna take a look at some of the highlights of this game soon after, and we can see exactly what this man is able to do. Find information, do damage, control the waves, especially in the middle of these big team fights, man. Even his placements on the Astral Meteor has always been on point.
You can even see in so many situations just Watt having a very difficult time at some point until he started to adjust. And his positioning now grants him a little bit more safety. But earlier on, the damage from Udil was enough to take Watt like half health and render him kind of useless. Luckily, because of his talent choice, he's still able to sustain within the team fight.
It's a great adaptation from the side of Dewa United, man. Buying Athena shields was definitely the right idea. It can send more people to just block the shot for Watt in the beginning of the fight, right? And afterwards, Watt, look at how much more impact he has here compared to Nino. Nino was having a very rough game. Every single time, pay attention right here on the top side. Nino tries to be, relevant in this fight, but he just gets deleted so often. Right here, it's just 2 spells.
Wow.
Boom. Double kill by Keys. And that was the story of the game. And Alter Ego, they did a great job of looking for opportunities like this where they can just completely full-on aggress because they have already invested in the control, in the base turrets all the way from the early game. Everything ties into it.
Yeah, but, I would like to imagine a world if Dewa United cleared that minion on time.
I think it would have been over if they did clear the minion on time. And there's still one cannon minion. It's a big... I think they should have just sent one member over right before. Well, right after the Lord Steal. Yeah.
No, I think before. I think there was time because if you realize how slowly they were taking that Lord, right? I think there was time. But because, man, it was down to seconds, like you say, Turner. Even if Udo wasn't there, you leave those minions alone for another like 4 seconds. They would have taken the game on their own without Udo's intervention.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say, right? Like, How?
It's
No,
literally
because
a divine...
they needed the members there because they had no idea where Alter Ego was.
Yeah, for sure.
And they wouldn't leave Watt alone.
And that's credit to Alter Ego. It's not a mistake from Dewa. Alter Ego made it that way, right? They saw the waves, they saw the opportunities, and they were fighting the good fight in the Lord Pit as well. So I think you have to give credit to Alter Ego for that situation, that scenario as well. And looking at the items here, I think that Athena Shield from Nino definitely made it a bit more difficult for Dewa United to get a decisive fight right there. Maybe it would have, I think it slowed Dewa United enough for Udio to find that window, man. Because initially, 1 or 2 feather airstrike bolts just takes him out of the game completely. So really said that both these team comps have a solid chance in the late game, and we see it go down to the wire, man.
I think if we take a look at the emblems here.
So baffled, man.
Yeah, again, I think it was the Quantum Charge too that really helped them, right? I mean, a lot of the mobility, the back and forth constantly. I will have to say though, Nino was caught off more, like way more than I expected on a Claude. I understand against the Brody, it's already really tough. Add the Farsa on top of that, it gets even tough, and then the Kaja as well. But towards the end, it just feels like Nino was going at it with the same like ways that he did in the early game. He got caught a few times with the Divine Judgment and stuff, but he kept on going with the same approach.
And it's difficult. One spell, we saw one of the other fights, he got hit by a Athena shield. He had the Athena shield, got hit by the feather airstrike twice, and he was just so low, and Dixon made the play to secure that kill. So I think he might have been more used to like an Irithel, someone that's a bit more mobile, a bit more secure. Or maybe in the early game, with how well Alter Ego was doing, he just felt like, you know what, I can get away without building some defensive options. And Dewap has proven that, nah, that doesn't happen, man. You gotta respect our potential to come back, because if you look at the stats right here, it was very, very even. It was a very tense game that could have went to either team.
That should have been Daewoo United's game, honestly. With how things were going, that was just a beautiful opportunity in the late stage of that game where that minions.
Winions. They're not minions. They're Winions.
Winions.
Say it right.
Winions.
They won the
Oh,
game.
relax. Why so aggressive? Are you Dewa? Are you Alter Ego?
I said I'm on the Winion team.
He's a Winion spokesperson.
The Winion spokesperson.
Yeah.
Winion MVP.
Because Winions can't talk.
You're right.
So they need someone to
represent.
Exactly.
Well, if you want to represent, you might as well show that you are an intelligent individual, because they are points that you can make, especially if you have invested in Indomart Poinku, man. It's a lot of points.
What do you get with the points from Indomart Poinku, Arashi?
Well, every time you shop at Indomart, you get points that can be used to get discounts, special member-only gifts, and free products. So, you know, don't get the Indomart Retry as well in the game. Make sure you download the Indomart Poinku app and use it every time you shop for anything in Indomart. I know you go there, man. It's everywhere, all around Jakarta, all around Indonesia as well. And special for the studio audiences, man. You've got to visit the Indomart Poinku booth.
Yes, for sure. So you can meet Mr. Robert. Unfortunately, Fitri is not there today. But it's fine because you get Mr. Robert. He's also just as kind, just as nice. And look, oh, thumbs up. See?
Hey.
He's saying thank you for calling him
Robert.
kind.
We're keeping tabs. We're keeping notes right here. Robert. Write that down. Write that down. Robert.
This face has this name. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert.
There you go.
Try to test it later.
Hello, Mr. Robert.
Talk to
You
Mr.
having
Robert.
a good time? He's having a definitely having a good time, right? Because
he seems fresh.
Because he gets free coffee there.
Oh.
Right? For us, Point Coffee, we get a 30% discount.
You
Still
don't get
good
100
value.
like Mr. Robert?
No. You have to work there.
Like Mr. Robert?
Yeah.
And Fitri?
But yeah, both of these people will explain that you guys can get a 30% discount using the Discount PC30 promo code, because, you know, Point Coffee, specialty coffee, perfect barista.
Perfect barista. Mr. Robert?
Perfect barista.
He's a perfect barista?
He's not the barista.
Who's the barista?
Fitri.
But he's not here today.
Maybe she was in the toilet.
Then how do you explain the coffee that I got?
That's why!
Is that tea?
Maybe Fitri was in the toilet.
Oh, it is coffee. I thought it was going to be tea.
Have your tea. made by Fitri.
Is this tea? Oh yeah, I love this tea.
At what time? At 3. Ooh.
On a tree.
No.
Okay,
Nice
I
try.
tried. It's okay. I tried. Just like Dewa tried in game number 1 there.
They tried, but it ended up being free.
Ooh.
Huh?
Minions.
Oh.
They must be yelling out Re.
Unfortunate.
Well, we'll see, man. Alter Ego, that's definitely a great ego boost, or not exactly an ego boost. It's more of a morale boost here, showing that, okay, even when the going gets tough, even when we take it to the late game, we can match up to this team, man. We have it in us. We just have to keep doing what we do best.
Which is?
And maybe drink some coffee.
Oh, no wonder he was quiet. I was like waiting for Mirko to catch it. Turns out he's busy. Does it say, hello Mirko, you're the cutest boy ever? What?
Hello, OG. Yo, buddy. I think this is their order. That's okay.
It's okay. Because for those of you watching at home, you guys can get your hands. No, grab. You can't say grab your hands actually. Well, grab this discount, right? 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car throughout the event. So if you guys want to hop over and meet Fitri, Ahmad, Rafi, Fira.
Did you just forget Robert?
And Robert. You guys can come to the venue, use the discount because why not, right? And if you guys want to get diamonds or MLBB hero skins, you guys can stay tuned for the Grab challenges. So, we love you, Grab. So much.
I mean, I love Grab so much that I use OVO as well to pay for all my Grab bookings, orders, etc. Why? Because it's the best. I get the most promos out of it too, and I get OVO points.
What do you do with the OVO points?
Well, I can buy another thing, like I can buy, let's say, I buy food for 50,000, I get cash back, 5,000 OVO points.
Okay.
And if I keep on racking that up, I'll go to anywhere, an Indomart, let's say, and I'll pay with OVO to get like chips or anything.
I love chips.
I've been using OVO so much, my points have accumulated like an insane amount. I don't even remember it. It's so high. The thing is, I can't even use it up fast enough. It keeps expiring. And now I'm just sad because I'm losing value. So that's just how much they pamper you, man. I can't even use it.
We've been friends for quite a long time, right, Rashi?
Is this a signal? Is this a hint that you require some points, Eternal?
You can always help a brother out, right?
A sister.
Help a brother out.
Help a brother out.
Excuse me.
Why are you offended?
Excuse me. You're not a bro. You're a sis.
Why is it so important to you, buddy? What happened?
Why did it get personal?
Don't assume.
All right, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen, to the drafting phase of game number 2. Alter Ego leading with 1 point. They just need another to secure themselves the victory. They've actually opted to stay on the same sides. Fanny, Bruno, once again banned out by Dewa United. We have the Boxia, we have the Eve ban. If it goes to the same pattern, it'll be a Kadira and a Turizla ban, respectively.
I think technically, it's going to be a bit more difficult for Alter Ego because part of why they were so successful is that several times I do feel like Dewa United didn't really expect that kind of aggression coming in from Alter Ego, and that resulted in them getting a multitude of objectives, turrets, neutral objectives, buffs in the early game. With Dewa already having a feel of how Alter Ego is going to approach this game number 2, I think they're going to be a bit more careful, and they have already banned away the Novaria as well.
Oh man, they've respected the Udil pick from game number 1, that first pick. Now they really understand, so that's why they first picked it. All right, we'll ban it out, but I think the core bans for Alter Ego really shows you the respect, right? The Baksha, the Yves, and also the Turizla. Literally, these 3 heroes are the 3 heroes that you always see in Dewa victories.
Here's the first pick though for Dewa. It's going to be that Edith. And it's so flexible. Rasi was able to find great success on it, especially when your team is really there to back you up. When you are having an advantage, you can go real crazy with that onward and Earth Shatter combo, man.
Now the question is, with the Edith pickup, like you mentioned, with all its glory, does Alter Ego want to pick up a Kadira here? It's not necessarily an Alter Ego-esque pick, but with it being open, do you think Udil can utilize it?
have to think about it first, I think. I mean, like,
is it worse?
The Kadita could definitely show up. This is the hero that was swapped out for the Novaria. It's also a good flex. And they will pick it up. Remember, it's not just Udil's pick. It can also go to the hands of Rasi. With the Martis, though, they're still staying true. They say, go for the Bredgen again. Lanaya, we dare you.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's the idea, right? Alter Ego. They seem to prefer this Martis a lot more. That should have been maybe something that Dewa could capitalize more on. Now with the Kadita and Martis, it's going to be hard to match this aggression in the triple mid trio. I would like to ask you guys at home, can you hear the drums? Because it's right next to us and I can barely hear myself. What is going on?
Very impressed.
I think MPL should have a talent show at this point.
No, I'm very impressed. You were
actually,
looking at the
yeah,
drummers
exactly.
too, right? Me too. Yo,
Talent
they're
show.
in sync.
They need a super fans MPL talent show.
I'd watch it.
Yeah, me too.
You guys probably heard it through our mics as well. Dewa heard that maybe the Irithal would have been a better option here to go for compared to the Brody. Yes, Brody is a playmaking hero. You can make a lot of plays, especially when you have Watt, but mainly you need to look for Snowball. For Irithal, you don't need to. You can play the late game and you can still be safe.
And we saw something of this nature earlier on with a Boxia, I think, in match number 1. So if Dewa wants to go for the Pocket Angela pick that we see so often, with the Fredrin and the Edith, that's not a bad idea. With the Irithel available as well. For Alter Ego though, are they gonna show their last hand, the Roamer? Are they gonna leave it in a bit more flexible spot and grab something for Pi maybe? It's gonna be the Valentina. Alright, they're showing it already. It's gonna be Roam Kadita and most likely a mid lane Valentina.
Why did they go for Valentina here? Right? I mean, okay, sure, you have Edith, but other than that, there's not much you can utilize just yet unless they're sniffing out a possibility that Dewa United might utilize something ultimate heavy for that EXP lane and that Roamer, maybe sniffing out the Kaja pickup?
Kaja could be possible. I think the idea is that against 2 short-range heroes, or technically 3 if you include the Irithel, the Valentina can do a lot of damage, man. And if you're trying to protect your backline, there's crowd control built into the Valentina's kit as well. And the Alter Ego drumming is hella impressive, man. They got like 2 going on at the same time, and it's a pretty sick beat.
It truly is.
It's gonna be very morale boosting for the Alter Ego side. You can see the Dewa United fans are kind of faltering here. Can't do that, guys. You gotta go even louder when your team is losing.
It's like in the games where it gives you a buff, like a morale buff that like increases your attack speed by like 10% or something.
Performance somehow.
But anyway, here the Feramis does get banned in by Alter Ego in the second phase of the drafts, and Dewa United respond with a Claude. What are they forcing here? Do they want Nino to pick up the Beatrix? Or do they think they're going to ban it out too and just force him on something like the Brody or something short range as the Angela gets taken away as well?
Alter Ego actually caught on to the possibility of the Angela right here. That's very, very good. Now, seems like it's going to be a bit of a collision style fight. Everyone is just so short range. Will Dewa go and just ban out all the long range, make it difficult? If they go for the Farsa here, there could be a trade of the Feather Airstrikes as well. So these 2 teams are very similar, but this Diverth ban might hit at a Uranus. Will Alter Ego take it away and put Pi in a less of a playmaking situation, but deny Dixon that sustainable frontline?
I don't know about that, man. Again, we'll have to Oh, they pick it up before Dewa can!
Yep.
Beautifully done by Alter Ego. Do not want to give it over. They know the Dyroth ban, but could this be a bait for another pick? No Dyroth here, but against a Uranus, what else would be? I mean, Paquito. Paquito would be pretty solid. You're right. But I've never seen Dixon play it before.
Now that's the main problem right here. They have enough frontline. Damage could be it. If they want to try and use mobility, something with a dash, something with crowd control, or something that can split push, they will have a lot of options to play around with right here. And I think it's going to be something on the tankier side. That seems like the Dewa style to go with anyway, especially without the Angela. That's going to augment the tankiness. Oh, it's a Franco. with a Farsa. More crowd control in the early game, but also that late game AoE. Alter Ego definitely has seen through this. What will their last pick be here for the gold lane? If it's too divey, it will get punished very severely. If it's too long range, it's not exactly safe either.
Just be a safe pick here with the Brody. I think you'll do pretty well. Again, against the Farsa, you can get countered, but it's probably the safest option here to go against the Irithel in lane. You already have so much kill threat, might as well add into it a bit more. Leslie? Against an Irithel? No, I don't think so. Against the Farsa as well.
Okay, so that's going to be the Brody. Won't be as crazy as we are expecting. But again, it's crazy to see the drafts from both these teams because it's usually quite evenly matched right here. There's so much hinging on the execution in the Land of Dawn.
All right, we'll have to see as both teams get ready with this draft. The Brody, safe pick, good matchup against the Irithel, a winning matchup. Alter Ego have an even better snowballing composition, I would say, in this game. What they need to do is they need to weather out the storm, or sure, they can actually go up against this early aggression through what? Through CC and pickoff. A lot of single target damage they have in their composition, and they need to utilize it here.
Well, with the Uranus right here, I'm not sure if this was something that really fit into the composition for Alter Ego, or if it's something they just tried, they're forced to use, lest they let it go to the hands of Dewa United when there are no more high DPS gold laners or an Edith for them. Let's see how it performs in the EXP lane as we walk into that game.
The potential last game of this series. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn. Alter Ego facing off with Dewa United. Can they force a game number 3?
Looking at how entertaining game 1 was, let's hope so. Let's hope we'll get game number 3 for more entertainment. Down below, look at the chunk right now. Oh, Dixon. Already with the Earthshatter. What is this damage? Pi forced back. So holding off from using that Purify. Another chunk of damage comes through, and Pi is able to escape.
That's the early Farsa damage right here. And you can expect it to be a lot more aggressive, especially with the Franco, man. We haven't seen it too often. Franco, Farsa, Fredrin. A lot of crowd control, like you mentioned, Mirko, but there is immunity built into the Mortal Coil of Saliboy. So we'll see if he will be able to as the hook lands.
What a hook! Onto Udo, just reading him like a book. Lanaya now in his own jungle with no help of Udo. He still gets it. Beautifully done by Saliboy, winning out that red tree battle to get level 4 first.
Oh, that mind game coming in from Dewa United here in the early game. But already a different shade to Alter Ego here. Not a lot of quantum charges. What's going on here?
Alter Ego are just trying to go for more sustain, more damage. That's the way they want to try and play this for Dewa United. The Irithel, the Farsa, everything has mobility here except for the Franco, and they go with the quantum charges and agilities in their emblems to ensure that they can maneuver, right? The way they have been winning against Alter Ego is by outmaneuvering them where it really matters. Alter Ego are all about that guaranteed aggression and just wiping out their team.
I think they're also anticipating that this game might go to the late game, right? Because Udil picking up a Weapon Master, very unique, but it does show and give us a little bit more insight as to how they plan to play this, as already a fight for the turtle.
Iron Hook as well, comboed in with the Earth Shatter earlier. Rasi, defensive oddity used up, Brazer's Wrath coming down. Saliboy taking low, the damage is too much for Saliboy to handle, and he'll be forced to run away with a Mortal Coil. Lanaya secures it, Shako with a good punch back onto Saliboy, securing first blood, as there's a feathered airstrike coming down, a Breath of the Ocean into an Onward, stolen away, but it's the Earth Shatter from Dixon! And the Onward locks them down! Only Shako will fall, as Dewa have claimed more than just a win.
What was that by Dixon? That was literally the entire turnaround in that small team fight.
That was just Alter Ego grouping up, man. They are fearing for the hook. They're fearing for isolation. They huddle together and they get hit with an Earth Shatter and a 3-man stun from Keys as well, I believe. That was devastating. That hook does not land.
So close though. So close. But Shako has been insane on this Franco. As
Petrify into a Purify. Shako looking for a punish with that hook. Unable to find anything. But honestly, we have to take a look at the kills here that they will have claimed. 2 have been on Shackle.
2 on Shackle, right? That's not ideal, but at the same time, if your Franco is ahead in gold, he can be tankier and be more reliable.
Let's see, they're trying to lock Rossi down, doing a good job at it, an iron hook as well, but Rossi gets out. Now it's Sully Boy, jumping onto Lanaya with a Mortal Coil as well. Watt has the heavy crossbow. Nino has rotated over to the purple buff, and they'll be able to utilize this pressure to go for more shots on that turret shield. Sully Boy zoning, now finally disengaging, and man, Nino got a lot.
Oh man, I thought Shackle was gonna go for a hook there onto Nino. That would have been disastrous, but Sally Boy.
But the airstrike, Lanaya gets out. Ooh, Shackle misses that iron hook. And Nino again!
Goes back. He gets more value in that top lane, completely shredding that gold shield. That's gonna give him a massive advantage in that 1v1 against Watt on an Irithel, who definitely needs more time to scale and come online.
The Irithel, man. It's gonna be a bit difficult later for Watt to do a lot of damage, especially onto Pyre on that Uranus. He's gonna try and rely on being able to move behind the same way we saw him last time. And Sully Boy now getting jumped on.
Onward, oh, Udil gets caught, and now it's gonna be the Rossi with the rough waves connecting on it too. Udil forced back, Rossi as well. Lanaya versus Sully Boy, good reset by Lanaya. They have more pressure to play with now. Pi gets caught, focusing mark on him, taking a quarter of his HP. Still, Sully Boy versus Lanaya. They're still looking for more. Mortal Coil gets punched in. Sully Boy finds it. Beautifully done. 1-1 in Turtles.
That was a 50-50 won by Sully Boy, right?
Yep.
It was a 50-50, but at the same time, the reset was a bit weird in my opinion. They used 3 ultimates, 4 even, before the fight even ended. Especially for Keys, he held on for that feather airstrike for so long, instead of using it immediately when Shackle was able to get a pick. I feel like there's a bit of disconnect here in the calls being made, but we'll see, man. It's only the first turtle, and by all means, Dewa United are the ones aggressing.
Oh, great iron hook, but no bloody hunt. It was still on cooldown. Sully Boy is just able to walk out of that one.
Very interesting turn of events here, right? Because at that turtle, Nino was somewhat involved, whereas Watt has just been focused on the farm.
Oh, no.
Was that a cancel?
Yeah, what a breath of the ocean there. I don't know if that was intentional, but no flicker for Shackle.
Yeah, I don't think it was. He flickered onto the pre-placed Breath of the Ocean as Keys now gets hunted down.
Purify. Oh, it's a bait! An iron hook and a bloody hunt onto Udil! And not even. Sully Boy gets out. He gets a kill back though. 2 for 1 still.
Overall, still pretty good. Good pressure being used by Alter Ego as well, though. In the middle of all that, Pi cutting down the waves, and Dewa United has no answer.
Oh, flicker onward, and the Primal Wrath, does it save him? Yes, it does. Able to sustain back up just with 2 shots and a regen.
It's only been 7 minutes. That's how much action we've been given over and over for the past 7 minutes. Both these teams are harassing one another. But like you mentioned earlier on, Arashi, the fact that Pi has just been a constant shove of 2 lanes just gives Alter Ego a little bit more space when it comes down to these team fights that they have been trading really well with Dewa United on.
Now it's about the full 5-man team fight for Dewa United. So there's still the issue of the long range, but Alter Ego, are they going to try and split?
With Pi!
Oh, one more shot for their airstrike. Pi survives! That's why he earned the title, Sir Pi. Appraiser's Wrath coming out with the retry from both of the junglers. Lanaya gets it with a burn, now with a taunt to escape. Gets a reset, torn apart memory though from Nino. Picks it up, Lanaya dashing forward. What? Nino punishes him.
They might be losing focus right here, man. We're seeing different calls, it seems like, being made by Dewa United, and a split in their focus. This could be a big problem, especially because Alter Ego have more macro options here. If they don't really watch for all the small factors, it could be dangerous as Watt gets jumped on.
And Sully Boy gets sniped down. Rossi with an engage in the back, unable to find more than just Shackle. Terrified up, that's a rough wave. 1 basic attack, fade away, but Shackle gets out.
A small win in for Dewa United being able to take Sully Boy down, but like you mentioned before, you got cut there by that team fight. it's Alter Ego still winning it out because of more options that they have. They literally were able to push almost every single turn that top side just from Pi alone.
Looking at the item as well, man, Pi already has the Oracle and the Dominance Ice, so he is going to be a big pain in the butt for Dewa United to deal with. Sunny Boy isn't nearly as aggressive. He's going to build full tank as well. A bit of an advantage, quote-unquote, for Alter Ego, having Sunny Boy on something a bit more secure. But an NOD has been built by Udil, so they want to try and cap some regeneration as Dixon goes really, really deep. There was a risky play, but Dewa United now has some control. Can they spring a trap for Alter Ego?
And also the same can't be said for Dewa United, right? They don't have any respecting items for Pi, so Pi's just... he's all G, man. He's fine, he's untouched at this point. Who can cap his regen?
Well, not a lot of people. Oh, wow, what? Well, yeah, dashes out of the Petrify, but now that's a resource burned out. Farsa and Irithel, Watts and Kaze, they're both going to be quite okay in these team fights. No backline threat anymore.
Look at the bottom side though. One more turret. It might fall right here for Dewa United. That's the wave management from Alter Ego, and they're gonna go all in on this Lord. They're trying to settle this right here, right now.
All right, they're going for it now. Let's see what they can do in this Lord pit. Look at Shaco. Looking for a play. Pi jumps forward, revealing Shaco even more. Udil with a good splash of damage and a Primal Rat. That was a bloody hunt, locking him down, but it's Shaco who dies first. Lanaya walking up, has the taunt. That's a breath of the ocean to disengage and a torn apart memory to maybe force them back. They still want to stay though.
It's a 1-0 already. What are you doing, Alter Ego? They can push this or they can focus on the objectives because Dewa United, they don't have Shaco to create moments, and there it is!
Oh! Dixon with an Earth Shatter flicker. Now Dixon taken low, Watt able to kite away for a bit. Brazers right dodged away from Biodil. Torn apart memory! To the back, Lanaya gets a two-man taunt into a feathered airstrike, and Watt deals the damage. Sully Boy, Mortal Coil, disengaged, Shaco concealed, now revealed. Shaco not able to find the Iron Hook. Alter Ego have played the long game, but now Lanaya gets a good taunt, forcing the Mortal Coil, now jumping onto Pine, knocking him up. Shaco. Oh, he doesn't go for it.
Well, pay attention to the bottom side. The wave has rebounded. He's going to meet right in front of the turret of Alter Ego. So now, if Dewa United are the ones holding them in place, holding them hostage, they will get a free turret, I think. And that is exactly what Dewa is trying to do. Try and out-sustain, but it's difficult against a Uranus. Pi is just notorious right now for being able to do this. And you can see Rossi being pulled away.
Bloody hunt for the airstrike, and Pi is gone! In front, Dixon! With an onward into an Earth Shatter. He loses his life, but he finds a big pick before that. 2 for 1, it's the mid laner down.
Whew. That is the long game for Dewa, man. It's all about how much they can play. They got the turret in the bot side as well, as predicted. But now, can they have enough of a lead to go for the Lord? The wave is still going to be pushing on the bot side, by the way. Rossi did not clear it out. Shaco goes for it.
That's a question, right? Boy level 12 here. Lanaya 13, he has a level advantage, but do you think they're able to do this? Rossi, he's looking for a moment onto Lanaya. Just one knockup is all it takes to give Boy the right engage.
Let's see. Okay, there you go. Lanaya secures it. A rough waves there by Rossi. He wanted to give Boy an opening. My God, that Iron Hook almost got it.
Man, constant back and forth. And you're just on your toes every single time. Dewa, though, with the Lord right here, now they can use it as a wall, as a secondary turret, and then use that to force Alter Ego into positions where Shaco can predict their movement and land an Iron Hook.
Definitely, but they need to be in sync, right? Because a lot of these moments, Shaco goes in for an opportunity, but Dixon here gets one. But it's on to Boy. He's still able to kite away from that AoE, but Rossi.
Rough waves. Dixon, 1 HP, gets out of the waves. Oh no, Rossi's getting chased down, but the airstrike locking him out. Rossi gets picked off. That's a killing spree for Kaze.
But he does buy enough time for his team to take control of that Lord in that bottom side.
Oh,
the inhibitor turret does fall, however, as Alter Ego look to defend the second tier turret in the mid side.
Mortal Coil by Sully Boy. That's a taunt from Lanaya, not connecting onto anyone. Watt still sieging this tier 2 in the mid lane, and yes, Alter Ego have dealt with that Lord push very, very well.
well, they've done the Lord push, but they lose a base turret that is essentially unescorted. I wasn't sure what exactly happened right there, but that is a massive win for Dewa United. This is now an option for them on how to deal with this Uranus split push, and they've secured it so early on at 13 minutes, and they're still trying to go for more with the empowered waves, and you can see that Alter Ego are forced to position so tentatively due to the range, the iron hooks, and onward.
On Silly Boy, Mortal Coil gets him another pass, but the Bloody Hunt locks him down. Rossi unable to find a pick in the back line because the Purify, sort of our memory, only taking immortality. Nino still positioning. Udil has stolen the Primal Wrap. Flicker Udil with the Flame of Dixon. That's a Flicker Shatter onto a Primal Wrath. Pi running them down. Watt is able to kite away. 2-4-2.
That was so close. That was so close for Dixon to outplay that situation and take Nino down. But either way, he was able to give the space for Watt and Case to escape that sticky situation as we enter the 14th minute of the game.
I don't know what's going on right here, but Pi on the Uranus doesn't seem as tanky as the other Uranuses I've seen in the same situation.
He just melted down.
He was getting hit by Watt on the Irithel and Keys on the Farsa. He has magic and physical defense and a blade armor on top of that. But I think it might be the crit itemization here, along with the Demon Hunter Sword for Watt. It's allowing him to do even more damage to this Uranus.
So what does he have to do?
I think he just can't move forward 1v3 like that, man. It was a valiant attempt, but he wants to do something like that. Pi needs to do it before, right? Before the fight begins, not after, when his team can't really pull away attention from him or capitalize on the pressure, on the attention that Pi is taking away from the rest of the team.
Understood. Here in the 15. Oh no, Shaco!
Flicker Bloody Hunt into the heavy crossbow, into the Panther airstrike, but look at the back line! Petrify into a rough waves. XP for mid laner. Meanwhile, up top, you gotta be careful. Sully Boy now caught. Primal Wrath coming down. Lanaya locking Sully Boy out. The jungler, if he falls here, is gonna be a free Lord. But Sully Boy gets out with the help of the team. Who's it worth for, Arashi? No Pi, no Case.
No Pi and Case. I feel like without Pi, that Iron Hook is gonna be even more dangerous. So Dewa United might have the better value out of that trade. The jungle, though, is alive, and there is no Feather Airstrike to deal with Nino. Dixon goes for it.
Oh, Earth Shatter! Rossi deleted!
What?
Nino walking forward, torn apart memory, ready, and he pops it now to execute, but Silly Boy gets a decimation before that happens. Now it's the Praiser's Wrath. That Bloody Hunt cancelled out. Immortality shutting down, but Nino finds a kill. He's unstoppable as he's free hitting again. He's able to back away. HP bars. Watts using the Haas Claws, getting some more HP. Shaco taken low. Kaze is respawned. My god, these team fights.
So messy, so ruthless. And I thought that perhaps with Nino low, forced a recall, Dewa United might want to just try and drag it out in the Lord Pit, but because the Naya was off the board, it doesn't seem like they wanted to commit.
That is crazy. Looking at the players' gold by UBS Gold right here. Watt and Nino still on top. And that fight earlier was a showdown, man. If Nino wasn't taken low by Watt there, that could have been the end of it. They could have kept going, taken the Lord, and it's over. But now there is some time here. Both teams trying to reset, trying to set up, and the wave on the bot side. You see 1 minion left for the side of Alter Ego, but with the base turret not available, this might actually backfire and set up the wave to push towards Alter Ego instead.
Does he see him? All right, so they spot out Pi with that Feather Airstrike, but that's information for Alter Ego that they've already utilized that resource. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, Petri Fury used up. Rossi still has the rough waves. Pi in the midst of it all. Shaco able to look the Bloody Hunt out Nino, but he's still able to survive. What the heck? Finally the onward. And Case finds the shutdown, able to maneuver around as well. Udil able to escape for now, but Pi loses his immortality, as that is going to be Watt gutting him down, taking him out for a mega kill. Case losing his life to the rough waves, but it's traded in. Lanaya with a big smack and a big boink gets Rossi taken out.
So that's it. That's at the end of the day, it's a 3-4-2 trade in favor of Dewa United. They're using their man advantage to push through in this mid line, getting more aggressive. Only Celiboy and Udil left.
Oh! Shaco with an iron hook, but unfortunately no Bloody Hunt to lock Sully down. Still though, the Mortal Coil was already used up. Udil dealing a lot of damage. Dewa United with 2 waves coming down into the mid lane. Sully once again bringing the damage onto Watt. poking him down. No timing crossbow by Udo, splashing the damage. Nino is respawning, he's dealing a lot. Torn apart memory! Onto Lanaya, and they've defended Nino with a flicker forward. Watt gets out and pops the Purify in panic. Have they made the wrong call?
It was overly aggressive, and now they're stuck at a 5v4. The waves are very much in their favor, and Altrigo has to adjust. In the previous fight, Rossi was just stuck trying to find Case the whole time. He needs to maybe divert some of his attention to Watt or to Dixon, or set up some big Breath of the Ocean. Whatever it is, adjustments are made by both these teams, and it seems like Altrigo are going for it, forcing a fight.
Oh, Pike gets, wow, what? Deleted. Rossi, conceal in the back, now reveal. Lanaya with a big Appraiser's Wrath. Torn apart memory from Nino. Catches Lanaya, breaks his immortality. Dixon still waiting in the midst. Alter Ego disengaged, so does Dewa.
And now the situation is completely reversed. It's Dewa United with the man advantage with Shaco coming back in, and Pai will be absent for this trade. Dewa United, do they want to blitz this Lord, take it for themselves? It looks like they might actually. Sally Boy in no position to be able to contest for it, and that's a huge win for Dewa United.
Woo. Wow. That is insane. Finally, a huge win, a decisive win. That's not a half victory for Dewa United. With this Lord, they're gonna go for a full man push. They can go for a 3-wave play as well. But Altrigo, this is where they're thinking, man. What do they have to do in the next fight? Are they gonna send Pai to just run forward again after he got bursted down so decisively in the previous team fight? Are they gonna try and rely on Nino and Udil? Options are available, but time isn't.
It's definitely ticking here for Alter Ego. If they want to win this 2-0, they need to think of something quick, and it looks like that's exactly what they're planning. Look at Rossi's positioning right now, looking for a flank onto Dewa United. Can they catch them off guard is a question.
Oh, Rossi cancelled out by Lanaya! And the buddy unlocks him down! Feather airstrike onto the back, Nino flickers out in desperation. Watson able to free hit on the back line as the Winter Truncheon gets used up right now. The torn apart memory takes Shaco down, and that's a splash of damage. What? Still able to escape right now. Buys, or has the immortality rather. Sunnyboy walking up. Udil loses. Oh! His
Lord?
The Lord is crashing in, no way! The Lord is hitting the base, Alter Ego are defending, What just needs to get in there somehow, Sunnyboy gets executed, and what? Equalizes the series with a basic attack to the base.
Lordian,
Winion, whatever you want to call it.
What is going
Dewa
on?
United has turned it around. And we have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. What a game!
How? Game number 1, it was Winion. Game number 2, we get a Lordian. It's a similar story in this entire series for both of these teams, who are so aggressive that sometimes they forget the basics. They forget wave clear, they forget housekeeping. And this is the results that we're getting, but thank God, because we're gonna see a game number 3.
Whew. You know, we talked about the difference in the situations, but man, you're seeing again. I think in match 1 we saw this Franco, and we said that the later the game goes, the more the Franco becomes dangerous. You're seeing it here, man. The fact that Dewa had a Franco in their composition was so beneficial and so crucial in them just having so much more pressure in the late game.
An eye for an eye, man. You had your minions do the dirty work. We'll have our Lord do the same to you. What are the odds of that happening in this series? Winions and Lord. What the heck?
Man, that's how close the games are, man. There was only a single fight where it was decisive for Dewa. And even after that fight, you thought, okay, it's over. They're gonna end. They almost got reversed, man. The Lord was the only thing that really tipped things in favor of Dewa United. This is peak MPL, dude. What is going on?
When 5 members from each team can't do it,
decide.
Lord can. Lord MVP.
Lord MVP. I'm trying to decide who is my standout player.
I think I'm gonna have to say Watt.
Watt.
I think I went for Watt as well, man.
But Dixon made a lot of
was
good
great too.
calls.
Shaco was great too. The entire team was great
Shaco was
too.
also important.
Case too.
Yeah,
Everybody
to
was
the
important.
victory. Keys stopped.
There was
so
no one
many-
who was useless.
That's how close the game is. If one of them fell short right there and lost control, lost focus, that game could have been over. But everyone persevered, man.
And here we're gonna crown our POTG, the one that stuck out to us the most.
What the heck?
By the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Wait, yeah.
Is this
I didn't
what?
realize that.
He has 0 deaths?
What?
Huh? What?
His immortal.
It's in the name, man.
It's in the name. His immortal popped in the last engagement, right? I believe. But man, 0 deaths.
In that 2v2.
On an Irithel. And I've always been saying since a few days ago that the Uranus is a hard counter to Irithel. I stand corrected, right? I was so wrong. Pi couldn't do anything.
I think mainly though, it wasn't the Irithel. I think it was the Farsa, bro. That burst damage, Pi was like, what the heck? I get deleted before I can even do anything, man.
Might be the Franco as well, right?
Yeah, the
Making sure
lockdown.
that you lock him down before he can use any of his spells. Pi had a Purify, by the way. It doesn't matter. And there was a fight there where Keys was distracted, right? Chased down by Rossi the whole fight. Pi still got taken out, so I don't know, man. This man has some kind of witchcraft. I have no idea.
It's in the name, bro.
What?
Every time he does a good play or a bad play, he can always react the same way.
What?
What? Okay, sometimes there's also another option. Super Awat Supriyadi.
Super Awat.
You should make something about electricity. Because what?
Ooh. We'll work on that. We'll work on
Alright.
that.
Just an idea, just an idea.
Nikola Tesla.
Well, let's look at the highlights.
I really love this matchup because I
Yeah.
love seeing both of these gold laners go at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the most perfect example. Nino versus Watt. So aggressive, both of them.
And the spacing was phenomenal, man.
This is why Watt really likes this Irithel. And here, Pi. Look at this. Who is doing this damage? It's insane.
It's what? Yeah.
It is what? It's not the Farsa. What is going on?
In that case, it was Watt. But in a
Oh
lot of
my
like the burst moments where Pi just walks up and dies, it was the Farsa.
But Keys wasn't here.
But Pi wasn't here too.
Yeah, this was where they were just jugging it out, and
Rossi.
Nino barely survived. Man, every single team fight is so volatile because sometimes All Three will be winning, and then an Iron Hook will land on Nino, and that's it. Sometimes they will win, and Rossi will get a huge play onto Watt or Keys, and immediately the tides just change. And that's part of why it was so exciting, Eterna. You never really know.
Yeah. That engage earlier on, that was Rossi completely outplayed by Case, by the way.
Here we go with the Lord, man. Alter somehow made it so competitive, even with the Lord.
That turn apart memory was beautiful, by the way. If he was only in range, that would have been Kaze and Watt as well, losing their life.
Here we go, leap of faith.
One shot, one kill. But here we are to take a look at the post-game items. 20 minutes.
I feel like at this point it's a bit unfair to just look at the items. Look at the blank slots. They've been swapping it out in and out,
Yeah.
man. But I think the ones that matter, I think Watt going for the Berserker's Fury. I think that is important for sure. Sometimes I see Irithels go for a bit of a some Windtalker action for
That's
more
core item,
hits.
actually. Haas Berserker is core item. That's not the one that gets traded in. It's usually GDS to the Malefic or the DHS. DHS is a strange one.
He did have a GDS earlier. He did swap it out, by the way. So I guess he felt like some more damage would be more important indeed.
I mean, like, regardless of the GDS, he was still able to literally dodge every single shot that was thrown at him. So it warrants the fact that he traded in for more damage. I understand that. Plus, he actually was able to have the Purify to fall onto when things get ugly. Maybe it would be different if he had... no, not Inspire. What's it called? The Sprint.
The sprint.
The
Yeah, I
sprint.
wonder what that's called. But no, yeah, he went for Purify. He had to, right? There's so much lockdown. Even in the lane against the Brody, the Purify actually gets rid of all the stacks. So gets him a little bit of an advantage. I think the DHS is our answer to how he was able to melt down Pi, you know? Because the additional damage that he gets from the max HP of Pi really helped him shut him down with the addition of, obviously, the Dominance Ice and all the anti-regen items from the rest of the team.
That's what I thought, but at the same time, when you use the heavy crossbow, it doesn't really apply the same way, does it? I'm not quite sure. I think we have to ask some people with a bit more knowledge here. But Rasi went with the glowing wand, by the way. So he was definitely feeling the pressure of, man, these guys are so beefy, right? I need to do max HP damage. I'm a Kadira, by the way, but I think it's better for me to apply that burn in the middle of a team fight to multiple people than go for assassinates, because there's 2 purifies on Keys and Watt, and Rasi was completely denied here, man. Even in the last fight, you saw that he was going for a big combo. The purify was used by Watt, but he was also stunned up by Shaco, I believe, with the Bloody Hunt. So the awareness from both these teams in the middle of such a chaotic team fight is definitely something to behold.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is this Rasi's Kadita's first loss?
It might be.
Right? Usually it's banned out for Rasi, the Kadita. Is it his first loss on Kadita?
I don't know.
I think it might be, actually. I think it might be. Regardless, it's a pick with a very high win rate, and Dewa United has shown that they can deal with it. They did not ban it out. They didn't quote-unquote counterpick it. They just used execution, and that is insane. We already talked about Dewa just being crazy, going for 50-50s all the time, and just winning throughout by using execution. And you're seeing it again this late into the season.
Eternus thinking.
No, I'm thinking about it, right? Because
Kadita, right?
See the loading icon. Like,
in these team fights, I felt like Dewa United were a little bit more scrappy than they were in game number 1, but they were still able to win. It's odd. These two teams are very odd. It's a very, very odd play style.
It takes 2 to tango,
very
I would
aggressive.
say.
Very similar. Do you not think they're very similar, these two teams?
oh, absolutely.
Right?
That's why we're seeing a similar conclusion to both games as well.
You're right.
And Lord.
I love it. I love this matchup. I love Dewa. It's exciting. All right, cool. So, unfortunately, we are going to go on a short break before we finally see the conclusion to this matchup. And I'm super excited to get to it. So, in this break, don't forget to get your snacks. Use Grab, Ovo, just all of it. You know, get the value, because we'll see you after the break.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the decider game between Alter Ego and Dewa United. Did you buy your snacks already?
Did
you?
Your answer, bro. Answer the question.
They're
It's
not-
one of those
why are they not
interactive
ans-
streams, you know?
Oh, you gotta tap.
Yeah, tap the answer, and then we'll continue with the story. It's a
And then, like,
branching storyline.
If they do a different answer, it becomes a
Totally different thing.
it's like a parallel storyline.
I was hoping some guy would be like looking at his phone, like, oh, what, me?
Like, how do you press it?
Yes,
how do
you,
press on my
John.
Samsung?
It's a random name, right? Is it Jason? Imagine if his name is John, it'll just be like, whoa, wait, that's super meta. But if your name isn't John, then I don't know.
Why'd
That's
you do that? What if someone's name is actually John and he was so happy that you noticed him and now you just
We
ruined
notice
it?
you, John.
It's for you, John.
We love you,
And
John.
Jason. And Jimmy.
When did Jason? What?
I don't think I've
Why
seen
are-
a Jimmy.
Why are all the J's getting love here, man? What about the other letters?
I don't know.
You started with John.
I don't know. But either or, remember, we're back to a 1-1, a best of one between
Man.
both of these teams who severely need it. Arashi was a little bit offended earlier on.
Whoa, offended? What
So we
happened?
went to the toilet, right?
Uh-huh,
And then he met the Kage. And then he was like, good luck to Udil. And Udil didn't reply.
You know why?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did?
Wait, it's fake news. Yeah, he did.
Oh, he replied. What did he reply, Arashi?
You see, I'm not trying to like. Oh, is this appropriately talking about here though? I guess it's not a big deal.
Not appropriate. What did you do?
Oh no. I felt that he wasn't the usual cheerful Udil, and that is concerning to me, right? Because when you talk about Udil, I think of that guy who in the darkest of times still lightens the mood. So seeing him under pressure, I'm like, whoa. This has to be that tough of a game for both these teams. I'm pretty sure even for Dewa, they were able to get a victory. But there were moments in that last sequence where they're like, oh, wait, are we losing? Are we winning? So I think this is going to be, I don't know, a very tough game for both teams, which means we're going to see either more mistakes or even more focus. It can only go up and down from here. There's no middle ground.
Yeah. It's just
Man.
the extremes of both sides. And that's the thing, right? Because for Alter Ego, sure, if they lose this match, they do still have a chance. It was, what, 33% for them to get to playoffs? They still have, how many more matches ahead? I think 2, 1? One more match ahead. And it really depends on how the other teams above them on the standings do. But, like, having your fate in something that you can't control. That must be so frustrating. And it's worse for Alter Ego. The stakes for Dewa United are a little bit more different, right? They just want to be able to secure the playoffs, but they still have a bigger chance to get to that point.
Yeah.
But for Alter Ego, the clock is ticking
They have
and
one more
time is
match.
running out. One more match, exactly.
After this, one more. And it's against Aura.
They should be fine. Anyway, coming into game number 3, however, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, official Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. They're on the exact same sides. You see the exact same bands coming through. Edith first pick. And now the change happens for Alter Ego. It's not Martis Fredrin. No, it's not Martis Kadita, but it's Fredrin Kadita.
I think
what
it's much
changes
better.
this?
It's much better. Fredrin is definitely more consistent as a jungler. Meanwhile, for the Martis, we did see in game 1, he got a snowball going. He's all good in the mid game. But if you don't get that snowball going, you can see that I would honestly say the Martis was really struggling in game number 2.
And the Fredrin is also something that was used by the side of Dewa themselves to try and get more crowd control, more sustain with the late situation of Fraser's Wrath to sustain more. But now it's a bit of a switch. Martis in the hands of Dewa United instead. This means that they will falter more in the late game, but also be able to be a lot more aggressive in the early game if they want to. Now, considering the circumstances, I believe they're gonna ban away the Farsa, right? That has been a huge problem for Nino and Rasi on this Kadita again and again. I think they're gonna take it away completely.
I have a question though. I think I was listening into your discussion about the gold lane between Iritel and the Claude. And what was the conclusion again?
Equal in the early game. Irithel does better towards late because she can deal damage more consistently compared to the Claude, who can only rely technically on his short range and Blazing Duet.
But in the lane, after level 4, does Claude not have a small window there
Better
against
for
the
clear.
Iritel?
Better for clear. You can wave clear better, you can also go for all-ins better, but in poke, it stays kind of the same.
Poke trading, so it's all about later, right? What you do in the lane is more of an investation towards that late investment for that late game. But the Franco, that was such a huge problem for game number 2. It's banned away by Alter Ego as well. So will Dewa find a different solution, something with the same kind of pressure? Do they want to go for the suppression, like the Kaja? Or do they want to go for something that can land from far away? If you talk about that, the Mystic Projectile comes to mind. It could be a surprise pick. It's going to be a very risky one, though, if they do want to attempt it.
The Uranus gets banned here though for Alter Ego. And it begs the question, what are they planning? Why did they ban the Uranus away here?
I think it's just a hassle to deal with, right? Because Dewa United, we did see in game number 1, Dixon was a big force. A big force to deal with. Game number 2, we saw that Dewa were already setting up for that pick again. So Alter Ego had no choice but to pick it away. There was no Dyrop that time. And we saw on the hands of Pi, I guess it's just not the same as it was in game number 1 on the hands of Dixon. So might as well, you know what? Instead of trying to deny this pick, instead of trying to contest, let's just ban it. Just get rid of it.
Because I feel like Pi deserves a hero that's a little bit more
playmaking.
Online.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Uranus is so passive.
Well, for Alter Ego, right? Now, without any suppression to worry about, I do think that tankiness is the name of the game right here. It seems like both teams rely on the gold laner to do damage, but at the same time, they're relying on having enough bodies to throw and absorb that damage. That was true for game number 1 and 2. So with the Uranus, the Terizla, the go-to tanky heroes banned away, I'm not sure what really fits here. The Esmeralda, by default replaces the Uranus kind of, but no real shields for the Esmeralda to benefit off of here.
So what's the choice? Esmeralda. Okay.
Lapu? Yeah, I think Lapu would be a very good choice to go for here.
Go for Valentina first though for Alter Ego.
Actually, I think at this point Dixon might just go for the Edith in the XP again.
If you want to use minions, right? Paquito. For the macro play, if they really want to try and change the approach.
There's no way Arlet, right? For Dewa.
Yeah, it's a choice. It's a pretty good choice. I mean, you can cancel the rough waves, a lot of the dive coming in from Alter Ego into zone the Fredrin. The Claude is where it gets kind of tough. Because with the delay now in the final slash, you're not as crazy as you were before against the Claude. I honestly think, looking at Dewa right now, the Paquito makes sense. I would also say Paquito, but we just have never seen Dixon and Pi on it this season.
Oh, the Angela was left open.
Well, there you go. It is a flex.
Oh, it's still going to be a Farsa. Wow.
Oh, Farsa into a Kadita. That's very, very risky. That's the perfect target for Rossi here to look for in the back line. But we saw that the Farsa was able to outplay it in game number 2. So Alter Ego now, how are they going to close it off? All they need is a jungler, perhaps, or EXP laner. There you go.
Boy.
Hellkurt.
Yeah, if the Kadita can't get it done, the Hellkurt will surely get the job done. Kaze is in a world of trouble.
Not just Kaze, I feel like Wat too.
But with the Angela, there's outplay potential here, sort of. And if Dewa gets the lead in the early game, the Martis against a Hellcrit, it's gonna be a brutal situation for Sully Boy to try and survive in. This is a volatile game for sure.
Let's see which masks Alter Ego choose to use here in the final game of this best of 3 series. We're inches away, we're moments away of seeing how this all pans out, but I gotta say, I feel like Alter Ego Esports, they have the answers, the solutions to the threats coming in from Dewa United. And I might have to side with Alter Ego for this one.
I'm really only concerned about the frontliners. In the previous 2 games, Dewa had a Uranus Fredrin Kaja. In game 2, Edith, Fredrin, and Franco. Now it's only the Martis and the Edith.
Let's see how it all goes down as we welcome you into the Land of Dawn for the final game of this series. Both teams very aggressive, both teams very scrappy in these team fights. Morale is wavering. We'll see who gets the dub in this particular game.
I do wonder how Lanaya is going to work on this fighter. Usually we see him in more tanky options in the jungle. So I'm not sure if I've ever seen him on the Martis personally. We'll see if he gets the early pressure, because this combination, Farsa, Angela, and, well, technically the Edith for now, but of course later the Martis, provides a lot of wave clear, which means that Dewa can be a lot more active as long as they don't really get caught out by crowd control.
Okay. Aside from that, though, do want to see how this matchup plays out for Sully Boy. Did you see the emblems earlier, Rashi? Did he go for... Oh, here we go. See it. So Season Hunter still. A lot of Hellkers actually decide to go for Master Assassin or just any more stat compared to just the Season Hunter, because he's already a fast-clearing jungler. Seems like Sully Boy wants to compete in that jungle, farm, and clear division first, though.
I think for Alter Ego, they have the advantage of the Nightfalls from Sully Boy, right? When things are... It's a very unique skill in the game, and it makes that... it makes for a very weird team fight, right? The communications need to be different when you cannot see each other. That could be the slight edge that Alter Ego can use to finally get some pickoffs, get more success in this big team fights, and maybe get a kill onto Watt. You know, game number 2, 0 deaths with a Kadita. That might change in this game.
Might definitely here. Let's take a look in comparisons to both of these junglers. Sully Boy level 4, Lanaya is as well. It's quite equal here, but Kaze. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Dixon gets knocked up. Oh, it's going to be Lanaya who still wins it despite the stinger. A kill over, though, traded in. Sully Boy gets tied up right there. That's going to be a kill. Picked up by Kaze. He pops into Purify to escape, but Pi locks him down. A hard guard saving Kaze for a bit longer. Shaco forced back 2-4-2.
Did you see how aggressive Shaco is playing this Angela? It's so weird. He goes into the back line of the enemy, grants that kill over, and he doesn't get killed in the process. So is this the new meta? Just this particular choice of emblem?
Brave Smite.
Brave Smite definitely plays a part here, but it's also that everyone else needs to be... Again, you can't really focus on the Angela only, because everyone else is also going aggressive. Look at this! Nothing's going on, and they're just popping ultimates, trying to make sure that they get a leg up over the other. And they're fighting over the Litho right now.
Yeah, that lethal ignition was popped in and Udo was just forced back with that. You can see the space that Lanaya has now. Did he steal that away? I think Sullyboy still got it. Rossi displaced, but Dewa disengage.
They're going to keep using the Angela as real crowd control threat. That's a different approach from what we're used to. And you have to wonder if Alter Ego feels the same. Like, wow, how is this Angela doing this? Of course, in the mid game, you have to keep your eyes out on the gold lane, right? Alter Ego have technically 2 assassins and a single burst mage. They can make very short work of an Irithel. I do wonder if Watt will go for defensive items now, being forced to do so and not dealing with as many frontline beefy heroes, or will he just go for full damage and rely again on execution to try and get the better of the 3-phased masks?
I mean, in the early game, what we usually see from Watt is that he's very independent, right? He doesn't really involve himself in any of these neutral objective takes or these small skirmishes. He's just focused on getting the farm. So I think he might just be focused on damage for now. Alter Ego might have a little bit of information on that type of playstyle. Will position very interestingly here in the top side as they look to punish Lanaya here, who's looking for that next turtle.
You can already feel the very different style of game from game 1, 2 to 3. Very action-packed first 2 games. A lot of crazy skirmishes, a lot of crazy team fights, but here it's just trades and slow maneuvers by both these teams. Pai's holding on to this turtle a bit better than Dewa, and Udo's already won the trade earlier, forcing Kaze to back off for a bit, but it's another reset in on the turtle.
Lanaya's closer to level 8 though. That should be an advantage that Dewa United can utilize over Sullyboy.
Well, you can see the Pai here using a Fredrin. We don't see it too often in the EXP lane, like we were mentioning. But we'll have to see, man. The power of nature is stolen by Udil. He's going to do a lot of DPS, and Lanaya getting hard guarded.
And that's Pai taken very low already by the airstrike. Primal Wrath as well coming down. A good Petrify to disengage right now as Dixon is taken very low, comes back into the robot. Lanaya with a hard guard now. Shack on him into it all. Lanaya with a Mortal Coil still able to escape with the help of that Earth Shatter. Udil stealing away the Edith ult. Only to disengage for now. Good neutral objective take. My God.
Wow, that was tense. Man, I thought at any moment something is about to happen. There's no way it ends like this. But wow, that is crazy. Look at this regeneration though from Watt. Wow.
Wait, all right. Because we were talking about that lane. We were looking at it very closely. Watt already has 2 items. He has the Has Claws and the Berserker Fury. Does that mean... And Nino's still on DHS, so... Yep. What's that lane looking like? Does Watt have a bigger advantage compared to Claude now?
Yeah, now with the 2 item spike, yeah. But Watt had to sacrifice something. He didn't go for boots. He ignored the full boots, no boots at all. So he is quite vulnerable.
And he's relying on his team to peel him in the middle of all these fights. For Alter Ego though, they tried to use so many things and they were unable to really capture any members from Dewa. And what really stands out is the fact that Lanaya and Dixon, they were still, trying to use their spells towards Alter Ego, even though they are standing at a sliver of HP. So the execution is really down to the wire right here. Sullyboy,
wait, what was he doing?
He's trying to cut the waves, I think, to set up for something across the map. Oh, what the heck? Shaco got splashed with water and had to pay with his life. Lanaya now forced back. Wow, Rossi with the angles.
Well, here we go. That was a great play. Finally, Rossi finding some success, pressuring on the side of Dewa, but it's an Angela that can join the fight with a hard guard, so that's not the worst of things for Dewa United to deal with. Keep your eyes on the mid lane though. Udil might be onto something.
Still able to dash out, but this is it.
Okay, heavy crossbow used up by Watt. Lanaya has the advantage right now as Pai jumps in with the Abraser's Wrath connect, but Lanaya still finds the Retribution. Chasing Sullyboy down, now Pai caught in the mid, still able to dash across the wall, flickers out Dixon. Unable to find the onward, but does connect on the Earth Shatter. The Decimation finds its mark. Dixon, Primal Wrath gets the shielding to sustain from that burst. And again, what a team fight from Dewa.
But Nino was nowhere to be found in that team fight. I think he was looking for a perfect opportunity and the opening, but wouldn't that knockup warrant a Blazing Duet to help out that team fight?
Dark Knight falls. Oh, to cancel! Lanaya! What a cover!
That's crazy. You talk about aggressiveness coming in from this Martis.
Wow!
But that is a reliable way to cover using this Martis. Nino, of course, is trying to look for trades right here, the same way Alter Ego was doing in game number 1. But man, the team fight is looking so much cleaner for Dewa United.
Yeah, they're trying to repair what went wrong in game number 2. And all the while that was happening, you can even see Watt farming up a Storm in the top lane, but...
For the airstrike battle, I think K's won it.
Udo's taken super, super low, forced a recall. That buys Dewa United a little bit more time to play around with the map.
When it comes to the turret advantage though, Alter Ego getting ever so close to that bottom side base turret. Dewa United, the last thing they want is to be fighting with the lane disadvantage constant in game number 3, like they did in the first game. So I think they're going to be a bit more careful about that. Nino might be able to exert a bit more pressure right there. No one on the side of Dewa could really chase down this Claude if he runs away. So we'll have to see as Watt finishes the Great Dragon Spear so early on.
So why? Why does he go for that particular item in this game?
I think he's just trying to get more mobility. No boots, but Sully Boy,
the cover.
Failure.
Wow. Usually, when you see that Dark Knight Falls, you know someone's going to die. But this game, Sully Boy has 0 kills, man. No kill threat.
Now Dixon also already has finished the Athena shield, which means it's going to be very difficult for him to get Person down. But whoa, Dixon might be stuck in a tough spot here.
Primal Wrath by Udo. Oh, hard guard. Oh, Dixon, Primal Wrath as well. Oh, the outplay. He's able to sustain back up high. Oh, yo, he's going to be tied in. Oh my goodness gracious. One more hit. Dixon with a flicker. Udo forced back. Hayes taken low, but not down. And now Dixon gets the kill back in Earthshatter, forcing Nino onto the BMI. Yes, Case does fall, but it's a 2-4-1. Sully Boy, can he make the miracle? The hero play, Dark Knight falls onto what? Now another, the knockup from the Lord, Sully Boy! One more shot, Lanaya low! Forced to run away, Nino is looking for a hard guard, comes in, clutch to save Lanaya, and Nino picks up another turret in the mid lane.
No Lord that day though for both of these teams. Who was that team fight worth it for in the end?
Definitely Alter Ego. They got a boost in momentum. They're leaving Nino the possibility to just keep farming. And that was a massive blunder from Dewa, man. Watt just did not realize. They could see Sully Boy, but he didn't realize that he was going to go in like that.
Oh.
Wow.
A failed Lord Dance play.
It's okay.
It's okay.
No one saw.
I did.
It's not like it's being streamed right now.
Uh-oh. Wait, Sully Boy, very interesting. He goes in for Sea Halberd? Who's that to counter?
Guard. Yeah, the hard guard. I think the hard guard is definitely something that they want to try and mitigate. And there is a regeneration in the kit of the Edith, along with the power of nature as well. That will be what they're trying to mitigate right here. But with the macro game, they're so much better for Alter Ego. Dewa United, man. Now they're confused. They can use the Angela to split push, but that puts her at risk of being one-shot by a Kadira, by the Hellcurt as well. I think Alter Ego might be the ones that are going to be forcing Dewa United to do something here.
Yeah, you can feel the pressure already. Watt just constantly being babysitted by 2 members, right? Both the Farsa and the Angela, they're rotating as 3. Rossi, meanwhile, is going to be able to clear that top side alongside with Udil, so that is a constant threat that they need to counter. They need to utilize, they need to look out for the wave management that they're trying to repair here in game number 3, as it's going to be another reset on the Lord. Both of these teams are dancing, and they're dancing perfectly.
Look at the position of Nino, though. He's going on the bottom side. They will not have this information. They might go for a fight hard guard as well.
Pine flickering out. Dixon trying to follow him around, but look at Nino. Constantly pressuring the side waves. Even Sully Boy. Oh, he's waiting for Watt. Watt is right there. He jumps in. Oh my god! Purify the Wind of Nature! What? He's able to survive, and now Rossi gets caught, but he's still able to use that rough waves. Udo with the Primal Wrath. Nino with the Blazing Dew way out to the back! And then the Praiser's Wrath! Nino has full items now, and that's when he decides to pull the trigger.
Beautifully done by Alter Ego. taking 2 members down and gaining the pressure on the side lanes that they even get a turret for free, as well as the Lord. Value, value, value. Triple value.
That's the pressure that Alter Ego has. It's not the maneuvers, it's not the, I don't know, it's not just how they're playing it out. It's the composition having so much more proactivity. So Dewa United are stuck trying to counter, trying to wait for that big engage and turn it around. But because they do that, they lose out in turrets. They lose out in farming speed even. Like Mika mentioned, a full item Claude right here. I mean, Watt is quite close, but he has been stuck trying to make a difference in these big team fights. And it might not have been worth it, man, with the Lord coming in. Will Alter Ego go for a huge play?
Let's see if they do. Lanaya gets pulled back. Rossi jumps in with the oddity. Unfortunately for Dixon, he doesn't find the cancel. Mortal Coil, Nino, blazing new wedge to the back case. Forced to run away, and Lanaya gets bursted down. Once even with the help of the hard guard, it doesn't matter. Alter Ego with one swing, with one team fight. They take Dewa down.
And they rip Dewa United's dream to secure themselves that playoff. It was so close. It was so close for Dewa United. Just inches away. But it fell through their fingertips like sand as Alter Ego chose the right mass today. They chose to win. They adapted. They used their minds to outplay Dewa United, and in the end, they're able to win it. They're still in the running towards the playoffs. Congratulations.
That is insane, man. Alter Ego pulling Dewa back down and says, you're not getting away just yet. You're gonna struggle in this for just a bit longer. But man, that last game, that was so clean, so much more different, so decisive from Alter Ego. They must have found something, noticed something, or have they just been holding back? Because the Kage here walks up with confidence. He is putting on a show.
So that's why he was so tense.
Maybe.
He was thinking.
A serious Kage, dude.
A serious Kage is a Kage that you don't want to mess with. This is the results that you get, and this surely will propel them in terms of morale as they have one more match ahead of them. One more.
Well, now we basically can say it again. We've been repeating this line for a whole lot, but man, oh man, any team is beatable. Alter Ego going up against Dewa. They were the underdogs for sure. Dewa looked strong, beating Geek Fam yesterday. Top 3, by the way. And Alter Ego just took a win.
So unpredictable.
What is predictions in season 12, man?
It's 100% for me today. Oh, no, it's not.
100% for what? I couldn't hear you over the other champs right here.
What?
What?
Oh man, Alter Champs are just loving it, and I understand, right? Their journey this season has been anything but easy. It's been so tedious for them, and we finally get to see them on stage for the best interviews. As always, here we go.
Alter Champs, nyawa dari Alter Ego diperpanjang dengan kemenangan barusan. #7. Apakah masih 7? Kita masih nggak tahu ya karena perhitungannya begitu rumit dan Alter Ego. Kalian nggak dibalas dendam ini. Kalian membuktikan lagi. Kalian ngedapetin kemenangan lagi di leg yang kedua. Apakah ini kekuatan mepet?
Kekuatan mepet? Enggak sih, Bude. Enggak mepet. Emang gampang aja lawan Dewa.
Serius?
Iya, enggak mepet.
2-1 loh.
Ya kan leg 1 juga menang kan?
2-0, sekarang 2-1 nih.
Ini konteksnya lawan Dewa doang ya.
Iya.
Kalau lawan Dewa gampang.
Apa gampang dari apanya tuh?
Masa kalah sama anak baru, Bude?
Sepuh.
Biar IG gua.
Ampun ya.
Dari
Di tempat Kak Pa ya. Jadi kalian menang dari segi pengalaman nih.
Iya, pengalaman jelas.
Tapi kan marksman kalian bisa dibilang lebih mudah dibandingkan playernya.
Soal ML yang lain, marksman gua lebih pro.
Percaya teman ya?
Percaya teman.
Percaya teman dari Kak Pai. posisi kalian tuh dagdikduk besar banget. Kemenangan ini pun mungkin kalau kalian memenangkan match hari ini dan juga nantinya minggu depan, itu juga masih harus berharap dengan tim lain, performa tim lain. Apa yang kalian mungkin omongin di belakang? Ayo guys, kita usilin teman-teman kita yuk atau tim-tim lain. Ada nggak kalian punya trik lain nggak?
Nggak ada sih, kita cuma ngasih yang terbaik di sisa match aja. Kalau nggak lolos playoff, ya udah ketawa bareng-bareng aja.
Ketawa sambil menangis.
Iya, yang
sih?
penting kita tetap menangin sisa match aja sih Bude. Kalau emang rezekinya nggak lolos ya udahlah.
Emang ada perasaan akan nggak lolos?
Enggak, cuman kan menang. Kan menang kita juga tetap harus bergantung sama tim lain kan, walaupun menang.
Oke, yang penting bersama aja terus ya. Itu alter saya sudah nggak boleh. Harus play off.
Cakep.
Itu bukan pantun. Bukan. Tapi menarik pastinya dari game ketiga kalian bisa dibilang membawakan satu yang menarik. Fleksibel banget dari hero kalian, tiba-tiba kamu pakai Fredrin, itu memang ada rencananya. Kalian oke, kita flexin Fredrin, nanti wah yang pakai chill tenang aja gitu nggak?
Enggak juga sih.
Itu ide atau?
Enggak ide juga, emang common hero aja kan, semua juga pada main Fredrin kan.
Oke.
Enggak menarik jawabannya, maaf deh Bude.
Gak apa-apa,
Mohon maaf kalau nggak menarik.
Jadi ngelihat tadi dengan Hellcurt pick kalian, apakah itu sengaja untuk kasih surprise pick untuk tim Dewa United?
Oh kalau Dewa nonton MPL harusnya HC Celi Boy OP banget sih, harusnya di ban.
Oh harus di ban ya?
Kalau nonton.
Nonton dong, mereka main bahkan. Tapi iya ini menarik banget apalagi game ketiga mereka dengan membawa Hellcurt ngedapetin poin kemenangan. Namun game 1 dan game 2. What happened dengan kedua tim ini? Hah? Nino kenapa? Dua game ini? Di game pertama, game kedua?
Salah Nino sih, mungkin komunikasinya ragu. Salah Nino, kalah game 2 itu salah Nino.
Gimana dong?
Lu ya?
Tuh kan pada sedih semua loh. Katanya jangan nangis Nino, jangan nangis Nino. Menarik, kita akan ngebahas nanti ya tentang Nino yang dia merasa komunikasinya. Tapi ada juga player of the match nih. Siapa kira-kira player of the match yang kalian bayangkan di 3 game ini untuk Alter Ego? Nino. Pada joget Nino. Akankah Nino yang menjadi player of the match? Mari kita cek bersama-sama player of the match. Maaf ya Nino, ini Udil Nino. Udah bukan Rasi juga ya. Udil lama banget loh nggak ada di layar, Dil. Iya.
Jadi tiba-tiba pingin speech gini Bude rasanya.
Mau speech apa Udil?
Dengerin guys. Mungkin season ini, seriusan speech nih ya jadinya. Mungkin season ini kita kerasa berat kali ya. Cuman yang gua bisa bilang, apa yang gua omongkan itu gak akan bohong. Buktinya apa ya? Tadi sprint di akhir. Benar gak? Ya benar. Yang kedua ya, kita masih punya harapan. Meskipun chance-nya sedikit. Cuman bayangkan, season 6 kita kena comeback. Kita masih bermain, artinya apa? Kita punya harapan. Season 7, Hayabusa ngebug. Gua masih main karena masih ada harapan. Season 9, Opai nge-lag. Gua masih main karena masih ada harapan guys. Selama gua masih main, gua bakal berjuang buat kalian. Gua bakal bermain sampai akhir hayat guys.
Luar biasa loh semangatnya loh. Luar biasa loh. Kalian jadi berapi-api gak sih? Langsung semuanya berkaca-kaca gara-gara kamu, Dil.
Ya kurang lebih kayak gitu Bude. Terima kasih guys buat udah dengerin.
Udah gitu ya. Tapi Dil, ngelihat mid lane zaman sekarang kayaknya yang sering di layar itu kalau nggak Rom ya mungkin EXP-nya. Mid lane tuh sekarang memang sulit bersinar atau gimana Dil?
Berhubung gue kagak tahu Bude, jadinya sebenarnya nggak penting lah yang kayak gini, player of the match nggak penting. Yang penting mah tim juara, angkat piala itu yang penting,
Tim juara angkat piala yang penting masuk playoff juga.
Betul
ya.
Sekali Bude ya.
Betul sekali. Nextnya juga bisa, tadi Nino ya, Nino belum selesai loh Nino. Tadi kamu kenapa bilang itu salah Nino komunikasinya?
Ya bikin ragu aja sih Bude yang pasti.
Enggak. Tenang, kita semua aman ya.
Aman.
Tapi udah langsung kalian mungkin perbaiki di game yang ketiga.
Ya perbaiki sih, buktinya kayak makro game yang game 3 kita yang pegang kan.
Yes.
Iya.
Tapi ketika momen-momen kamu nge-defense sendirian gak bisa clearing minion dengan Brody. Apa yang kamu omongin ke teman-teman dan gimana respon dan semua kondisi kalian tadi tuh?
Cuman bilang guys lihat Lord. Lagi pada perang di bawah, gak apa-apa dah. Ya langsung kalah aja.
Karena memang gak bisa diapa-apain
Gak bisa lagi pada fokus mekanik kan.
Fokus mekanik.
Yeah.
Dan di game yang pertama, Dewa juga kayak gitu. Apa respon kalian? Atau apakah emang kalian sengaja nge-drag Lord itu apa kalian gak nyangka juga, loh kok minionnya masuk?
Emang awalnya udah nge-notice ya ada wave di bawah kan. Terus kebetulan sekarang Magic pukul tower udah sama kayak PC kan. Kayak gitu. Jadi kan Udil ada kemungkinan bisa kayak gitu kan. Jadi gak semua MM bisa pukul tower sekarang.
Jadi Udil ini dia sendiri yang langsung cus atau kalian Udil masuk kayak gitu?
Dia diem sih tiba-tiba sprint aja tiba-tiba nge-end.
Tiba-tiba, keren memang sih Udil, kelas, mahal ya, mahal. Komunikasinya, itu bukan komunikasi ternyata. Oh, Rasi suruh ngomong katanya. Rasi suruh ngomong apa? Katanya kamu suruh ngomong Rasi. Ngomong Rasi. 2 mic nih buat kamu. Rasi, nextnya kamu kan bakal ngelawan mungkin Aura nih. Oh, udah satunya, udah Aura. Apa yang kamu mungkin ini ngebayangin seperti apa pertarunganmu nanti sama Aura?
Saatnya main Valir nggak sih Bude?
Valir terus nih.
Soalnya kan naga api kan?
Oh, naga api ya? Nggak trauma sama yang kemarin ya, tetap gas aja terus ya? Api dilawan dengan api?
Bener.
Jadinya?
Kebakaran.
Siapa yang bakal kebakaran?
Aura jelas.
Ini kalian fokus untuk masuk babak playoff, tapi kalau kalian masuk playoff ya, Jelly Boy. Oh, siapa nih yang kira-kira gak masuk playoff?
Ya gak masuk. Kenapa pertanyaannya ke saya kayak gini Bude?
Oh ya udah, Jelly Boy mau ditanyain apa?
Apa ya? Kalau misal pertanyaan itu bisa dibantu sama Opai sih.
Sama Opai ya?
Bye-bye.
Sama Opai ya? Tapi memang deg-degan ya, apa yang paling kamu, mungkin tim mana sih yang mungkin yang bakal jadi kompetitor paling berat untuk masuk ke babak playoff? Karena yang di bawah sekarang juga, semuanya.
Sama aja pertanyaannya, cuma dibedain doang. Apa ya Pai? Kata Opai kemarin Aura, Evos, sama kemungkinan Dewa. Nah kita lolos. Opa yang ngomong Evo sama Aura.
Berharapnya gitu ya?
Iya Bude.
Tapi itu berharap karena semua tim pasti ingin masuk ke babak playoff. Tapi Sally Boy, apa kekuatan terbesar yang dimiliki oleh Alter Ego sampai saat ini nih? Buat Sally Boy khususnya? Udah di depan mata ya?
Kekuatannya apa ya Bude ya? Mungkin kita ada alumni pesantren aja kali ya Bude ya. Jadi doa di late game kayak gini nih berguna banget. Doa-doa dari alumninya.
Oh, doa-doanya dia.
Iya Bude.
Support dari Ayang Babs.
Iya Bude, jelas Bude.
Ada, kamu nyamain sesuatu gak sih?
Apa ya Bude ya?
Apa kek?
Aduh. Nanti Bude itu off cam aja Bude, jangan di sini Bude. Nanti diserang sama bocil-bocil ini, sama bocil. Iya itu lah bocil.
Oke, tapi Alter Sam sudah kepengen kata-kata dari Jelly Boy atau kata dari Opai tuh. Mereka kepengen sesuatu nih. Opai. Penutupan untuk hari ini, minggu ini untuk Alter Ego. Sampaikan sesuatu dong.
Gila nih orang-orang nih.
Emang?
Yang pasti yang perlu lu pada tahu, nggak ada kata nyerah sih, itu aja.
Tidak kata menyerah. Untuk next match-nya untuk Aura, apa yang Opai harapkan?
Aran tetap ngurus minion aja biar kita menang.
Biar mana? Kalau ngurusin kamu pusing?
Iya pusing kalau diurusin.
Oke, sekali lagi yuk kita kasih tepuk tangan, boleh nggak sih? Langsung semua bersemangat tentunya untuk kemenangan 2-1, cukup dramatis tentunya untuk tim Alter Ego dan juga Dewa. Sempat balas-membalas tapi game ketiga luar biasa. Seperti apa game ketiga? Mari kita pecah bersama-sama, bedah bersama-sama bersama para casters dan juga analis. Silahkan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and I think that interview warrants some translation from Arashi.
Which part? Where do we begin?
I don't know.
Udil was saying, in the previous seasons, whatever the trouble was, someone lagged out, his favorite hero was bugged, whatever it is, I'll still play. I'll still keep playing. There's no giving up. It's not a thing that Alter Ego understands. Pi, even Ree, So we stated it in the end. Gak ada kata menyerah. We don't know the word give up. And Alter Ego are delivering. And they have promised to their fans, man, whatever happens, whatever the circumstance, we will keep playing for you.
That was
an amazing speech.
Emotional roller coaster. You get the laughs, you get the, not the sadness, but the, what do you call it? Terharu. What's the English word for that?
You're touched.
I was very touched.
I think so too, man. I mean, again,
Everywhere.
Whether you hate them or whether you love them, you cannot deny the fact that, they are the most charismatic team. They are the best team on the mic. Maybe not in the Land of Dawn, but it doesn't matter because they'll always be fighting till the end. Never give up. That's the motto for Udil, a man who's been in the game for a long time. Season 3 champions, treble winners as well. Back when he was in Onyx, the Kage era, and this time getting a player of the match presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And honestly, I just love seeing the salty nerds in the comments every single time these chads come up on stage after a win, spreading their charisma and not having a boring interview.
Always the best interview, man. I think that's no question. I think no one's debating that. Looking at the highlights for that previous game, of course, Udil trying his best to swing the balance in his favor using the utility. But overall, in the early game, it was Dewa, man. It was so solid. But what they failed to realize is during all this, every single small fight, Nino hasn't exactly been participating all the way. This wasn't the first team fights, but afterwards, this was the main blunder. Selly Boy getting the kill. This could have been a free Lord, but Selly Boy definitely saved it. And Dewa United, there was an uncharacteristic mistake completely. And afterwards, it's Nino with a gold advantage, farming hard like the true Indonesian he is, getting all the items and just decimating that backline. And with such dive, with such an advantage when it comes to gold, sustainability, they just went straight for it and showed Dewa that you want chaos, we bring the chaos.
Definitely. One word to describe just the entirety of this series was chaos. And we got to see it, and we loved to see it as well. And as Udil was player of the game, it poses a question of a very interesting itemization build, right? Boots COD, NOD, Divine Glaive, no truncheon, no book. Interesting. Why?
I think his role here, or his intention at least, is to be a bit more of a DPS machine and debuffer, right? If you see what he targets, what he takes away, we didn't see him steal away the Feathered Airstrike. We didn't see him steal away the Hard Guard. He keeps going for the power of nature. He wants to turn into the Edith, right? Basic attack again and again, do damage, apply that buff, and in a duel against Dixon, maybe he would come out on top. That is what it seems like what he was trying to do, and maybe that's exactly why he went for the weapon mastery as well. He is trying to be a secondary carry on top of the rest of the members, because now he knows on this other side of the team, on Dewa United, there's not a lot of frontliners, and if he gets damage on top of that, if they can run over the Farsa as well, there's no chance. And Keys and Watt and the rest of Dewa United, they just weren't ready for it, and they got steamrolled in that final engagement.
And I think it's just the understanding and the subversion of expectation from Alter Ego. Game 1 and Game 2, it was always a battle of who can take the prolonged team fights, who can go back and forth better. In this game, for Alter Ego, they made the right adjustment. They made it so there was still thought it was back and forth. But it was always an all-in that they were eyeing for, and the all-in that they did not expect was the all-in that ultimately won them the game. Selly Boy, 0 and 2, no threat at all. We've been covering our, backline has been completely okay. Selly Boy's not a threat. Comes in, gets a double, forces them out of the Lord. And all that time, where Selly Boy's been dying, where a lot of them have been quote-unquote inting, it was all space given to Nino, farming in the bottom lane, getting those items. Once he got those items, you can see, rich guy, GPM, 880.
I think a big factor here is that Angela pick, right? The Hellcard pick came after, and I think initially, Dewa was like, we're gonna keep fighting, and Angela would be amazing, more sustain, anti-burst. But it turns out the last 2 picks from the side of Alter Ego is all aggression, man. They want to make sure that the backline has nowhere to go. So if this was the previous game, where maybe there's a Franco, or maybe a Ruby, right? Some other utility, crowd control hero, Alter Ego would have a very difficult time. But they, like Miko mentioned, subverted the expectations, made it seem like they're trying to go for a more decisive front to back, and just like that, they made sure that anyone from Dewa cannot move on their own. And from from corralling them together, they let Nino get that gold advantage.
Yeah.
What was that
Waiting for that
pause?
delayed response.
130 MS Eterna today, but what's not
A bit
130
concerned.
MS?
Well,
If you
Eterna
want
needs Telkomsel. That's why she's lagging.
digit MS. That's it.
Dunia Games
Dunia
next Telkomsel. I'm still trying to react to the 130 MS, so I'm trying to slow it down here, guys. If you guys don't want to be Eterna
Please
today
help
with the lag, you guys can go and check out Telkomsel, because not only do you get amazing, super fast internet, but every time you make a purchase of MLBB vouchers or items using Telkomsel, you guys will get extra savings and there's an an additional 3 gigabytes of data quota.
And
Oh, is that it?
How do you get the promo? What website?
you call Mirko.
No.
Or you go get it at
There you
duniagames.co.id. Because with the quota that you have, you guys can finally check this out too.
What is this?
This is super cool. It's MICC, MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, where you guys, or you know, even us, right?
Can
If
we
we're
make a caster
interested,
squad?
we
Yeah.
can- you guys
Ooh,
won
yo.
the caster competition, the fun match,
I
right?
mean, but that was easy.
Savage.
All right.
You just called. Never mind.
Yes.
Anyway,
Moving on to avoid confrontation.
everyone can actually join this. And the thing is, the gist of it, the best part, the cherry on top of a beautiful cake is the top 2 will be able to get slots to MDL.
What?
MDL.
No, I'm lagging. MDL, 2 slots for MDL?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if we win?
We get to play MDL. You have to caster yourself.
All right, okay.
Well, no, not you.
We can do it, technically.
Oh my god.
It's so cool, right?
Yeah,
You
dude.
get a chance to
All these pathways.
meet the future Superkins. Super
Plural.
Mirko.
Super Kens.
They already have a Super Marco.
Super Mirko.
Marco. Rakitiano.
Your spelling matters, bro.
He's in MY.
PH, man.
PH. I tried. I'm laggy and I have a bad memory. See, this is why I need
You need a break.
Samsung and
Eterna, you need a break.
Telkomsel.
It's been a long series.
I tried.
You need a break.
Oh, that's super red.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Because we do have our final boss match of the day. These are 2 teams who have been in the industry for so long. You can even say that they pioneered the MLBB community now of MLBB Multiverse here in Indonesia. It's the classical derby, Evo's Legends and RRQ. But before that, we are going to go on a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after.
in, or opening yet, but look at Venezuela, slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down, with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki blinkers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken down the
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world. Rasain nih Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Iya,
ada
benar.
satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand,
Benar.
junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah, karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah, bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patchnya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? WCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu, jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya, jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event, terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward, satu, terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus, ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer kayak siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener V-Wise karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya karena dia eksekutor juga ya jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu God lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya? Agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari TikToker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman gini, sebentar lagi kita bakal masuk ke Land of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para TikTokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Om. Lah, kepencet. Astaga.
Gak lihat. Dok, aman dok.
Kepencet guys. Sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget tuh, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang ya, gabung lawannya. Tumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita bersama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zep berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gastar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Recall dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. They're taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. masih jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It's an action-packed night here in Jakarta, Indonesia, as both of these teams will be entering EXO Hall MPL Arena for for the El Clasico, the Clasical Derby of leg number 2. And of course, it centers around these two teams, RRQ and EVO's Legends. Two extraordinary organizations who have spearheaded and made MLBB this big, this immense, gathering the crowds, gathering the masses to the esports we see today. RRQ with an up and down performance, bringing out all their guns in this classical derby to be able to win it against the White Tigers.
And on the other side, EVO's Legends. Yes, the White Tigers spearheaded here by their drafter, now demoted to assistant coach Caleb. The team that has everything to prove. Still at 8th place. It has become a bit of a meme, this standing, but they can show to the world that with the promotions, with the changes in the roster, that they can still be one of the best in MPL Indonesia.
This is the classic derby, man. It's about pride, it's about honor, it's about heritage. And we'll see how can both these teams with their new generation find the same success, find the same performance that their predecessors have done before.
We have to remember M1, right? It was EVO's and RRQ battling it out, fighting for that first place position that ultimately paved the way for EVO's Legends to win that first M series. And look at them now, right? The twists and turns, the journey, the roller coaster ride that is the MLBB life. As here we are today, I don't remember the date, but we are here standing, watching completely different players, but still with the same veracity, still with the same epicness of the classical derby. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the last match of MPL ID Season 12, Week number 7, Day number 3. As we want to thank our sponsors for making this possible. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, OBS Gold. We have our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. You guys can catch us on our official broadcast and Maxstream, TVRI Sports, video. As we also want to thank our suppliers as well. We have Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. Last but not least, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PPSE. Now the classical derby. Back at it here with me, Eternal, alongside with Mirko and Arashi. Leg number 1, it was a 2-1 for RRQ. EVO's Legends were able to win that first game, and it was a completely turnaround for RRQ. What can we expect today?
Well, we can expect it to be different already. The rosters are going to be different for EVO's 100% of the way. It was the IESF roster in the first leg with Dreams and Hijume. With Fluffy as well, a new addition to the team. But now, they've been demoted. Hijume and Dreams. We are seeing a new era of EVO's Legends. We might as well call them EVO's Icon because it's the EVO's Icon team with Veldora finally being promoted.
Well, whichever is playing, this is a battle of pride right here, but it's also a matter of life and death for EVO's playoff hopes. In Season 10, they did not qualify to the playoff, 7th place in standings. Season 11, 5th place, securing the playoffs in Week 5 and 6. Now, Season 12, it's more precarious than before technically, but 8th place in the recent standings. There's still a higher chance though because they have 5 more matches to go. Doesn't mean that this one will not count. This could be the deciding one, for all we know.
And they need it. They need it. There's just so much pressure on this team. And you need to be able to empathize with it, right? You are in a team with one of the largest fan bases here at MPL ID and maybe even the world. And the performance that you've been given so far, it's just too many expectations, too much pressure. And I feel for them.
Unfortunately, I mean, I do feel for the players, but as an organization, I would say they did it to themselves, right? Their success, winning M1, the fans won't be happy with anything less than that. They want M1, they want more World Championship trophies, and that's what the players have to bear on their shoulders. They have to lift this name, the organization, back to the top. with new members, with new players, with new coaching staffs. They've tried everything they can, and now we can only see what the result of the training is.
And let's not even go too far as getting that world title. They're barely even making it into the playoffs, Arashi.
That's a struggle right here. After such success, after the bar has been risen so high, now they're just having a very big slump in performance. Started a few seasons ago, and now we'll have to see if the new blood, the new generation, can finally bring this organization back to its feet. And if they can, it's going to be a great day for the fan base. But if they can't, man, this is a very grim situation, especially with the rest of the season. Still, so many more games to go.
I mean, there's always a first for everything. I mean, EVOS Legends is a team we keep mentioning over and over. History, right? Making history. They made history being the first world champs, and then they made history being number 7.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about ISF.
Oh, do we talk about that?
Seven.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay, ISF, WCG. So technically, they have 3 world titles. But maybe, I would say it's too many. Never mind.
They're good at being pioneers. They're good at starting something, but it just feels like they're not consistent, yeah? I think that's a safe word to put it, right? The way that they aren't able to capture the same level of success as when they first joined that tournament.
Or there can be the first person to ever be number 9, ever, in the history of
you're
MPL
right.
Season 12.
Dude, no way. I just remember. Oh, that's a good point.
I don't think anyone expects that to happen, but if it does, oh boy, history being made indeed by EVOS. But walking onto the stage right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Kings of Kings. Consistent as ever. It's Naomi, Versik, Scott, Tyron, and the King, the Alien himself, making his debut fashionably late in a classical derby towards the end of Season 12. Lemon, it's Rex, Regum, Kaon!
No way! I'm getting goosebumps all over my body! Lemon, the player that everyone has been anticipating to make a performance, to make a...
Wow!
Basically a presence here at MPL ID, finally showing up! It can't get better than this.
Maybe it can. When there are veterans on the enemy team, there are newcomers. The EVOS icon, the WCG lineup, just missing Doma. With a veteran in Brands, Captain Brands. Ladies and gentlemen, EVOS Legends!
Both teams having a change in the roster so late in the season. We've come to expect it sort of from EVOS, but from RRQ as well. Wow, a lot of people have been making predictions before this match begun, but now all the data is just thrown out in the wind, man. What is gonna happen? The coaches have so much to do right here, and we are still missing Coach Zaya for the side of RRQ. It will be Rave going up against the duo, Agi and Textump.
Oh, so it's no longer Caleb who's going on the stage with Coach Age, Textump back in the mass. And I gotta ask, right, Arashi, it's no secret that you are an RRQ fan. Does Lemon coming in make you nervous? Or do you think it's a good thing for RRQ today?
Why can't it be both? I feel like it can be a good thing, but regardless of how well he does, I'm gonna be nervous, man. I haven't seen the Alien make an appearance in such a long time. I don't know what to expect. The keys to victory, though, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, follow up the playmaking plays from Lemon. And along with that, with the new lineup, Versik will need to continue to play as a utility jungler with objective power. The neutral objectives are just way too important, and to RRQ's playstyle, I feel like having a consistent jungler, a solid foundation for the new members to really build on, that will be so important in ensuring a measure of consistency for this team.
I just have so many questions, Arashi.
Same.
So many questions. Number 1.
Why?
Where is Banana?
Okay.
Right? Dyron stepping in, that's cool. We remember him in his glory days back in Rebellion Zion, right?
Yeah,
he was the Khalid user that nobody could forget. He used it before it was cool. And before we get into that, let's skip to how EVOS need to win this.
They case the victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, screening Naomi's movement to counter RRQ's 3-man movement. At this point, RRQ, they go with a 3-man rotation very, very often, but now they usually bring along Skylar as well to ensure that they have a consistent amount of DPS. We've seen now that the gold laner can't really be as mobile, can't really follow in like that without losing out in farm. So maybe they have to try and ban it out and shut it out all the way from the drafting phase and maybe from the matchup of the roamers. Along with that, contest the Ixia, ban the Baxia. That's a pick that can work for Evos if they want to. That Baxia though, that is something that Ferzik has been able to perform with so well, but it's with a different combination. I don't think Evos knows exactly what to do here.
Let's go back to that first point, right? About the mid trio. Now, with RRQ bringing in not Clay, but Lemon, doesn't that require a certain level of chemistry and communication? I don't know. Lemon?
That's the main concern right here, especially because unlike previous seasons, there is another factor right here. Naomi has a bit of a language barrier, and so far, from what we've been hearing, it's been mitigated by Clay, just being extra attentive, covering his movements, communicating his intent to the rest of the team.
Shot caller.
Exactly, with someone as vocal as Clay missing, replaced with the mysterious silent Lemon. I am not sure how this is going to play out.
I think my only question is this a move that will help RRQ? Is this a move that they are doing to win, or is it a move that they are doing to show or to hide their strategies rather? They've already secured playoffs, right? They are a step closer to getting the upper bracket slot. So I don't think they would throw, they would try to use a weak roster. Could this be a secret weapon is my question that they have hidden up until this very point?
It could be, right? Because if we take a look at this, remember me? Oh, very dramatic. Since his last appearance in the MPL ID Season 10 playoffs, Dyron finally returns to the MPL ID stage after 332 days.
Basically a year. Almost 2 seasons ago.
Take what you will from this. On one hand, you can be like, cool, nobody really knows what he's been up to. Nobody really knows his current play style. If there's any adjustments, if there are any differences, what's his hero pool, right? A lot of questions, but on the other hand, we've seen a lot of players be absent from the MPL stage for a season, and you can already see them deteriorate in terms of gameplay. So, good or bad?
I'm inclined to think bad, considering the synergy. The split-second decisions from RRQ has looked so good in the past few performances. So changing it right now is definitely a cause for concern. But on the other hand, like you mentioned, there's going to be a lack of data for Dyron. For Coach Age and Coach Textum, they're going to be trying to go off old data. Maybe that is the curveball that RRQ need to just gain an edge. Especially because for both teams, there are changes on both these rosters. It's not just a one-sided roster change.
Yeah, there's so many changes. It just opens up way more questions than I would be comfortable with, honestly, coming into this Classical Derby. So let's take a look and find some answers in the drafting phase of game number 1. We can see Evo's Legends on the blue side, RRQ on the red. It's a Paquito band out, Yves, Bruno, and Fanny.
I think they were banning out the Bruno, knowing that they don't have first pick. Mirko, our token marksman player, have been talking about this Bruno so often. It's dangerous, it's strong, it doesn't really have a lot of weaknesses to exploit. So along with that, Evos will respect the Claude. We've seen some teams leave the Claude open and have it countered in-game through other picks, through counters, through proper execution. But Evos Legends will not be tempting that option.
I think it's too risky to leave it open against Skylar. One of the best Claudes here, if not the best Claude in MPL Indonesia. Evos Legends with the first pick on the blue side. Do they want to go for Edith? Valentina? Fredrin? Nope, it's the Novaria. A different approach already. An approach we saw just earlier from Alter Ego.
It's definitely dangerous, but for RRQ, now if they want to get a strong jungler, Fredrin is open, Baxia is open. That was one of the more consistent themes we've been seeing from RRQ. If they want to try and go for a roamer early, that is also an option to make sure that Naomi does not get counter banned.
Irithel and Edith becomes the pick for them.
Interesting, right? Because the Edith, remember, Lemon was notorious for playing this hero back when he was in the EXP lane.
Now that's something that we forgot to mention, right? Lemon gives a layer of flexibility in that mid lane that Suelo offers to Rebellion Zion. And if you don't understand what this means, it means that there could always be a fighter in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
We've definitely seen that. I mean, the Terizla for Suelo worked really, really well. Technically, even for Bigatron. Remember the Lapu mid, Moreno played it and they were able to win against Rebellion Zion. So we'll see if RRQ can replicate that or if they decide to utilize Lemon's normal side of mages, right? Let's take a look at the Brody and the Fredrin pick. Evo's Legend securing a very solid flex pick here with the Navaria and the Fredrin. Still keeping RRQ asking. Whoa, Baksha pick.
Well, that was an interesting ask, but that Baksha pick comes in strong. It will be great against this Fredrin. And the Brody, with the limited DPS, with the more burst-heavy approach, will struggle to take down this Baksha. The longer the game goes, the more items that Fairsick potentially will have on this Baksha. And in the early game, there's going to be a lot of movement, and Evos have no idea what is the rest of the combination to go along with this Baksha.
I'm worried for the damage from Evos. Do they have what it takes to burn through this Baksha in the late stage of the game? As we have a comment from the ex-coach of RRQ. RRQ needs to play freely, don't feel pressure, and focus on their own team rather than their opponent. So he's asking them to not tunnel vision for counter picks onto Evo's Legends. RRQ taking away the Kadita. I have a feeling that if Lemon goes in for a conventional mage pick in the mid lane, it's going to be a Valentina.
Valentina. Well, that is a hero that really fits the playstyle of the alien. He's very adaptive and he loves to make plays. We'll have to see if any ultimates are that appealing for the Valentina pick. But for now, that is a pretty healthy assumption. But looking at RRQ now, they're banning away the roaming position. I don't think they're convinced that this Nova will still be put in the roaming position, especially pitched against Naomi. That is a danger, an execution, a pickoff waiting to happen.
Export ban coming through. We've been talking a whole lot about RRQ. Let's shift things over to Evo's Legends with the newest member in their squad, Veldora from MDL. Part of that Evo's Icon roster, part of the WCG roster that won in Busan. Veldora, what does he bring to the table?
Actually, he brings team fighting prowess. He plays heroes like the Arlet and heroes with a lot of utility, not just tankiness, right? He does not want to be passive, just accepting damage. This is a man that wants to be active in the fight and maybe go for playmaking potential of his own. So expect something crazy happening in the EXP lane, but they banned the Terizla themselves.
Terizla ban. Is it... Do you think a Khalid pick might be... might show up here?
For
either one, honestly.
Dyron.
That's
mostly.
interesting.
But I think if they do want to go for the Khalid, it has to be last pick, right? I mean, they want to use this Edith flex as much as they can. Technically, it can also be flexed into the mid lane. So at this point, anything goes for RRQ, but it's safer to secure a mid laner. There's a comment from Fairsick. It's also, oh, fun. Oh, Yuzong, wait. Okay.
Do you think Natalia might show up here?
Oh, too much physical damage?
Yeah, I think it's too much physical damage. But more fighters means more early game. They could be trying to take advantage of the inexperience, the lack of synergy from Evos, and go and brute force the dives, the tower dives, the lane dives, all the dives and aggression.
Oh, wait a second. There was a comment by Fursick.
Yes, there was.
What was that comment?
He's very interested, he's always very hyped when he goes up against Evo's Legends. Not only is this his ex-team, but also
his idol.
His idol is in Evo's Legends, Mr. Strong.
Whoa!
Oh my lord. What? Oh my lord. It's a Badang!
For Veldora!
For Veldora!
Channeling his inner Aran?
It could be.
Oh, and it's gonna be an Angela in the mid lane. Is it? It is. It's Lemon on the Angela. Not a playmaking hero. A healer. That is something we have not seen for quite a while.
Wow.
Against all the team fight. All the fighters from EVOS. It's gonna be a bit of a fist fight, man. Brawls all across the board.
Such a curveball. What does this Badang offer?
Yeah.
Crowd control, AoE, pushing power, and of course utility.
But why in this game? Why?
Why
I'm
in
very
this game?
curious, yeah. What gives the Badang an advantage over other XP laners that you would usually see, or even the Arlet getting placed in XP, right? Because they picked the Arlet for Van Strong here, Roamer.
So,
might be a pocket pick. That matchup though, man. The Badang against a Yuzong, we haven't seen it very often for good reason. I'm not quite sure what to expect.
Not really sure either, and I'm excited, so let's just sit back and relax and enjoy the show for the Classical Derby. Game number 1 between Rex Regum Kaon and EVOS Legends.
Got a phone in the friend for this one. This question, man. I'm texting Diablo right now. Why Badang?
Diablo might be able to
Why
shed
didn't you
some
ask
light.
me to do it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was a wasted opportunity. But continue, Arashi.
We'll have to see if Diablo might be able to shed some light on the situation. But looking at the movements already, seems to be a bit more aggression. Of course, the clear coming from this Boxia is definitely a big weapon. But look at Dyron.
Oh, this might be first blood already. Dyron going in. Veldora, 1 HP. There you go, the passive. DOT. Naomi now going to be caught. Van Strong dealing damage. Jumping over to Dyron. Trying to chase Naomi down. But now with a good spear, Dyron might actually be caught up. Oh, the healing! The outplay Dyron! What an absolute monster in his first game!
So close.
That was dangerous. And RRQ, they have the advantage when it comes to the fighters right here, it seems. With the good build, the good mix of sustain and damage. Look at Lemon though.
Jumps in, gets tied up, forced to flicker. That's a W for RRQ.
This is an Impure Wrath Angela, by the way. Not a focusing mark, not a Brave Smite. The alien comes with something that we have seen in the past not so well, and he will be flickering out early.
Impure Rage. That's very interesting. Why would you go for Impure Rage here? Are you looking for the mana that you need in the early game?
That is the assumption.
Is it worth it?
We'll have to see. I mean, for now, we have seen that it hasn't been performing as well. We usually prefer the other emblems, but maybe the alien can make it work. With a team composition full of fighters like this, the more healing she can spam, the better it will be as Turtle is contested.
Naomi's looking for an opening right now. The shield unity connects right there, and Fairsick wins it. Once again, Fairsick with the Retribution battles, and now it's Dyron with the Black Dragon form, taking Sutsujin out. Even in the enemy jungle, Fairsick wants to capitalize on this even more. Purple buff invaded and taken away unless EVOS can steal it. Nope, Fairsick secures it for RRQ.
For someone who just debuted here after 332 days of being absent, Dyron surely is fired up. 200 KDA so far. And Talent's prediction, not surprised, Papulong alone.
Not surprised about Bulung, but we talk about curses a lot on the desk. I wonder what this means, but look at this, man.
Again, it's Naomi with the onward, gets taunted up, a spear to connect. Van Strong has the final slash, jumps in, Primal Wrath from Naomi. The final slash brings him back in the Torn Apart memory. Naomi can be bursted down, but Naomi survives with the Primal Wrath. It's an outplay, and EVOS Legends lose Van Strong.
Whew, that was dangerous. Being able to survive like that, though, allows that Edith to do so many things, man. Soak up damage, deal DPS. In these long, drawn-out fights, there's no way EVOS can match up to this. The healing and the DPS as well. An Irithel and the Edith. This is a deadly combination for anyone that's going to be serving as the front line for EVOS.
It truly is, and I guess one of the main factors as to why is this fun fact by Grab Lemon. The last time he played as a mid laner was in Season 10 of MPL Indonesia, and in 8 games he was playing as a mid laner. Lemon had a 50% win rate using heroes like Yi, Valentina, Lunox, and Fermis. So already a very different shade to Lemon, using a hero like Angela, who is not so much a playmaking hero, but support all around.
We were expecting something crazier, something, or even a fighter that can really start fights, but it doesn't seem to be the case at all.
Versick splitting it up. Van Strong was baited in. A spear connects onto Skylar, but Versick with the help of the hard guard here is very, very tanky. Pops the Poissons as well. Sojin tries to lock him down, but there's just no damage coming down. Appraiser's wrapped though. Veldora! It's a fist crack onto Naomi. Evos are on the board, but doesn't seem like Evos can look for anything on top of that. Versick gets a free turtle.
That was a 5v4 situation, mind you. Dyron was still on the way from that top lane. But even so, RQ, sure, they had to lose Naomi in the process, but they were able to secure the neutral objective and successfully zone Evo's Legends away.
Considering the fact that the Evos were trying so hard and they used so many resources to try and secure something, the fact that they're only able to get Naomi on the Edith is not a good sign at all. You cannot afford to use everything, including the Barang ultimate, to try and get the roamer, right? It needs to be placed more properly towards the members of RRQ. So we'll see what Evos do to solve this problem. If they're relying on brands, like we mentioned, it might be not enough damage coming in from this Brody pick.
What are they doing here? What are they planning, Evo's Legends?
They're planning to survive the onslaught of damage coming in. Setsujin secures his orange buff. No retreat from Versick earlier. Setsujin is trying to lock Versick down now with the help of Van Strong, Krine, and Veldora. 4-man rotation up top. Wow, good sidestep. That's a wall. Pinning Versick down. That's 4 members, but my goodness gracious. Versick, he doesn't care. The final slash bringing him back, but again, he doesn't care. Now Brands, though, finally comes in. They needed 5 members to take him down. 2-4-1, a turret up top. Oh, there. Omi with the help of Dyron. It ends up being worth it for RRQ. Naomi's doing even more than that. What the heck?
That is crazy, man. The amount of time they spent trying to secure the kill. The Baxia-Angela combo is just completely insane. And with that, look at the map. They're able to get the kills, trade evenly, but what are they giving up? The control over the waves, the turrets on the outer side. 2 has been lost for Evo's Legends, and without the turrets for safety, this means that Versick has free reign to take over the jungle.
It's unbelievable how much anti-regen Evo's Legends needs right now, right? Because on top of the sustain coming in from Versick, there's gotta be some way that you need to shred through that shielding and that healing coming in from Lemon. Otherwise, RRQ, they're just gonna walk all over you or wheel all over you in this particular case, as Skylar picks up a very important item.
The Berserker's Fury will allow them to do a lot more damage right here, especially to the backline members. If Evos use all the crowd control for the front line, that is danger.
Good vengeance, anti-CC, locking him down right now. Final slash, with Versick back, but in the back, look at Skylar. Dyron picks up the kill onto the turtle right now, chasing Brands down, and Skylar just walks him down. It's a double kill. Meanwhile, Versick and Naomi, unkillable, despite Evo's Legends sending or using their resources to go at him.
You know what I've noticed? This is insane, but RRQ, it's like they're always doing 2 things at the same time. We saw earlier, plays on the top side and then turtle. Right there, fight on the turtle pit, but still the chase onto the orange buff, but look at this combo!
3-man, but it does no damage. Good CC, but now gets petrified and punished by Dyron and the lot.
Look at that stat, my guy. 4-0-2 on Dyron on his first game in forever. You expect a warm-up game, at least minimal. But he doesn't need that. He doesn't require that. He's falling back into old patterns very quickly, and it brings you back to the days of how he was able to shake heads when he was back in Rebellion Zion as their EXP laner.
Astral Echo, final slash, even the wall put down with the fist crack, but Versick takes so much, and ultimately Van Strong gets traded in 1-for-1 despite them using everything.
Well, that obstacle, the fist break from Veldora, has been critical in just limiting the movement coming in from these high-speed movement heroes like the Baxia, like the Irital. That is definitely a big problem that RRQ needs to solve. But at the same time, you're talking about Dyron. He was able to get the turtle as well in the previous fight, doing the Black Dragon form. He just very casually collided with it and took it for his team. Now, RRQ is still in control, but you can see Evo's Legends, they're looking for objectives, they might get the top turret for free.
They're definitely looking for trades here. They need to. They need to shrink down that lead that RRQ have gotten themselves. 5,000, shrinking little by little here with the fact that they were able to get that turret in the top side, like you mentioned. And there's definitely a way for EVO's Legends to find more value, right? And if so, how?
I think it's difficult right now. There's not really a good target for them to try and pick off, right? The roamer is just so flexible. They've been able to get Naomi, keep in mind, but everyone else is just way too tanky. And they have no way of reaching Lemon either. That is the main problem right here. They're going for a split push, but 5 men of RRQ are at the Lord Pit.
5-man Astral Echo, but Naomi finds a pick on the Sun Tzu Jin there with the onward and an Earth Shatter. Final slash to disengage, Sun Tzu Jin running away. Naomi getting caught, but it's torn apart memory, but RRQ secures the Lord. Meanwhile, up top, Veldora channeling his inner Aran, picking up a tier 2 for free. Maybe not for free. Fairsick is looking for a kill back. Veldora is running, but I don't think you can outrun an Irithel with Leo on all 4. Skylar with a heavy crossbow. Veldora with a fist break and a fist crack. Even a flicker. So Jin catching Lemon, and that's a kill by the spear of Krite. 2 for 2. A kill and a Lord for RRQ.
Lemon, way too aggressive right there, trying to help out with the kill, but not remembering that the Angela is absolutely vulnerable to every single member from the side of EVO's Legends. With the first turret still up on the mid lane though, RRQ, they really want to take this out. They need it to just deny more vision, have more control, and shut down Sutsujin even more. Sutsujin is a very capable player in his own right, but without levels, it's going to be a free game for Fairsick to just secure all the neutral objectives.
And on the other side here, players gold by Ube's gold, Skylar Brands on top. That's a 3,000 gold gap between the gold laners here. You can see Brands just struggling to equalize that gold deficit that he has, trying to be a little bit more impactful in the game. But it's tough, right? Because I believe that Brody requires a little bit of snowballing to have an impact in the game, but with Irithel leading this far, 3,000 gold, is there still a way for Brands to have an impact in the game in the later stage?
I mean, Nino and Watt have been consistently able to make it work, but now against the Novaria, you're seeing that this Astral Sphere is doing a lot more damage. But while all that is going on, the bottom turret gets taken out by RRQ, so they're doing a great job adapting to what EVOS is doing. But they seem stumped right now. They can't really get this mid turret. And finally, Sutsujin is getting some more resources in his own jungle that RRQ has been denying. And I think they're going to be waiting for the next big team fight. That is the RRQ way.
And now it's just the waiting game for both these teams, right? No neutral objectives. They finally slowed the tempo down, and we get to see the gold differences here by UBS Gold. Skylar, I think, holding the most. Yeah, the biggest gold lead, 2,000.
And close second is going to be Veldora and Dyron. It's about 1,000 gold difference. And look at this, they're just waiting around. At this point, EVO's Legends have some kind of damage, so they can't be completely ignored the same way RRQ was doing in game number 1. So having the Black Dragon form is a great bit of utility that RRQ can completely abuse when the Lord spawns in 15 seconds. If you look at the positioning, the wave has been set up for success. Unless EVO's Legends, they try and impact it and risk getting the Lord just snuck from under their noses.
That's a scary part, right? It's tough. But the thing is, RRQ, I feel like they have a little bit more tools to work with their composition, no? EVO's Legends, do they prioritize picks instead of full 5v5 team fights, or?
See, Skylar has full items, so that's definitely another hurdle that EVO's Legends need to try to jump over.
They're going to be going for this Lord just right now. And RRQ, they're really patient about this, but they're getting a lot of poke damage being done to them. And I think overall, EVO's Legends will be going for more of a big team fight. But now look at who's showing on the top side. This might be the Lord guaranteed for RRQ.
Good zone by the Black Dragon form. Fairsick can be brought back to the team by the final slash right now. Stunned up as well. Sutsujin looking for an opening right now, but that's going to be the Earth Shatter, and Fairsick secures it with the help of the team. 3-man tall. Skylar, oh my god, the fadeaway to pick him off, and that might just be, yes, a double kill and a Lord for free. EVO's Legends weren't able to do anything up top.
Oh no, RQ looking to just dominate all over EVO's Legends here in the first game of this series. Look at that gold lead! 4,000 onto Brands.
That is an insane gold lead, and that is why he is at full items already. Having the great Dragon Spear, he's gonna keep going. The whole team goes for a dive.
Well, what happened? Veldora gets picked off by the onward of Naomi. Brought back to the team. The torn apart memory just tickles RRQ. EVO's able to defend from the minion waves, but look, one Lord is still standing with full HP up top.
And after doing that play, RRQ are kind of low, but that's where the Angela pick in the hands of Lemon really sees value. Now they can just keep staying on the field and go for this play on the top side with a man advantage. Veldora up in 8, 7.
It's a charge and a shield unity to the back. Naomi with a flicker, shatter. The final slash, picking Ferrisic back right now with a taunt as well. Turn up our memory, gonna be able to melt Ferrisic down, taking his mortality out. Skylar still doing a lot of damage. Brazen Sprat taking Ferrisic low, and now finally taken out by Krite with an Astral Sphere. Another kill traded in for a big base turret, and it's only Ferrisic again.
It is the top side base turret though. You can only assume it's intentional, but having this in their disposal later in another 80 seconds means they have the macro pressure to ensure that they will get more priority in securing this Lord. On the other hand, Skylar has went for a some rapid boots right here. We've seen Aerithels go with no boots, but I think with all the slows being thrown around by the set of EVO's Legends, it's a wise investment.
I feel like Krite is going to be that #1 issue, right? The fact that he's able to have that AoE slow coming through. Skylar needs to be aware of that. But other than that itemization coming in from him, Veldora just picked up a Sea Halberd.
Veldora with the Sea Halberd.
Yes.
Will be limiting the healing from the Angela. Anti-healing is definitely something you need right here. And like we talked about in the previous match, having a box jam means that you do not have to worry about the healing denial. But look at the positioning, man. RRQ focusing on the top side of the map, prepping, making sure that they have pressure and they can punish before the Lord is up. In another 25 seconds, you can expect RRQ to be looking for a chance, maybe a concealed play as well.
They need to try and pick them off. I think they should go for that. And I do believe that the Sea Halberd was warranted because Dyron actually picked up an Oracle on top of everything. So in case Veldora has to do this exactly, housekeeping on the side lanes, and they send Dyron in to do the same, he has a little bit more of a fighting chance in that 1v1.
Well, we're seeing Athena's and Twilight Armors being built by RRQ as well. So honestly, it's a bit of a tough situation because with more items, the members of RRQ are gonna be even tankier. And keep in mind, it's a Brody that's trying to melt it down. And look at Dyron going in for the play.
Wow, pulling the trigger. Vanstrong with the conceal defensively this time. Shield unity connecting onto Vanstrong right now with the help of Naomi with the onward and the Earth Shatter, locking Vanstrong down. Flicker out, switch in, 4-man taunt. No follow-up. So able to escape for now. The torn apart memory gets popped in. Veldora, fist spray only on the Ferrisic, missing it right now and gets punished for it. Skylar picks up a double. Naomi with an onward and the Earth Shatter, bringing Krite back. Brands free hitting, but finally now gets punished without the Wind of Nature. Goes back in with a corrosive strike. Sutsujin all alone, and it's a wipe out for the Kings.
So wiped out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. That's it, that's GG. With all 5 members on the side of the White Tigers taken down, RRQ are showing madness. They are showing dominance, and they are showing strength and versatility against the 3-time world champs.
Man, no main roster, no Lord, no problem. RRQ snags away the first game.
Is that Lemon smiling?
It is Lemon smiling.
That's a rare sight.
That is character development coming in from the alien. What a performance though, against all the weird picks, against the weird new adaptation against the new players. RRQ seemingly have no problem at all.
We were talking so much about RRQ because we were stunned with the roster change. Banana swapped out with Dyron, and Clay, legit the anchor of RRQ, being swapped out for a legend, sure, but someone that is so gacha.
Someone that is also not vocal.
Exactly, we were concerned. And it turns out, didn't matter.
They answered those concerns with a statement, I would say, right?
Amazing.
Because Dyron, a lot of people were saying the reason Dyron hasn't been getting playtime is because Banana is just so much better. What the heck was that, Dyron? That was a hell of a debut for RRQ. A guy who's been doubted, finally now showing his fangs again in MPL ID. It's been a while, Dyron, but man, he has changed his style. He used to be a lane god, and that's it, right? He doesn't participate in a lot of these team fights. This game, he was a team fighting XP laner, bro. He was a better team fighting XP laner than Veldora even, right? We expected Veldora to be the team fighter and Dyron to be the laner. It was the opposite.
Welcome back.
Hi.
We missed you. Where have you been?
On that note, though, you gotta give credit to the coaching staff, man. Coach Zaya is not in the building, and yet that draft was so good. What was Evo supposed to do right there with the crowd control immunities, with the frontliners, with the advantage in DPS as well? It was just way too good. As we take a look at the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, it's gonna be your boy Dyron, making a comeback after a whole year with a 0 death, 4 kill statement. Man, that is crazy. Is he better than Banana?
That's the question.
Come on, guys. All right? Come on. Let's not. It's
Look,
one game.
I'm scared that this is another Iran.
Oh,
right,
1 week
so-
prime? 1 week
Yeah.
wonder? Well, obviously for Dyron, he has been tested before, right? It's not like he's making his MPL debut. He's just making his RRQ debut.
Yeah,
so it is already different in that department. Let's take a shift over. Well, first, let's dissect. What exactly made him special, Arashi?
I think it's the early game aggression that he always brings. Of course, against a Badang, it's a bit more of a winning matchup for sure. But the time where he goes for the Black Dragon form so far has been pretty stellar. A lot of teams, when they go up against a Yuzong, they're able to force the Yuzong to be forced to use the Black Dragon form. But in this game, credit to the rest of the team too, it's always on plan, right? When they want to go in, when they want to zone, that's when the Black Dragon form gets activated. And on top of that, the target selection. In that final sequence, he went all in. He was flying straight, man. No wiggles whatsoever, making sure that Krite is zoned out of the fight, and whoever gets left behind takes a massive punishment. And of course, the early game mechanical knowledge to just start snowballing. That is crazy.
Talking about that early game, I thought it wasn't a thing anymore to build those sub-items.
It's not a thing unless you're up against this composition, right? The Dreadnought armor gives you so much extra value because most of the damage coming in from EVO's Legends will be from skill. So if he wants to go for that Dominance Ice, might as well have the Dreadnought armor to soak in even more of that skill damage.
Even Fury Hammer too?
Why not? If you're ahead, right? Anything is
Oh,
okay if you're
true.
ahead. And you can see it here. For the team as well, no damage.
No damage, except for Naomi, and he is very happy to tank some of this damage, man. Keeps staying out there. He is the one person that is consistently picked off. And here, EVOs were able to get some value, but that's a very rare moment overall in the game. And their synergy to apply crowd control on Sutsujin to ensure a guaranteed Lord, that is solid performance, which is again erases the concerns about a language barrier.
Chemistry. Chemistry was what I was so afraid of. I don't like teams switching things up because I'm afraid that they don't have that connection, that non-verbal connection that teams who have struggled through several matches build. But I didn't really see much of it at all here for RQ.
And so many fighters, that was brutal, man. No minions, and they just dove 2 members, not one. And one of them is a tank hero, right? A beefier hero. It wasn't just a quick in and out. They knew that we had a Baxia, they had a Yuzong. Oh, you think your turret's gonna save you? Nah. Just run over them. What are you shaking your head? See this? This is Lemon.
He smiled.
He was smiling though.
At the end.
This was Lemon before.
Okay.
This is Lemon now.
Someone make a before-after picture, please. Like Lemon and Mirko's face earlier.
We can definitely do that, but all right, we've spoken enough about RRQ. Now let's take a look at EVO's Legends. Veldora, what happened?
I mean, the things he did in the game, right? The way he was able to actually cut off members of RRQ away from their team, I think it's really good, right? But they just didn't have enough damage. So maybe it's from the draft, you know? The idea makes sense. Oh, Irithel and Baxia, they're just too tanky. You can't just keep stunning them for that long. But if you create a wall between you, now it's a bit more difficult. But unfortunately, not enough damage. And even afterwards, we saw that final play where he went for a flank and it didn't really work out. So I think execution could be improved as well. And this is the concern. Well, hopefully they can improve because I hear we'll be taking a bit of break.
Are we?
I think so.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, let's
It
go on
just
a break.
cuts now.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after the break. We'll be back in 5.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. ambisi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that short break, as we are at a 1-0 here in the Classical Derby. 1 point already in for RRQ as they lead the series. And the question is whether or not EVO's Legends, they have what it takes to come back into the game and maybe go for a reverse sweep. You know, we have no idea what's going to happen. There's no certainty there, but what is certain is using the best device in the business. The Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G, with its epic specifications, you are sure to have a lag-free game, flexing on all your friends. But what makes the specs so special?
Oh, you're talking to me? Well, the large RAM initially, 12 gigabytes, like a PC, as Mirko likes to say.
Like Season 12.
A 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for insane processing power and 5G connectivity. Because, come on, lagging is no longer meta. I've been saying it. If you're still lagging, then you're doing it wrong. Is this a ping spike yet again? You need to upgrade to the Samsung, bro, with the 5G. Then afterwards, enjoy the wide 120 Hz refresh rate display and a 5,000 mAh battery, bro. So make sure you just take advantage of the cashbacks and the promos they have as well, because I think you get a cashback promo up to like 4 million.
Yeah. 4 million for every purchase that you guys can utilize if you go to samsung.com/ID. And when you're on it, right, you're confused as to, okay, I get value from my phone, but what other values can I get? And the answer is Blee Blee, right? Skill on, the skin should also be on, especially with the new Neo Beast skins that I personally haven't had the chance to get. But you guys can, and all you need to do is purchase the in-game vouchers, and you can get a beautiful cashback over there. It's wonderful. So much value!
You don't have the Neo Beast skin.
I don't want to talk about it.
Alright, it's running out soon.
I'm really a main, and I don't have it.
Such a nerdy thing to not, to not have it, you know?
I know.
It's also such a nerdy thing to not watch MPL in the venue live, especially for playoffs later. Because right now you can buy it for 59,000, less than 60,000 IDR.
Luckily, I'm casting.
But what about the people at home? Huh?
Yeah, is this the early bird promo you're talking about?
The early bird?
Dude, I heard it doesn't last very long, doesn't it?
No.
It's almost all gone.
Yikes, man.
Where's the venue again?
Mahaka Square.
Mahaka Square.
Mahaka.
So excited. And all you need to do is scan the QR code.
Rewind
Just,
a bit.
Rewind a little bit. Tap, 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 tap. There you are. That's the QR code. Scan it to get information on it and to get your hands on the tickets before it sells out.
Shush. All right. Let's take a rewind as well. As they rewind their screen, we rewind to game number 1. Badang. Badang versus Yuzong. We were questioning, is it actually a good matchup? I had to chat the Badang player.
Pull
You
some
know who he
strings.
is. The best Badang in the world.
It's Diablo.
El Diablo. From
El Diablo.
RSGSG.
The handsome devil.
The handsome devil. Had to text him and I asked him, Badang Yuzong, who wins? And he says, Badang for me. So, skill diff. That's what happened last game.
Well, hang on. I think you mentioned that there's a particular reason why the Badang wins, right?
And I quote.
I think, yeah. Well, you want to quote? Go
Once
ahead.
Yuzong jumps, he can't escape my ult unless he ults.
There you go.
End
I think
quote.
that's the main problem, man. I think the first initial fight on the top side was level 2 or level 3. No ult in the picture. So in that situation, without an ulti to augment the damage from the Badang, I think Yuzong wins out due to the sustain. That's a mistake that I think Veldora learned the hard way.
And even in the early game, it felt like the Yuzong was already winning lane, right? I think he was already at 2-0 at some point. So he was really racking up that gold, racking up in terms of items as well, and maybe that's what gave him the edge in the lane. But let's take a look at how this all pans out, how all this unfolds in game number 2 as we enter the drafting phase. Fanny, Joy, Bruno banned out. A thing to see is that both of these teams have actually opted to swap sides. Yves, Paquito, and Edith banned out.
Ooh.
So Claude is left open, but RQ still prioritized the Baxia.
It's important. It's what allows them to have so much pressure in the early game. Even if you have a lot of crowd control, a lot of damage, if you can't really catch your opponents, it's a different story. And the fact that Baxia can clear so fast, that's definitely a big problem that Sutujin will want some kind of solution to. There's no way he wants to go against this matchup again, maybe as a Fredrin without any backup.
The Fredrin kind of like, in theory, already loses up against the Baxia, right? I mean, the farm, the mobility. On top of that, mainly, I would say the anti-regen built into the kit. The sustain is what really creates that Psycho Fred power. And without the sustain, you're kind of just Fred.
Just Fred?
No Psycho.
No Psycho. Well, let's see, man. With a Kadita, bit of flex action here. And Evo's going for the Claude.
Very early.
Very, very early. I guess they're concerned about getting it banned out. Well, RRQ can still go for the Irithel, right? No reason not to go for the high mobility combo, high speed combo that the Baxia and the Irithel have. And with the Edith banned away, I do wonder what's the other pick. It's gonna be that Novaria.
Ooh.
Against a Kadita. Oof.
Hey man,
Danger.
it seems like RQ wants to say, this is how you use Novaria. I'll try to tutor you here. Experienced players on that side, and even the Terizla for Dyren. This was banned out in game number 1. Wonder what Dyren's cooking up the past year.
I'm excited to see what else he has up his sleeves. And for Novaria and Kadita, now that's an interesting thing, right? Because you would think Novaria would be a really good target for the Kadita, but another way to argue for the other side is the fact that Novaria can open up the map and prevent the surprise attacks coming in from the Kadita. So it really depends on how both of these pilots utilize the picks.
And it also makes a lot more emphasis on the frontliners as well. If your frontliners can give you some space for you to start looking for the flanks or start looking for information with your spells, that is where it's important. Now, right now for Evos, they go for the Gourd. We talked about it a bit in game number 1. It was banned by Evos themselves in the second phase earlier. They're gonna go for that as a solution to deal with this Baxia, right? You're too tanky, you're too heavily armored. Let's go with some true damage to try and make a difference. Against a Novaria though, that's gonna be a bit dangerous, but we are off to ban phase number 2.
And essentially, does this not force RQ to not play front to back? Wouldn't he lose in a front to back against Gourd?
I mean, it depends if they have this much dive, right? I mean, that Gourd won't really be able to move much if the Terizla and Baxia are on him.
I think, yeah, it depends on how deep they can dive. And if they're gonna go and get something else, some other solution, right? For now, no gold dinner just yet. So with the Irithel banned away, Evos, they seem to be trying to make sure that Skylar gets pressed down. But here's the question. I mean, I feel like if they're RRQ, there's no way they're gonna fall for the ban all of Skylar's hero maneuver yet again. I think they must have something in the back here secretly against Evos.
What does he use though? Carrie and Brody are the only two heroes that Skylar has left.
Brody seems okay. I mean, against the Claude, it's a winning matchup as well.
Leslie? We keep talking about the Leslie. It's against a Claude.
Oh, they did ban the Yuzong.
Oh, Yuzong ban. You're right.
No way.
Yuzong 2 dives, maybe.
Is it happening? That is something we've been talking about
Fight
for
true damage
quite a
with true
while.
damage?
True, yeah.
And it's not just true damage, it's true damage in crit meta. Leslie's a crit builder. That's even more crit, man.
It's a lot of crit. Let's see what Psychots has to say about this.
Let's say what crit has to say. Oh, Psychots.
It's Psychots.
Wrong guy.
In my opinion, we can still make it to the playoffs. Okay. This season is tough, and it's hard to predict who will make it and who won't because even those in the red zone still have a chance. It's very, very close. We even have rumors of potential tiebreakers, so that much is true. Here in the second phase, Evos commit with a Grok.
G-Rock.
Why G-Rock?
The G-Rock can rather safely check for dangerous areas, wild charge to go for the Novaria. Barriers, right? The barriers. We're talking about the Badang. The barriers from the Grok can serve the same purpose. If you are good enough at, I don't know, architecture, trying to ensure that wherever you put the barrier, it's going to be a choke point, somewhere that's difficult for RRQ to maneuver around. But here we go, the epic reveal, what will be in the gold lane.
Oh man, let's see it. They have to pick it now. Is it going to be a Leslie? Oh, it is! It is! Oh, it's a carry. I heard a female voice. I thought it was Leslie. It's carry. My bad. Kaja picked up as well. Kaja carry, the KK combo. And here, the Kaja carry, it's very easy for single target damage for you to burst down one member. For Evos, they want to look for a full-on team fight. So it already kind of nullifies that in a way.
Well, we have a comment here from Coach Veal. Evos still finding their formula now to build a solid team for the playoffs. Seems like that's still not quite there yet. They are still building. But the carry, it's so dangerous, so close range. It's going to be dangerous unless crowd control is supplemented by the rest of the team. For Evos, will it be an assassin? It's going to be an alpha.
Whoa.
What?
Oh, dude,
Alpha jungle.
Alpha is a way to counter the Baxia, tanky members. We've seen this before, actually. Geek Fam were the first ones to use this against RRQ. That was the first RRQ loss against the Alpha. It was Niall, now it's Sutsujin.
Very interesting, for sure.
Why does Alpha counter Baxia?
Max HP damage, shredding through tanks, and you just stick on people. You have sustain, proper sustain too. There's a lot in his kit that does well against the Baxia. Mainly though, the shred.
Because I would imagine Alpha has a lot of spell vamp, right?
Yeah.
And wouldn't that spell vamp be negated by Baxia?
Yeah. You're not going into this matchup expecting the sustained game. I think Sutsujin might just go for something a bit more defensive. But as I say that, he has the Assassin Emblem and also the Impure Wrath. That is something else, man.
Truly is. We're smelling blood in the waters here for game number 2 as both of these teams continue to fight as they face each other once again. Already a lot of aggression here in the early game as we welcome you to the Land of Dawn for potentially the last game of the series if RRQ can go for a 2-0 clean sweep.
This game is a game full of rage. Literally, 3 Impure Rages on both teams.
Both teams just want to get a bit more mana to go for those crazy fights. But look at that, as we were talking about, there's a lot of true damage coming in from the side of Alpha as well towards the Baxia. Might be the secret weapon they've been hiding here. Look at the Mystic Projectile. Watch it to set up plays for the side of Evos.
Oh man, Vanstrong already. Now still able to escape, getting the passive as well, but Vanstrong again, first blood over to RRQ.
Dyron has been very active.
It's not the same Dyron, man.
Right? It's so weird to see.
He went from a blue bull to a royal bull.
The Royal Bull. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
There's a lot of animals in RQ.
Yeah, looking at the emblems though, Weapon Mastery, Agility, and the Impure Wrath for both the Gord and the Novaria expect similar play styles. But we already saw earlier that Dyron, I think, will have a lot to say in how these fights develop. Especially if he's able to land a penalty zone in the back line, that could be completely devastating. RRQ just have to be a bit worried because they have to save some kind of disable for the Blazing Duet and also for the Mystic Gush.
Some good damage by Brands, but it's only a bit of poke to stop Naomi from these invades. But you're right, there are a lot of animals, right? I mean, the Prince, the Tiger Prince, the Jungle, the Kingdom's Falcon, and also now the Royal Bull.
Exactly.
A lot of animals.
A lot of animals. Let's see if they can harness that inner instinct to be able to win this one. There you go.
Ooh, boy. Doesn't miss, and now he's going for more. The Shield Unity. My God. What is it, 100-0 in retreat battles now?
I think so. Fersik has not been losing at all. That is definitely a big problem for Sutsujin, man. He cannot match up to the farm rate and the time predictions by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Look at that, man. Kingdom is enjoying a lot of attention, a lot of support, as they are gonna try and increase their dominance. But on the note of animals, man, that's why it's called the Animal Kingdom.
Perhaps Skylar might want a animal nickname as well. Sutsujin finally wins a Red Tree battle, but this time it's only for the purple buff. Haven't seen the Alpha do much work this game.
Small QQ. Why is...
Small question, Rush.
Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, this one's a big play. Oh, wild charge from the Breath of the Ocean, and the Kingdom's Falcon just escapes. Even Sutsujin tries to commit. Oh my goodness gracious!
That's what I really wanted to ask about. What's going on with the gold lane? Like, in theory, wouldn't Claude have a better time against the carry?
Unless it's an all-in, right? I think an all-in would really favor Skylar on the carry. Trades may be the Claude can have some, some advantage in. But you can see that the mid lane, the roaming, right? The fact that the mid lane is disappearing from the mid lane so often makes it very difficult for you to try and get something in the side lanes as well. Right now, it's back to the previous pattern, man. RRQ just slowing down a bit after they've gotten a bit of an advantage. Probably waiting for some item power spikes before they want to go for maybe a dive, maybe an invade towards the jungle of EVO's Legends.
I think that's what they're looking for. I think that's what they're setting up for. But meanwhile, man, Dyron and Veldora just really going at it. Dyron doesn't even prioritize clearing the minions at all in the bottom lane. He's actually going straight for participation in this turtle fight.
Let's see if we can do it. Spear of Alpha is a good tool, but penalty zone by Dyron comes in, and Versick again! There's a blazing red to the back line, but Skylar still dealing damage. The wild charge from Veldora finds a kill onto Skylar. Naomi now walled down. The Kingdom's Falcon flaps his wings, gets out for a bit. Now Versick with the wheels, coming down with a shield unity. Veldora using the power of nature, now gets smacked by the hammer of the Royal Bull.
A great fight for RRQ. Resources in the bag, the neutral objective as well. What a play from Dyron though, to rotate so early, letting go of a whole minion wave, and Veldora was just a bit too slow to react. But we can see now the trouble for RRQ. The gold laner is a bit too vulnerable, and so is Versick.
There's the Gush, Spear of Alpha. There you go, finally able to melt. Versick down. A win for EVO's Legends.
And finally, Krike gets that item in. The Ice Queen wand should be able to help out in these team fights. That slow is going to be an issue, especially that most of the members from RRQ, they're very short range. The only exception would be Lemon, and you would imagine that Van Strong has that covered in the back line.
Might want to see some rapid boots from the side of RRQ, considering that slows seem to be the only reliable crowd control that EVO's Legends can count on right now. If you look at the overall situation, I feel like RRQ still has control. But I bet Skylar is really trying to imagine some scenarios, trying to figure out some itemizations or methods to fight in this team fights without getting punished too harshly.
How does he do that though? He's so short-ranged. I mean, there's a reason why we don't see carry too often anymore.
Yeah, I personally am not a big fan of the pick, to be honest. So I think you just have to be very, very patient, almost painfully so, or his team just has to compensate, man, and just provide him with all the security, all the scouting, all the crowd controls as well. And when Naomi and Dyron are going aggressively, looking for plays on the map, I feel like it's a bit too difficult. And now, Turtle is up, but the two members from RRQ are downstairs.
Yeah, I think they're focusing on allowing Skylar to farm, to come online first and foremost.
Well played. What a reset. They literally just got a free turret, and now Skylar and Naomi can rotate up top.
Turret.
EVOs need to burn this down, and even then, it might not just be free. Versick, shield unity, penalty zone coming in. Versick, there's no way. Okay, Sutsujin finds it. Mystic Gush and Veldora locking Versick down. Meanwhile, on the back, Dyron dealing damage. That's a Divine Judgment, bringing Sutsujin back as the wall comes down right now. But Veldora and Sutsujin gonna be melted down by Dyron. Nasty things. Lemon picks up a double, and Naomi's just zoning Brands at this point.
Whew. Big engage from Dyron to begin everything, but then the backup, man, that is what we're talking about from RRQ. EVO's Legends seem like they got the pick off, they're gonna get out of there, but no, everyone just comes back in, and Dyron right now is a monster. If he is not kept in check for the next fight, EVOs might be in big, big trouble.
It's always fun and entertaining to see an EXP laner that good. Right, the plays that he's able to make, the opportunities he's able to create, and the fact that he didn't really prioritize getting the the minion wave in the bottom side, and yet he's still having this same impact as he did in game number 1. Where is he getting the gold from? That's like the main question here. 105. What do you think?
1-0 and 5, well, I think it's just Terizla being so strong right now, that's number 1. And his job is relatively simple. Get in there, right, disrupt everything, and then let the team do the rest, and now they go for it again.
Divine Judgment locking him down in the back. There's going to be the rough wave trying to blaze into web by Brands, but Skylar is able to position himself really well. Tyrant with one final smack onto Sutsujin, finding a kill, flickering out and getting a fadeaway. What the heck?
How? That is illegal. EVOS Legends lost the only possible equalizer in that fight. RRQ pull further away in the gold difference. And now EVOS, they gotta be confused. They've been setting up for a battle plan. Send Vanstrong to delay the backline, use the true damage to take out Fairsick, but it's not working out.
Oh man, and to make things worse, Skylar picking up that DHS already as well. Is Brands at power spike? Oh, there you go. The golden staff. That's the answer, right?
I feel like right now Brands has so much responsibility. If EVOS Legends use all of their magical damage on Fairsick, Brands needs to be able to clean up after the fight, after the initial engagement. But look at this. They can shoot away. It's a free lord for RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ don't want to contest whatsoever, but instead they were able to get a sneaky turret in the top side. What are we thinking about this right now as 9 minutes in? Let's take a look at the items.
For RRQ, Lemon already has the Lightning Truncheon, so the squishier members need to beware. For the side of EVOS, they're playing really heavily into that slow. Ice Queen's one, Enchanted Talisman. Krite is expected to spend a lot of mana, but against a team with 2 Athenas, it's going to be a quite bit difficult.
And now what? Like, I mean, looking at the items, even the Grok, right? Only Heptacy is building to a BOD now. There's such a big lead here in terms of XP as well. Take a look at it, right? Based on the 2 gold leaders, it's a level difference. Now it's 2 levels. Skylar just got another level additionally. So on top of the damage, Divine Judgment locking Sutsujin down. The Spear of Alpha grants him a bit of safety, but ultimately, what is safety against RRQ? This composition. Brands dodging away from the spear, and EVOS Legends at this point are just, they're looking for scraps.
There's just so many unanswered questions that EVOS Legends have yet to think about, right? You're afraid of the backline for sure in Lemon. That damage is going to start piling up. On top of everything else, Skylar building up to that Malefic Roar.
Oh, the fade away from Skylar!
That's the carry special, man. You can't get away from it. It comes out too fast. You gotta be quicker than that. As RRQ extend their dominance, they let go of the Lord, let it get cleared, but then they punish Evo so heavily afterwards.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for EVOS Legends. Imagine a 2-0. Vanstrong tries. He tries, man.
He tried that with the Petrify as well. And Skylar, you know it's bad when the carry doesn't even purify out of it. He knows he can take the damage.
Well, to be fair, Vanstrong wasn't quite close to Skylar in that attempt. I believe he was trying to zone people back just to get the clear on the waves. But like game number 1, 1 base turret down. Fortunately for EVOS, it's on the side of the Lord. So EVOS have a bit more of leeway to play around with here. It's going to be difficult yet again because they really can't contest the intel game. They can't really win the front to back. And this Terizla, I think this is the main problem here. Even if whoever the hell gets focused down by RRQ, Terizla will be between that person and the rest of the team, which means that Skylar is free to do whatever he wants for a select few seconds, and against a carry, that's all you need. Someone is getting taken down 100%.
And on the opposing side, EXP laner here for EVOS Legends, Veldora. His first game. Not the best performances either. Not really much room for him to do anything. Look at that shot from Skylar!
It's the carry special.
It's the carry special, Lunox special. If you ever carry in Lunox, it'll be even faster. Maybe even without a jungler. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
But yeah, when one XP laner is not having a good time, the... Oh, wait.
Ooh?
Okay.
Does he know?
I think even if, like, Veldora looks... Even if Veldora gets that engage, right? I don't think he can kill Skylar. No.
There's a Purify. It's available.
Veldora has a BOD.
Still not enough.
Is it enough?
No.
Not enough.
Not without the crowd control landing properly. Again, with the Purify, it's a bit of a tall order. With the Rose Gold completed for Skylar, he is now going to be a bit more confident going up against Van Strong and Krite as RRQ. Man, Veldora is still there.
Yeah, he's looking for a sneaky,
Oh my lord.
What damage is that from just...
Actual Spear.
That's...
And the Truncheon.
And
the
the
Lightning Truncheon. Mid lane taken. Oh my god, again! Preds gets caught. Divine Judgment. Lockens is getting down. Veldora goes in the back, but Lemon just takes it. Brands falling behind Dyron with a penalty zone. 13 minutes as a blazing duet by Brands in desperation, but Skylar survives. 13-32. It'll be the end of it. 2 legs, 2 RRQ victories. The second time, it's even cleaner. 2-0.
Clean sweep by Rex, Reg, and Kaon and their Animal Kingdom. New lineup, no problem. No Banana, no problem. No Captain Play, Deaden from Bogor, no problem. And it's official. This means that RRQ have successfully slaughtered 2 different lineups from EVO's Legends.
Woo, buddy. The new generation shows that the Kingdom has better regeneration overall. Just like that, man, the Tigers have fallen.
The
Such
first
a dominant
time,
fashion too.
The first time was so nice. They had to do it twice.
That's a fair statement, man.
My heart goes out to EVO's Legends, though, man.
That was brutal.
I mean, this was just the perfect display of contrast. RQ is on top. EVO's Legends, they severely needed this win to stay in the playoffs. And they couldn't get it.
And with Alter Ego's win, it only makes their run harder to make it to that playoff.
That bridge, it's burning, and it's burning fast. They're running out of time. And unfortunately, what we said before the match even begun, there's a huge possibility, there's a huge chance, once again, the White Tigers, from being second place last season, not making it to the playoffs.
A painful conclusion for EVOs. We'll have to see, man. 4 more games available. They're not out of this yet. But this is definitely a day to celebrate for the Kingdom. It's a new formula, but it has the same effect. It's still as effective. What a game for the return of the Alien.
Man, we can talk about the Alien, but what's up with the XP laners nowadays?
I don't know, let's actually talk to them straight away as we take to the interview.
Tim RRQ semakin memantapkan diri di top 2 klasemen sementara di minggu ke-7 ini. Dan derby klasik kedua pun mereka menangkan. Bentar, ini kenapa tiba-tiba pada pindah ya? Tepuk tangannya dong buat tim RRQ. Skylar, kenapa kamu pindah?
Biar versi kayak dulu.
Oh, biar versi aja dulu. Bentar, ini Skylar apa Bangsin ya?
Ya.
Iya. Tadi bilangnya Bangsin yang berubah. Ternyata yang berubah bukan Skylar. Namun di sini ada kehadiran tiba-tiba aja. Selamat datang untuk Lemon dan juga Diren. Diren. Diren, selamat datang untuk di MPL ini. Gimana rasanya bermain akhirnya 1 season rehat. Di season kedua pun kamu baru bermain di minggu yang ke-7.
Alhamdulillah senang, apalagi main di RRQ dengan fanbase sebanyak ini. Terus ya alhamdulillah.
Ramai banget, emang ramai banget Diren. Akhirnya kamu bisa bermain di sini setelah penantian yang cukup panjang. Berapa lama line up ini kalian persiapkan?
2 hari.
Beneran? Ini beneran 2 hari? Untuk Dirennya atau bersama dengan Lemon? Baru 2 hari ini dipersiapkan line up ini. Mic-nya hilang, mic-nya Lemon. Baru 2 hari?
Baru sehari kayaknya. 2 hari tambah hari, 2 hari.
2 hari, ide dari mana ini line up berlima seperti ini Lemon?
Biasa sama aja sih sama line up yang kemarin-kemarin juga.
Tapi kan akhirnya Lemon nih bermain setelah banyak banget yang menanti. Lemon main di Derby Classic. Apakah memang spesial buat Derby Classic?
Sebenarnya biasa aja, biar bisa main Angela Desah aja sih.
Menarik ya, emang biasanya kan hero-nya mage yang galak-galak. Tadi main Angela untuk perdana juga kayaknya. Gimana untuk memainkan Angela di panggung MPL?
Seru, soalnya satu tombol doang.
Heal aja ya? Heal. Seru. Ini Pak, berarti kita akan melihat line up ini. Terus kah akan melihat Lemon lagi kah di panggung ini?
Oh, itu tergantung sama coach-nya lah. Coach-nya yang nilai semua.
Tergantung dari coach. Tapi untuk Lemon sendiri melihat performa dari Lemon dan mungkin line up ini gimana, Mon?
Ya biasa. Gimana
Sesuai
ya?
stiker, ini lagi pakai stikernya. Biasa aja.
Ya biasa.
Tapi hype-nya masih terasa banget kan tentunya untuk...
Sebenarnya kan udah lama nggak di stage juga kan. Jadi kayak awal-awal main lagi aja sih. Harus adaptasi lagi.
Adaptasi. Tapi lancar untuk Lemon hari ini?
Ya syukur lah 2-0.
Syukur 2-0. Nah begitu luar biasa juga tentunya untuk tim RRQ dengan line up yang akhirnya. Jadi bukan apakah karena FOMO gitu. Kayak semua tim tuh ganti-ganti line up. Kok kita nggak ganti-ganti? Sebenarnya idenya ada ide dari mana nih? Is it because of you, Naomi? Do you want to try another line up for RRQ? Whose idea is it, this combination?
It's just from our coach.
The coach?
Yeah, just from our coach.
And with only few days training, how do you feel about this lineup?
I think we already strong. Yeah. Already strong.
Already?
Strong.
Town, okay. Tapi memang kayak Town, you know, it's the best also. It's good. Iya, ini bagus juga untuk tim RRQ dengan line up seperti ini. Katanya dari coach dan dia ternyata bagus juga. Tapi kalau dari kita ngelihat tim RRQ yang akhirnya berganti fresh banget. Apakah ini ada dari minggu lalu 3 match kalian cukup berat, Persik. Lalu kalian mengganti player. Apakah berkaca dari minggu lalu? Apakah kalian merasa, wah kayaknya udah kebaca nih?
Nggak ada sih sebenarnya, emang lagi kalah aja ya udah kemarin.
Oke, kalau kemarin, kalau hari ini ada hero yang cukup menjadi perbincangan. Semuanya ini ngebahas, ini adalah hero power, hero meta juga dari Persik. Baxia dilepas, apa responmu Persik?
Ya nggak tahu sih, ya main aja kan lagi dilepas ya udah main aja.
Seneng aja ya Persik ya? Gimana untuk
Glinding.
Glinding, kamu nggak bosen glinding-glinding di Lane of Down?
Enggak sih.
Pusing nggak?
Mutarin map, nggak apa mutarin map.
Mutarin map, dan kamu ngelihat EVO's Legend saat ini seperti apa Persik? Karena mereka berganti line up bahkan sampai hari ini terus-terusan nih.
Ya mungkin lagi, ya nggak ketemu aja sih line up yang terkuatnya. Mungkin dia lagi coba-coba juga, nggak tahu.
Lagi coba-coba aja, tapi menurutmu ini udah the best line up atau mereka masih bisa?
Bisa lagi kalau terus latihan kan, apalagi Paldora baru naik kan, baru di main hari ini.
Gimana performa dari mungkin player yang baru saja naik?
Paldora ya?
Iya.
Ya udah pasti berasa lah, lumayan kan dia udah turnamen juga.
Ya turnamen juga, jadi memang ini mungkin butuh penyesuaian juga, tapi kalian kok cepet banget sih? Gimana nih berlima secepat itu?
Itu emang dari pesan coach saya sih, itu Lemon mainin sama Diren ya gitu.
Udah langsung gas?
Ya langsung gas.
5 klop seperti ini, apa rahasianya Lemon?
Apa?
Gimana bisa klop langsung kayak gini?
Rahasianya? Apa ya? Mungkin karena minum haus kali.
Minum haus. Segernya mantap. Bisa bersama-sama terus-terusan ya berlima ini. Bonding terus-terusan. Mungkin ada sesuatu yang kalian lakuin gak sih yang mungkin untuk melawan EVO's Legend sebelum ini, mungkin tadi pagi. Siapa yang nama yang kalian sebut-sebutkan dari EVO's Legend? Adakah player yang mungkin menarik perhatian kalian?
Veldora mungkin.
Veldoranya?
Ya soalnya dia EXP-nya itu hero-nya tuh banyak gitu loh yang gak itu-itu aja.
Gak itu-itu aja. Hero dari Veldora menjadi salah satu concern dari tim RRQ. Ketika sudah di up nama Veldora, semuanya langsung melihat dan juga mencoba untuk mencari tahu setiap tim, setiap playernya. Menarik juga, tapi tentunya ada yang menarik dari match hari ini 2-0. Lebih sadis daripada leg pertama. Siapakah player of the match-nya tim RRQ? Siapa? Lemon? Diren? Skylar? Siapakah? Mari kita cek bersama-sama player of the match dari tim RRQ. Baru muncul, wajahnya sudah terpampang Diren. Diren, baru muncul wajahnya sudah terpampang. Gimana caranya kamu bisa langsung kayak comfort atau bisa nyaman langsung bermain di panggung MPL Season 12?
Karena temen juga sih, karena mereka RRQ gitu kan. Orang kayak anak-anak juga yang semangatin, aku pasti bisa gitu. Terus jadi coach juga semuanya. Nah, alhamdulillah.
Jadi karena teman-teman yang udah pada nyemangatin, siapa yang paling nyemangatin? Skylar ngomong apa tadi pagi?
Skylar?
Iya, nyemangatinnya gimana? Atau siapa? Siapa yang nyemangatin kamu dengan?
Ya banyak lah yang nyemangatin, ya Skylar juga, terus ya apalagi keluarga, terus banyak lah pacar juga di rumah.
So sweet ya, so sweet banget. Dan ngelihat dari minggu-minggu lalu, kamu kan seorang EXP laner. EXP laner dari MPL tuh kayaknya lagi panas-panasnya nih Diren. Ada nggak player yang kayaknya, wah kayaknya aku harus lawan itu nih. Yang paling menarik perhatian Diren?
Kars, RBL.
Kars, mantan malah ya. Ada tersendiri kah? Ada alasan tersendiri?
Ya karena pengen lawan mantan aja sih, mantan tim.
Ingin mantan, ingin dilawan, udah terlewat tapi ya. Untuk next match-nya, apa yang mungkin Diren harapkan nih untuk tim RRQ?
Ya semoga bisa berikan yang terbaik aja di sisa match, terus nanti di playoff.
Bisa memberikan yang terbaik. Skylar belum dengar suaranya nih, tangannya udah dimasukin ke jaket aja.
Ya.
Skylar, 2-0 untuk EVOS Legend di leg yang kedua. Lebih sadis daripada leg yang pertama, Skylar.
Ya.
Apa yang kalian lakukan atau apa yang sudah mungkin kalian baca dari mungkin pelajaran-pelajaran sebelumnya kah? Atau ada apakah di hari ini?
Ya kita belajar dari kekalahan kemarin juga kan, yang kalah sama RBL sama Onyx juga kan. Ya kita improve lah itu sebelum mempersiapkan match lawan EVOS.
Apakah ada yang bisa disebut kira-kira apa nih yang berbeda dari hari ini dari selain dari line up ya? Apakah itu?
Ada Lemon sama Diren.
Oh, Lemon sama Diren.
Ya.
Itu jawaban kalian nih untuk hari ini?
Iya.
Oke, Lemon, kamu hadir di sini, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk semua Kingdom yang udah dukung kamu berseru-seru, yang ada di rumah juga udah rame banget yang akhirnya kedatanganmu di sini. Jiar.
Ya thank you buat para Kingdom yang udah datang sama yang udah nonton di rumah. Tetap support kita terus, semoga kita bisa jadi juara dan dapat tiket di M5.
Langsung ya, sampai M5. Beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk tim
sama
RRQ. Apa ini?
Sama stay positif aja, jangan terprovok lah.
Jangan terprovok, stay positif, tetap solid, dan tetap happy bersama kita semua. Bersama-sama itulah pesannya. Masih ada yang mau nambahin? Dada-dada, Persik dada-dada ya. Dan itulah dia, kasih tepuk tangan dong sekali lagi, 2 kali lagi, 3 kali lagi. Untuk tim RRQ, Derby Classic sudah berakhir di regular season. Akankah mereka bertemu lagi di babak playoff? Kita nggak akan tahu, tapi mereka sudah semakin men-secure top 2. Kita akan breakdown dengan gameplay mereka di game yang kedua oleh para caster dan juga analis. Silahkan.
RQ, congratulations to Rexoreg and Kaon for winning yet another classic derby. And of course, congratulations as well to the debut of Dyron here in RRQ. We keep mentioning this over and over, but it was so great to see that fun fact, 332 days. He comes in and he comes in with a bang, straight POTM.
POTM in his first match back in his debut for his new team, RRQ. And man, I think it doesn't get better than this for RRQ, right? For Dyron especially.
I know, it's insane. It doesn't get any better than this.
It's just so good. You expect some rust, you expect mistakes. But throughout this game at least, well, this match, he's been pretty solid. And I bet overall as a team, with so much emphasis now on engaging, right, on finding big moments, having a player like Dyron is definitely a big plus for them. He's a player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And I think his presence not only brings some emphasis to the EXP lane, it also alleviates a lot of pressure from Naomi, right? Having a player that can stay in front, take some damage, and also engage. These are all things that Naomi usually does. And maybe with this addition, the whole win condition of just following Naomi, tracking him in the jungle, and canceling out his engage heroes, that might not be valid any longer.
It's not as simple because of how active Dyron rotates around the map. It's definitely another walking beacon that Evos in that particular match really had to adjust with.
And he's really matured as a player, man, because again, I think if we walk back to when he was in Rebellion, this is not the type of player, this is not the type of XP laner that he was last time, right? I mean, I think we can actually draw similarities between Dyron and Aran actually, back in the day when he was in Rebellion, compared to Aran who likes to play in lane, because they're two XP laners who like to lane, who like to get advantages from the lane and use the lane to win games. What happened to that Dyron? We're seeing a so mature Dyron, you know?
Yeah, completely different person altogether. And if you look at the highlights, man, Evos, they had moments of success, but afterwards they just overstayed. RRQ are so tanky that they're forcing Evos Legends to overstay and allowing RRQ to bring their own backup in and just completely smash afterwards. And with that advantage, the carry special, man. I think Skylar's one of the only players right now that's still just picking this hero. I haven't seen it from a lot of the other gold laners.
It shouldn't have worked, right? Against, in this meta?
The carry?
The attack speed?
Well, I think that it really depends on what you have, right? If you have a combination that's good like the Kaja and even the Terizla here to kind of destroy enemy frontline compositions, you'll do very good. We've even seen an MPL PH. The carry has been quite popular actually in MPL PH. So again, it really depends on how your team utilizes it and how you play the game and execute it. With this lineup, it almost feels like the carry was built for this team.
Was built for the team, sort of, man. This composition was just so good because there's so many heroes in the front, right? Providing the tankiness to absorb damage. There is utility, as in looking for information, spotting out dangers around the map from Lemon on the Novaria, and of course, Min Coco on the Kaja. With the addition of Dyron, he was also being aggressive, but only at times. Other times, he just stays right next to Skylar and ensures that he is always A-OK. Taking a look at the items right here, for Evos, Krite was trying his best. He has the core items completed, but it's just not enough, especially when the team of RRQ, they don't really stay in the range of his spells, right? They don't sit on inside the Mystic Gush, inside the second skill as well. So they didn't really receive that much damage. And in comparison, Vanstrong on the Kadira, we saw him try and make plays happen, right? Zone away, clear waves, but ultimately he just could not find a hole in the defense of RRQ.
At all. What about these emblems here?
The 6 Impure Rages?
6 Impure Rages, but the weapon mastery from Veldora, that's the other component right here. He's going with an aggressive Grok build that's meant to really flank, and he almost got Lemon in that final engagement. But unfortunately, when you're building so heavily into physical, which by the passive gets translated into physical defense as well, you don't really have a lot of survivability for the true damage, for the magical damage from Lemon as well. So that Novaria pick just got even more valuable. And credit to Lemon, he was landing those Astral Spheres onto everyone, but always most noticeably onto Brands. And it will take out more than 3/4 of his HP. And that is a difficult situation to play in.
Another quick QQ. Dyron, Terizla, Impure Rage.
Very
Why?
interesting. Because he's angry.
I guess he wants to...
Thank you, Mirko. Now I get it.
My assumption is that he wants to stay on the map a lot longer. I myself do this when I'm playing a Yi, for instance. I go with the common emblem because I don't only want mana regeneration. I want the health regeneration. So with
Is
Dyron...
mana a problem for Terizla?
with him not going to base at all, maybe it is, right? He's always been very active. If he's low, he heals up from minions. He heals up from the jungle.
It's very easy to proc. Impure Rage. It's one of the reasons, we're seeing it a lot in the jungle. The main reason is because it's very easy to proc. If you use the other emblems, let's say Lethal Ignition, right? If you use other emblems in the jungle, let's say for the Joy even, you don't proc the Lethal Ignition, you don't always proc it. Meanwhile, with the Impure Rage, it's so easy. You're constantly getting it, and you're constantly getting the value out of that emblem.
So it's better value than going for Brave Smite Terizla.
I think it depends on the game because again, we were super shocked with the 91% KP. Arashi made a good point. I think it grants him the ability, grants him the resources necessary to be that active. He doesn't need to recall. He doesn't need to back up as much as you would with other emblems. The mana is all good.
Just in case, right? It's not that he's always running out of mana, but when he needs it in a fight, it's always there. And Mirko also made a very amazing point. In the fight, he can probably proc that Impure Rage multiple times throughout the course of a long fight. So overall, compared to Brave Smite, if he's already so far ahead and he believes that he will not have any issue sustaining through a lot of this damage, I think it's a great call. And with Fairsick taking away all the focus, all the ultimates, that is exactly what happened. I don't know if it's intentional or if he went for the other reasons and then got this as an added benefit. But overall, that worked out amazingly for Dairon.
So that's a good tip for everyone out there, for you guys watching. A good tip.
Yeah.
Tip, yeah.
Yes.
But also props to Skylar. Did you see that GPM? 900. Almost outshining CW, but no, it wasn't CW. You got 1,000 GPM.
1,088. CW.
It was CW, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
1,088.
Yeah, farming at 1080p. My man.
That's insane. But props to Skylar. He was very, very close. And on a carry, something that we don't really see too often, especially after the meta swap. But thank you, Dairon.
I have a fun fact.
Kisses.
Shoot. The only player on RQ who has yet to has yet to play is Xin.
You're
one
right.
player.
There's one player. How are they gonna make it happen, man? Before that, though, let's talk about the key to success
We
here.
don't talk about
Baxia.
SPS.
We talk about securing a proper hero for a foundation for Fairsick. RQ did that every single game. So the Baxia especially was just such a nuisance, lowers the regen, and in the current meta, and with what our Evos was trying to do, cutting out that regeneration was so good. And along with that, the job descriptions for every single member, every single game seems on point. Even when we doubted some of the picks, eventually we were like, okay, this guy is meaning to do this. And whatever that is, he will deliver. So overall, it's a solid gameplay. And I was talking to Mirko earlier, man. Credit to RRQ for the drafts. The coach isn't in the building, and yet the drafts are so solid.
RQ are mailmen.
And it's a bit of a contrast, unfortunately, for Evos, right? We always talked about how Evos wins out in the drafts, and maybe the execution could use a bit of work. But in this match, I must say, it seems like RRQ are the ones with the better draft too.
They're mailmen. What? They're mailmen.
They're delivering.
They deliver.
Yeah, I got it really late. That's why I was like, oh, that's emoting. Because I just got the joke. How?
I don't want to
A
answer
little
that.
bit of a joke machine over there.
Cars? sorry. What? You said machine.
Oh my gosh. Someone needs to rein him in. I hope the standings can rein him in because I'm pretty sure his team isn't looking too good on the standings. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Oh my god. Dude.
There it is. Bigatron Alpha stepping closer and closer to it.
Okay. So one more loss from Evos, and then they will be 9th, right? So there's still 8th here. They still have 4 more matches left then.
How did you calculate that so quick?
Huh?
How did you calculate that so quick?
Well, Evos have, because I just look at the standings here, Eterna.
How do you do it?
Which part is
Teach me.
which part was confusing?
Okay,
4-8, 4-9, right?
Right.
And look at the game rate here. If they lose another game, they will be below Aura Fire.
Making history
Oh,
yet again.
I
they lose
thought you
another
were
match.
calculating the rest of the matches through here.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, you can do that too. 4 plus 8, 12, right? Plus 4,
4 plus 8.
16. There are 9 teams now, so you'll meet 8 teams. twice in leg 1 and leg 2
16.
total. So you'll have 16 matches total. So 12 minus 16 equals to 4. 4 more matches.
4.
Or you could just remember what. I mean, there was an asset before the game saying 5 more matches with the Classic Derby. So
I can't
now,
calculate. I have bad
okay.
memory and I'm lagging.
How about you read this out, Eterna? It's kind
All
of
right.
interesting.
Okay, how to calculate the standings. Number 1, accumulated points. Winning a BO3 series match +1. If you lose, +0. Number 2, match win percentage. The number of matches won divided by the total number of matches played. Very straightforward. For example, if Team A has played 9 matches and wins 6 matches, and if Team AB plays 10 matches and wins 6 matches, both teams win 6 matches, but because of the difference in how many matches that they played, they have a different match win percentage. Boom. Number 3, game percentage. So this is in order, yeah?
Yep.
So accumulated point first, match win percentage, and if it's equal there, you go down to the game percentage.
Yeah, and we'll
which
have
is
more.
self-explanatory as well.
And we'll have more.
And if in game percentage they're tied in, which is very possible, especially seeing how close everyone is on the standings, you go down to number 4, which we cannot see, but we will see
There
right
it is.
now.
Boom.
There, the head-to-head.
If
What
both
is the
teams
head-to-head?
have the same match win percentage and game percentage, then the rankings will be determined by their head-to-head performance. In the previous match, Team AA won with a score of 2-0. So Team AA will be ranked first. Similarly, in the second leg, if Team AB wins the match with a score of 2-0, then Team AA and Team AB will have the same ranking. Oof.
Wait, so what happens if...
Alphabetical.
Yeah, if all S fails, we go to alphabetical.
Because it's possible, right? Like, let's say first classical derby,
yes,
it's 2-0 RQ, and then the second it's 0-2. Then that would be the same.
Yes.
So then they go alphabetically.
Yes, and E comes first compared to R if they have the same match win and game win. Unfortunately for EVOS, they're 8th and RQ are 2nd.
Yeah, it's pretty
Wow,
far.
that's some fun maths here with Mirko and Eterna. Didn't know Mirko was such a mathematician. But here's the chance to play out right here, and there are more serious percentages to talk about.
Oh, wait, they only have 1 more match. Pikachu have 2. Oh my god, wait.
See, you said 4. You're a liar.
EVOS F4.
Oh,
I didn't say Pikachu on F4.
What is going on?
I thought he was lying to me.
The lies just don't stop. Pikachu and Alpha closer and closer to the red zone. A lot of teams are welcoming them with open arms. But on the other side, though, Rebellion Zion making their way up here, joining the big 3.
Wait, there's still a chance of them. Oh, if RQ lose
so
their
low,
next
though.
2 matches, and if Rebellion win all their 3 matches, or if GeekFam win all their next 3 matches, yeah, it could be a 3-way tiebreaker for upper brackets, and then alphabetical could come through. Maybe if it's all like the same too, game rate and stuff.
Is that what happened last time? I remember there was a multi-way tiebreaker as well.
That was for group stage M4, I believe.
Insane.
It was Falcon and Blacklist.
It's gotta be such a confusing time,
Oh,
man.
and Incendio Supremacy.
Oh.
Those 3 teams.
Incendio.
3-way tie in the
See,
group
how do you
stage.
remember these things? The memory on this little I was gonna say young. Young kid.
Little is
I
young,
said
it's insane.
little. I'm sorry, I didn't mean
That's
it
his
like
new casting name, Lil Mirko.
Lil Mirko.
What's up, Lil Mirko?
I mean, he does rap.
Yes.
He is a rap god in the MLBB world.
Well,
so
Lil Mirko.
it makes sense. But for tomorrow's schedule, right, the fun doesn't end here. We still have 1 more day to close out week number 7. And it's going to begin with Rebellion Zion versus Onyx, and then Aura versus EVOS.
Oh, battle for 8th. Just remembered. Oh
Is
my
it though?
goodness. Yeah, if Aura
Yeah,
win,
it
they're going to
is.
be 8th. EVOS will be 9th.
Oh.
The stakes are high, but for a different reason altogether.
I don't think anyone wants to make history in this way, right? Being the first 9th place team in MPL Indonesia. Because
History.
yes, this is the first time we'll have 9 teams, and you do not want to be 9th place in the first season with 9 teams.
Exactly.
Oh man, the stakes are really high, man. Maybe even higher than today.
Could be. It's the ego, it's pride that you're defending, man. It's honor.
It's like reverse history here.
Reverse history.
People usually want to make history, now they're like, we don't want to make this history.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're gonna see an exciting match tomorrow.
Hopefully, and I think we are going to, right?
For sure.
At this point, they have nothing to lose. They need to bring out all their cards and try to figure out, which one works.
Which one?
Which one?
I don't know. Well, the one that definitely will work is their Telkomsel card, because anywhere you go, there's just no problem. I used to use other providers, and in the basement you can't get connection. Meanwhile, for Telkomsel and Dunia Games here, my goodness, quota easy, because I always buy MLB vouchers and items using Telkomsel anyways. I get additional 3 gigabytes of data quota, but I actually forgot what website I checked to buy it. You know?
It's duniagames.co.id,
There you go.
bro.
Maybe the app as well, man. And
yeah.
honestly, the Dunia Games app is also so convenient. Another point, Mirko, I mean, I have great success finding coverage in the mountains as well.
What?
Even in the middle of nowhere, like in the middle of the sea.
Yeah.
Telkomsel works. I can
Telkomsel
still
is
story from
amazing.
in the middle of the sea.
Well,
It's
what are
crazy.
you doing in the middle of the sea, Kadita?
I watch MPLI.
Watch MPLI.
What else would I do, right? Because the MPLI is back, and it's bigger and it's badder than ever before, because finally we get to see it live in the flesh. It's no longer an online event. It's going to be an offline event that you guys can come over to here. It's going to be in Indo, right?
It is in Indo.
It's in Indo. All right, cool. It's in Indo.
Basketball hall.
Basketball hall. And of course, the
GBK.
GDK. And of, GBK. And of course, I said of course like 3 more times.
Mahaka.
No,
Bro,
Arashi.
that's the playoffs.
Oh.
Oh my
It's okay, I'll take it over. Early bird tickets are now on sale starting today. Well, actually, yesterday. Enjoy a 20% discount on all tickets now, because it sells out quick. You might not get the early bird ticket. You can also get 3-day Mythic Pass for even better. The best deals there. And all you need to do is visit the website, oneesports.gg/MPLI- what year is it?
23.
23.
The ping spike strikes again.
Let's go. I'm so excited for MPLI.
Yeah, everyone is, man.
I'm so excited to see which teams go to MPLI, because we still don't know.
Wait,
we know
so-
Onyx RQ. Okay.
So
But the
6
rest?
teams from Indo in the standings of playoffs or regular season?
Regular season.
Regular season.
Well, regular season already go. Eterna, they're not fighting for top 6 in playoffs. They're fighting for number 1. Like,
no, but
they're already top 6.
how many teams go to playoffs?
6.
See, I'm confused. Look, to defend my honor a little bit here as a caster, and I'm supposed to be intelligent and all that, I was confused because we had an additional team coming in,
Yeah.
and I couldn't calculate it on the fly.
Don't believe her. She's always lying. She's playing dumb. She has a degree in biotech. The hell?
Watch out.
Watch out. Whoa.
Zombie apocalypse. Come soon, I don't know.
Beware, ladies
Anyway.
and gentlemen.
Anyway, it's been great fun with each and every one of you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for supporting MPL ID. Thank you so much for supporting the casters. We love you so much. We can't tell you enough. Please get some rest, because there's going to be still more epic MLB games tomorrow. And with that being said, me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi, we're going to be signing out for today. We'll see you tomorrow to close out week number 7. Only one more week left after tomorrow, so things are going to get even more heated than ever. And with that, MPL ID Season 12,
We own this!
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan